Welcome, everybody. We're back live from Switzerland, the country of exquisite watchmaking and fine cheese. The gorgeous city of Biel, in its Congress Center, hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival with a total of 15 tournaments. However, all eyes are on the Masters and Challengers triathlons that test the skills of 12 invited grandmasters. 5 of them already have left the building as we enter day 2 of the final stage. While we know the champion of the challengers, the Masters tournament is still wide open and we might just crown the winner already today. Your host of the show, as usual, I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations, together with Angelika Volkova. Angelika, it's great to have you back. What are your expectations from today?
It's an exciting day to be here in Biel to follow the action of the final stage of the second round already. As you said already, we have a winner of challengers, but I think it's very important right now to see this huge fight in the Masters.
Indeed, it's a huge day ahead of us, so let's immediately jump into the format of the triathlon. As you can see, we have successfully reached the final stage, which essentially is a round-robin tournament between the finalists. 3 rounds for the Masters, 2 rounds only for the challengers. For the main reason is that Salem Salek was simply unstoppable and he already eliminated one of the players in the final stage. The scoring system is still the same as previously in the triathlon. 4 points for the win, 1.5 for a draw, and this means, Angelika, that every single victory is of paramount importance.
Yes, and we have this difference, it's 3 points between the top leaders currently at the Masters tournament, so there is still a huge chance for every player in the Masters tournament who is staying here still clinch the first place.
Absolutely. So even though the Challengers tournament already has been pretty much decided, since yesterday we saw the tournament leader Salem Salek being victorious over Vaishali, let's immediately check the rankings and see what is the current situation right now in both tournaments. So the Challengers tournament, there you go. The champion already has been crowned. Salem Salek is unstoppable. He was also reigning supreme in the Blitz tournament with 9 points out of 10. Yesterday in the first round of the final stage, he played a very tense game against Vaishali, making him unstoppable in overall rankings. However, Angelika, I believe the second place is still up for the grabs. However, it's the Masters that is very much undecided because Lim Le is leading Martirosyan by 3 points and Pragananda and Mishra by 5. But he's going to play the next 2 games with the black color. What do we expect from this?
Yes, I mean, for sure there is going to be a huge fireworks on the board because 2 players, both of them, Abhimanyu and Prag, have to try to win to get to the first place. And of course, for Haik, it's also going to be very important round today because he might have a chance to score, but he's playing black pieces today.
Indeed. So here are the pairings for the current round 2 of the final stage. So Pragananda is going to face today the tournament leader Lim Le, the 2-time winner of the triathlon, who is looking here to score unforgettable hat trick so far. So for Prag, it's really simple, Angelika, either everything or nothing. He needs to win this game because he trails the tournament leader by 5 points. And again, to remind you, dear viewers, every victory in the classical tournament is worth 4 points, and even then he's still not catching up with the leader. In the meantime, Mishra against Martirosyan, of course, I think both players are desperately looking for a victory here.
I fully agree with you, Artur. Everyone wants to score those 4 points to get closer and try to surpass Lim Le. But we know also Lim Le can be dangerous with the black color, so there is nothing clear here at this round. So I would be happy to follow the action today.
And then we have the challengers where Donchenko is facing Vaishali. So, of course, this is essentially a fight for the second place because the first place already has been decided. In the meantime, the tournament winner, Salem Salek, today is just having yet another rest day, so no stress for him. And for Donchenko, Angelika, I think this is going to be a very, very important game. Try to have some sort of revenge for this absolutely stunning victory that Vaishali scored against him in the classical tournament. With this one of the most beautiful moves in the history of Biel Chess Festival. Rook takes on f7, followed by piece sacrifice on e6. Dear viewers, you just have to check it out yourself. So I think for Donchenko, also, this is a very principled battle.
Exactly, and also Vaishali is going to play black pieces in this battle, so maybe Donchenko will try to score a victory. Today we are going to have this huge battle for second place between both of the players and the challengers. Meanwhile, we have Saleh Salem, who is today actually having a rest day, second rest day which he's having, and probably some celebration of becoming a winner.
I believe so, indeed. So here we have also Ike Martirosyan. There's the playing venue. The players are entering the stage. In the previous rounds, we saw that most of the players would arrive to the playing venue at the last minutes. And the total amount here is, as already said at the very beginning, 15 tournaments. And it's not only the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, as you can see, this very huge playing venue hosts the Masters and Amateurs Open tournaments. The triathlons are being held on the stage, which again makes this tournament a bit more special.
Yes, and we are seeing some players from the Masters Open tournament here at our overview camera in the playing hall. The playing hall is very spacious. There many tournaments are being all played all together. We see already the boards where we'll see the fights today of the Masters and the remaining game of the Challengers. No players are there.
3 minutes until the start of the round, and none of the Masters and Challengers tournament players have arrived here. So, where are they? Not really sure. Most of the players of the Masters and Amateurs Open tournament, they have arrived. They're getting ready for their games. It's a very, very nice and cool temperature inside. I was there, Angelika,
Yes.
a couple of times. So beautiful place to play. And this is obviously the stage. Also, a perfect opportunity for everyone who plays in the open tournaments to have a glimpse at their favorite players, how they're faring in the main events of the festival.
Yeah, just imagine you're playing the game, it's your opponent's move, and you're standing up and you have a chance to look up for the game, for example, of Prague against Limle. I mean, this is something which is going to be very exciting today. One of the final days we have here of the final stage.
Right, so this is going to be probably a long day because for some players this is the final chance to try to catch up with the leader Limle in the Masters tournament. So both Martirosyan, Prague and Da, and of course also Mishra are going to try to use their opportunities to catch up with the leader. For Limle, yesterday it was probably quite critical. He attempted to score the victory with white color against Mishra because he knew perfectly that his pairings for the next coming rounds, that he has 2 black colors. It's not really easy, but the game finished with a very exciting draw where Mishra actually had very good winning chances. And here we see Donchenko is one of the first players arrive on the stage.
Yes, Donchenko is getting ready for his battle against Vaishali. Today it's going to be decided maybe which place he's going to get, because if he plays a draw today and draw tomorrow, he will be on the second place.
So I'm not really sure what kind of opening they're going to play. I looked at their previous games, Angelika, Donchenko versus Vaishali. They already have played against each other here in Biel with all time controls several times. And I do believe it's going to be symmetrical English, some sort of a c4, c5. Not really sure what the German grandmaster is going to choose, like knight c3 or knight f3. Every single time he tries something else, just to surprise his opponent. And the English opening has been, at least in this tournament, for Donchenko, the pet weapon, so we'll see.
But Arthurs, yesterday Vaishali also surprised Limle playing d5, so we never know what is going to be played on the board, because Vaishali has all the weapons in her storage, and today she might also use another one.
Right, and speaking also about the game of Mishra against Martirosyan, so far most of the games were featuring some sort of an Italian game. Here you see Mishra is getting ready to sit down on his game against Martirosyan. There were a couple of tricks. We saw one of the games featured the classical Italian game with Martirosyan pushing for d5. One of the other games was the Hungarian line in the Italian game. So I'm pretty sure that this is also the continuation we're going to see. And in the meantime, Prague and Da against Limle. Well, that's the game I'm not really sure, Angelika, what to expect, what kind of opening to see, because in the rapid tournament, Prague probably was surprised by Limle's Petrov, and the Vietnamese grandmaster was pretty confident by equalizing the game with black color, and Prague could not show anything. So my money would be on d4. I'm not really sure, maybe some Kaspad structure, but we'll see.
I fully agree with you. Of course, he might not allow Petrov and go for d4, good idea. But what do you think about c4 knight f3? Is it possible also?
Yeah, of course. All kinds of transpositions are possible there. You just could see Donchenko starting the clock. His opponent, Vaishali, is still not there.
And he plays c4. C4 is on the board.
Yes. Probably not a big surprise. This has been his favorite continuation so far in the tournament. In the meantime, the second board on the stage, Prague and Da against Limle. We don't have yet any of the players present, but I just saw Limle crossing the commentary. So he's definitely here in the playing venue. And also the game of Mishra against Martirosyan has started. And I suppose we could start with this game. And there's Prague also getting ready to execute his very first move. Angelika, what do you think is going to be? D4, C4, knight of 3, or something else?
Let's say knight of 3.
Knight of 3.
You're,
I would be really
you're putting
surprised.
money on d4.
I think it's going to be D4.
All right. We're going to see in a moment. We see Limle is also at the board. And
Where's the first move?
what's the first move? Good
E4.
question.
Is he going to risk the Petrov, or he's going to play some sort of a Nimzo? Nimzo has been one of his favorite continuations from the white's perspective. I'm not exactly sure what the Vietnamese grandmasters are getting ready to play for this. They already have played a couple of times against each other, and the Karakan was the topic when Prague was much younger. I'm talking about 12, 13 years old. They played a couple of Karakan games in their previous classical encounters. However, now Prague is obviously much, much stronger. I mean, he's one of the elite grandmasters in the world, currently ranked number 8, and E4 is on the board. Are we going to see the Petrov?
Wow, he went actually for e4. It's pretty surprising considering all the Petrov they got in this tournament.
Yeah, I would have thought that he's going to play D4. Apparently, he is ready for the Petrov. This time, he won't be easily surprised. And we are seeing E4, E5. And I think that Petrov might be upcoming because you normally don't just play one random opening for such a very serious tournament.
Of course, yes, surprises can happen, but normally you don't really want to go into something which maybe you're not so familiar with, especially when there is such an important match and we have knight of 3 on the board. Will we have Petrov? Huge question.
Big question here. Of course, knight c6 is more popular move, but Petrov with knight of 6 has a very solid reputation. I think that Limle, no, he's not playing it.
Knight c6, all right.
First small surprise.
Okay, will we have Italian or Rui Lopez?
Yeah, you can see Prague is a bit
Shocked?
maybe not shocked. He probably was getting ready for the Petrov. I mean, before the game, you have to prepare for all kinds of openings because the first source of information that you have is the games you have played against your opponent, of course. So Prague played against Limle in 2018 and 2019, which is 5 years ago when Prague was, again, 12, 13 years old. They played a couple of Karakans. That's the information for you. They played here in Biel. They played already the Petrov, so that would be my first stop. And then knight c6 is chosen by Limle and Berlin.
Berlin we have on the board. All right.
All right. So Berlin,
Berlin it is.
the ever solid Berlin. I'm not sure if you really have to thank for it to Vladimir Kramnik. I have my reservations against the Berlin defense because Vladimir Kramnik employed it and gained a very huge popularity back in year 2000 when he stopped the unstoppable Garry Kasparov in a world championship match. And his favorite pet weapon against Kasparov's bishop b5, Ra Lopez, was the Berlin. And the mighty Kasparov was unable to stop Kramnik, and Kramnik in the end scored 2 victories and was able to beat Kasparov and become world champion. And ever since, the Petrov has been a very hot topic in Ra Lopez, and there you go, the latest trend, D3. Prague says, I don't want this endgame, I want to do something else.
I think we already had this in the tournament. By the way, Arturs, what do we expect in endgame?
Yeah, so the endgame, maybe I should show you what is the endgame all about. I mean, this was very principled approach some time ago. So the opponent e4 is under attack. So you would think, why not something like d3 or knight c3? Well, because typically short castle is considered to be more principled continuation. White keeps opportunities like rook e1 and d4 on the table. Also, bishop takes on c6 and knight takes on e5 is a possibility, which probably I should mention very quickly. This is not really great.
Yes, there is a queen d4, very beautiful double attack, and
Black has 2 bishops in an open position, so that's why nobody plays it. But the idea of taking on c6 is always in there. So that's why white plays here short castle, and after knight e4, there's this very typical idea with d4, some sort of a gambit. But all of this, the viewers already is pretty known because after e takes on d4, I believe actually this line has the name of the Riga variation where I'm from. So after rook e1, this is a pin. You cannot really play d5. Knight takes on d4. There's some problems. The knight on c6 is under attack. The pawn is threatening to be played on f3. And there were some lines like, let me try to remember, bishop c5, knight c6, bishop f2, king f1, I think it was, yeah, king f1, queen h4,
Wow.
rook e4. Yeah, it's a very, very
Some
tricky line,
craziness.
but it ends up with this particular endgame. Takes, here, king f2, and even though black has 2 pawns for the 2 pawns on the rook for the 2 minor pieces, the theory says white is much, much better, and that's why this line at the current situation right now is considered to be quite dubious, and nobody really plays this particular setup after rook e1, d5. But you might be asking a question: what's the difference between, for example, if we include a6? Now this is a completely different line, because after bishop a4, knight f6, short castle. Now this no longer is the same line, because after d4, one of the core ideas for black in the Berlin would be to play knight e6 and hit the bishop on b5. As you can see, the bishop is no longer there.
The bishop is not there, so that's why this idea doesn't work. But in the game, we played.
Yeah, I just wanted.
We go for this.
I just wanted to show this Berlin endgame. Yeah, this is the infamous Berlin endgame.
Yes.
There are entire courses, entire books written about it.
So the series starts only here at this
Yeah,
moment.
only here, only here. There's a very, very interesting approach. I mean, normally white has the pawn majority at the king side, 4 pawns versus 3, healthy structure, black is not castling. But again, in the long run, black has this last square bishop, 2 bishop advantage, with something like b6, c5, bishop b7, so the game is really double-edged. And now you understand that Prague says, I don't want to do anything with this.
And he's going for d3, more solid approach. He doesn't want to trade all the pieces of the board. He doesn't want to allow the endgame, the Berlin endgame.
Like he's also threatening to take.
Yes, actually the huge threat, because pawn on e4 is already protected.
Right, and bishop c5 is the main move here in this position. The idea is to play d6, and now again, if white would play bishop takes on c6, which exactly happened, after d takes on c6, knight takes on e5 is not really great. There goes black plays queen d4, hits the pawn on f2, hits the knight on e5, and this is simply trouble for white. I mean, you could even play bishop e3, you could play d4, but after queen e4, d takes on c5, as you can see, black is causing white a lot of headaches at the king side, and it's even safe to say that white is simply losing. So you cannot do that, but bishop takes on c6 is getting quite trendy lately.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting idea. So you double the pawn, you give up your bishop. Black has a bishop pair, but there is always some problems with the pawn structure for black, and some weakness on the e5. So it's important for black also to defend it at some moment.
Yeah, and also black is typically threatened to play knight e4 immediately to relieve the tension from the center. So let's say you play a short castle. One of the main moves here is knight e4, trade off the bishops, the knights. Knight e4, bishop d4, c3, bishop b6, followed by c6 and d6, and black is just perfectly fine. Although, of course, a theory is developing here. So that's why here bishop c6 is played, and what Prague achieved with this trade is he got unbalanced pawn structure. So he's not going to take on e5, and instead he played queen e2, already bringing knight takes on e5 threat on the table.
It's already pretty much introducing this idea. How do you protect from it? Because there is no queen d4 anymore. Yeah, queen is protecting on f2, so you have to protect the pawn. There is probably something like queen d6.
Typically here black plays queen e7 and knight e7. I'm not exactly sure about nuances here. I haven't really studied this so deeply, so I wouldn't know. But bishop g4 is yet another move which I believe is not really great, because one of the things why black is pretty happy to go for this position is that he has the 2 bishops. So if you play bishop g4, white plays h3, you're going to go bishop h5, because after g4, you're going to drop the pawn on e5. You see the pawn on e5 is gone, so it's simply bad. Also, there's no queen d4, as you already said, Angelika. The pawn on f2 is not defended. And if you now trade on f3 after h3, The big question is, why exactly did you allow your opponent to double your pawns? I mean, what do you have for it? Right? That's why for black, typically this last square bishop is some sort of a pride, where, I allowed you to double my pawns, but at least I have the last square bishop, and then in the long run, I'm going to somehow use it.
Yes, there is a bishop pair, and for sure black doesn't want to give it up. So queen e2 has been played, and now queen e7 protecting the pawn.
There's also a move like bishop d6, knight e7. Knight e7 was played the move later. I suppose we're going to talk about it, but the bishop d6 is also a pretty common idea. Black wants to play c5, and maybe it seems a bit weird to somebody because the bishop on d6 feels like a giant pawn, but that's why it's very important also think a bit further about the so-called pawn play, right? If you don't have the pawn play for white, then black might just squeeze you in the long run. And if you play c3, d4, or even f4, now you see the bishop on d6 maybe actually is not really so bad.
Yes, it's not bad at all. I mean, it's blocking the idea for white to push for d4, and we know that d4 is actually a very important break for white in such pawn structures, and
yeah, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen, yes.
Yeah, so queen e7 is another move. Sometimes it gives black possibilities to castle long. It's just like black is trying to gather some information about white's setup. So knight e2, there's many setups. White can play short castle, white can play knight c3, white can play bishop e3, maybe even bishop g5, bishop h4, not exactly sure. So this makes perfect sense. White is getting with the knight on c4 and trying to apply some pressure against the pawn on e5.
So you have to find a way how to defend it. Maybe this knight d7 idea what you're... so it was played immediately.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a strange move. Especially if you'd show this to some old masters at the beginning of 21st century, they would be asking, what is this? I mean, this is not how chess should be played. You should be developing the pieces, right? So castle short, play bishop g4, play rook d8, play rook e8, etc. But actually knight e7 has a deeper idea. So even though black is moving with the knight for the second time, and the bishop on c8 is now a bit weird, the big idea in the long run is to play moves like f6, maybe knight f8, knight e6, and try to fight for d4 and f4 squares. Also, it can be combined with the idea that black plays bishop d6, c5, knight f8, knight e6, and knight e4 and knight f4. And by the way, Angelica, this idea also is pretty famous in another line, the Sicilian Rossolimo. That's why very often we have a mix of ideas. You get different openings, but same rules apply.
Yes, and also in this position, instead of knight d7, bishop couldn't be really developed. So yeah, so if we play bishop to e6, let's try to imagine bishop go to e6, then it's failing because the protection on e5 pawn is not there anymore. And bishop g4, actually, it's very similar line which we had a couple of moves ago. After h3, you have to go with the bishop all the way to g6, but then it would do nothing there. So your bishop, which your prize, as Artus said, yeah, your prize would just stand there on g6 very sadly. So that's why bishop for now is good on c8. Bishop is good where it stands, and knight d7 is actually a move which is helping the position.
Right, so indeed here black doesn't know yet what to do with the bishop, and it also follows one of my strict principles, Angelica. When you don't know where to move the piece, simply don't touch it. Try to move the other pieces. And here, knight e7. Here the nuance also is that black is not castling short just yet, because maybe it is important to have this f8 square available for the knight, knight f8, knight e6, or even in some lines to play a long castle. This is really smart play by the two-time triathlon winner.
Yeah, very smart ideas he has indeed here. With white, do you want to castle short here immediately, or there is some ideas to castle long in this position, Arturs?
Depends. I'm not sure yet, but I do already see that Prague decided to play short castle. Yeah, but castling long is definitely one of the big ideas here. So it's a choice. So Prague is perfectly happy to play knight c4.
Targeting the e5 again?
In some lines, yes. So b6. Yeah, this is a slightly mysterious move to me, I suppose, because I think what Limley is trying to do, he tries to get to some sort of a Berlin-like endgame, where he's going to put the bishop on d6 and play c5, and then this last go bishop sometimes goes to b7. So this b6 is a typical move. And also in some lines, there are moves like, I'm not really sure where, for example, let's say black goes here, short castle, and let's say black plays bishop d6, sometimes this move becomes really annoying. You know, it feels like, okay, this is really a weird move. But how do you deal with this?
Yeah, actually, how do you continue the development? You have to play c5, but after b6, the c6 is weak.
Maybe in some lines. So this knight a5 is like a typical
Very
maneuver.
annoying.
Yeah, I think it's like a combination of ideas. So he played b6 very quickly. Apparently, this is still opening prep, and it just makes sense to include in this position. So short castle was played by Prague. This is also meaning that black is probably not castling long, because then after a4, a5, I think there's going to be a so-called hook on b6, a target that white can exploit. So a5.
Oh, grabbing some space and not allowing to push with the a4, a5,
This is interesting.
but normally you want to play bishop d6, c5, and here we see immediate a5. Maybe bishop a6 is an idea.
Yeah, I suppose. I wasn't aware of this idea. So a3 and bishop a6, I thought it's going to be c5 and bishop b7, but no. Maybe he just wants to kill the knight on c4.
And double the pawn, but then the position would be symmetrical. But again, like for Lim, it's okay to play a draw, right, today?
Yeah. So for him, draw is okay, because he has a 3-point lead over the closest followers, meaning that is Martirosyan, who is behind him by 3 points, and everybody else is behind the tournament leader by 5 points. So for Lim Le, his only goal today is just be solid. Of course, if there's going to be chances for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, he's going to take them, but there's no need for him to complicate, and I think so far here he is pretty happy with the opening that he has played. Maybe it's not really exciting for the viewers, but for Lim Le, the most important thing here is try to hold on, hold the ground against the most dangerous opponent, because Prague is world number 8, the pre-tournament big favorite, and of course for Lim Le, it is very, very important here to hold. But if you go back earlier to the opening choice, after bishop takes on c6 and d takes on c6, there's one more thing I would like to mention, Angelika, is that nowadays, especially when you play against Ray Lopez, you play against Berlin, and you play something like d3 and bishop c6, the common understanding is that there's no advantage for white. So you try to get some sort of a playable position with a lot of ideas. So I think already at the highest level, people have given up, try to find anything real against Ray Lopez. So it's all about playing a rather untested line with maybe slightly unbalanced pawn structures, and then just hope that your skills will be enough to outplay the opponent.
Yes, and Queen e2 again was decided. It reminds me also from yesterday, the choice of Prague against Ike Martirosyan to go with this a5 in King's Indian pretty early on. So we see that there is a deep preparation going on for all these matches. Yesterday, Lim Le was trying to defend against Abhimanyu Mishra. Today, he's defending against Pragnanda, because it's Prague who has to show what he has, because he will only have chances if he scores a victory today.
So Prague here is also for a longer game. Maybe, I'm not really sure what he has to do here. Maybe he has to play something like b3 to avoid the symmetrical position, with the idea to meet bishop takes on c4 with something like b takes on c4. But the black looks so solid here. We'll see. Maybe he's also going to decline the trade and play, yeah, but where?
Knight e3.
Knight e3. And let's say I play g6. What is the knight doing here?
Actually, there could be an idea to push for f5 for black, and then f5 and e4.
Yeah, black is perfectly fine here. So this entire sequence of b6 and a5 and bishop a6, apparently this was a very nice prep by Lim Le. And Prague is right now trying to figure out what to do. So he was not, of course, very happy with his performance so far here in Biel. Probably something had to do with his very tough schedule in the past tournaments. The Indian superstar has been very busy playing at the highest level chess, and of course Biel Triathlon is a very grueling time control, a combination of 3 tournaments. There's also a Chess 960 tournament, and that's why, yeah, the first alarm bells already rang at day 1 when Prague won the Chess 960 tournament, and in the interview he said he's pretty tired.
Exactly, but he then tried to recover the energy, tried to bring more energy, and making it all in the blitz. And that's why we have this triathlon, very important. So there are, it consists of 3 different time controls. So blitz was it mattered a lot, so he could surpass Vincent Keimer and play in the finals.
All right. We also have an update on the other game, which is Abimanyu Mishra against Martirosyan. Here we see the bird's eye view. 3 games are being played on the stage. The game we just looked at was on the left, Prague against Limle. Middle board, Donchenko against Vaishali. Actually, it's quite surprising to see the German player spending quite a lot of time in a very known theoretical position. Of course, we're going to check what could be the reason why he decided to already invest good 20 minutes in the position.
But
And
look
then
at this, there are no queens on the board already.
this is a repeat. This is a repeat of their rapid game, if I'm not terribly mistaken. So let's maybe go to this game. I think I already have seen this before. Because if I'm not terribly mistaken, I will definitely pull up the game that Mishra already played against Martirosyan here in Biel. Let me check. I think he played it in the rapid. Yes, he played in the rapid exactly this line. I remember. How do I remember this? Because this is what I played myself a month ago. So I was playing in France in Team Chess Championships, exactly the same line. So let's maybe walk through the moves. So the Italian game is a very solid opening. And I'm not sure if somebody's going to agree with me. I always believed that the Italian game is like, at least for me, it always was some sort of a last stand. When you don't really know what to play against your opponent, you can always play the Italian game and try to outmaneuver your opponent, change order the moves, and then rely on your skills to beat the opposition, just like the London. And I asked this question to Vincent Keimer the other day, and I asked Vincent, what do you think about Italian game, right? Is it really a good idea that you can just outmaneuver your opponent here? He said, no, I don't agree. I think actually this is one of the most researched openings. It's one of the most popular openings, and obviously there's all kinds of transpositions, but this is heavily known. And just like Magnus Carlsen also said, maybe last year, 2 years ago, that you can't even play London anymore because everything in London has been researched.
Yes, but of course it's for the top level when we are talking about
For the
club
top,
players, when we are talking about the people, like about the mortal, about the mortal people. Then of course there are a lot of transpositions, some tricky moves which have been not researched, but that's why the top players having like a huge team behind them. They have seconds, they have coaches, everyone who is working on their repertoire and helping them out. That's why they know all kind of tricky details how to get there. So that's why, of course, for them, it's all researched.
Yeah, Bishop c4, of course, is a heavily researched line here. And I believe in the blitz game, Martirosyan played knight f6, d3, and bishop e7, the so-called Hungarian variation or Hungarian defense, which is pretty passive, but at the same time, black is quite solid. So they already played this in the rapid game. c3, d3. There's, of course, always the big topic, can I play d4? There's a very big theory, but the current stance is that black is doing fine. e5 is the typical way to continue. Knight e4, d5, bishop b5, knight e4, c takes, and there's bishop b6, there's bishop b4, very big theory, but the current stance of this particular opening is that black is perfectly fine. So that's why here c3 and d3 is a bit weird order in the moves, but in some lines, white keeps the short castle not being yet played, because if you remember what Limle is doing in his game, there might be moments when you might need knight e2, knight f1, and knight g3.
Yes, to remaneuver the knight all the way to the g3 square. Very typical idea.
Yeah, so for example, why this is even important. Yeah, for example, let's say black plays something like d6, knight e2, a6, knight f1, bishop a7, knight g3, h6, castles. So the big idea here is that in the long run, white is going to play, I don't know how to remove this bishop, but white is going to play f4, remove the knight, play f4, and rook on f1 stands exactly where it has to be. If you would have started with a casual way, you would start at short castle, and I would play a6, and rook e1, bishop a7, knight e2, let's say h6, knight f1, castles, and knight g3. Now you see white is quite not ready to play this 4. So these nuances very often are very, very important.
Yes, but in this case, rook is only one, also protecting the pawn on e4. That could be a different idea to push for d4. So it just depends what the players want.
Exactly. Precisely. So that's why this c3, d3 is quite common. And also c3 is a very common move in the Italian game to ensure that this bishop can escape. So let's say you're not careful and you start with something like d3, knight f6, show castle, d6, and let's say you play knight c3. There are moments when black could capture your last square bishop. And getting this position, in general, is considered to be a rather big success for black, because again, black has a 2-bishop advantage, and when the position is going to open, then white has nothing to show against the last square bishop.
Yeah, that's why this bishop on c4 is a very valuable piece. You don't want to give it up, and you have to prepare the way out for the bishop.
Right, so that's why c3 and d3 was played. Now you understand why it was. And the show castle is quite a popular way for black to play because black wants to keep the option to play d5 in one go. d6 is also perfectly solid. So show castle, d5, the sharp continuation, e takes, knight takes on d5. And here, I believe here there's a couple of continuations. There's rook e1. I think rook e1 was the old move. Knight e2 was the old move. And a4, for some reason, was the modern move. But the big idea of a4 is that white keeps the opportunity to play b4, threaten the bishop. So bishop wants to stay on this diagonal. So what do you do?
a6 or a5?
Yeah, there's two moves, a6, a5. So you play a5. And now, after knight e2, black plays knight b6. This is a typical retreat, hitting the pawn on d3, because if the bishop retreats, there's queen d3. And I think there were some lines here. Let me try to remember.
Can you play bishop b5?
Yeah, this is what was played in the game. Oh wait, I think I mixed up. I think it was knight d2. There was also this line of bishop g4 and rook e1, which is very similar. And now black plays knight b6. And it gives some crazy possibilities here to play bishop b3. I think I'm mistaking something. Queen d3.
Bishop c... no.
Okay, I mixed it up. Sorry, I apologize. It's a bit tricky, these positions. h3 here, rook e1, knight b6, and now bishop b3. Yes, I think it was like this.
And now you cannot really take.
And this was the big idea. A very big theory. Very big theory. So here after knight e5, the idea is that you hit the queen. After knight e5, you get the two bishops. And there's some absolutely insane lines, like queen f5, g4, you cannot do it. The pawn on f2 is under attack, so you play knight e to f3. Wait, not knight e to f3, I think it was knight e to f3. And after...
Repetition, queen d3.
Yeah, and it was something like this.
Okay.
Yeah, g4, h takes, queen g4, king h1. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so this is a completely different line, and it is highly researched at the highest level. Everybody knows this. So knight e2 was played. Knight b6 hits the pawn. Now there's no bishop b3 because black can just collect the pawn. Sometimes there's a gambit with bishop c2 and knight g5, but apparently not here.
Yes, because also knight is on d2. There is no bishop protecting the g5 square, maybe that's why.
Right.
There could be potentially some Greek gifts there. I mean, like.
Yeah. Sometimes there's ideas like bishop h7, knight g5, queen h5. It really depends, but not here. Not here. It doesn't work. So it's a very forcing line. Bishop b5. Here, white is threatening to take on c6, kill the pawn on e5, and rook e1. Again, the threat is to take and take. Bishop g4. Pinning the knight. And white apparently has nothing better here. I'm not really sure what's the current status of this particular line here right now, but I think black is perfectly solid here.
Knight e4. You have to do it.
Yeah, so this is a big idea to play knight g3 and try to trap the bishop. For example, you play...
Queen e7?
Yeah, maybe,
Rook
okay.
e8.
Maybe rook e8, yeah. You play rook e8, and sometimes there's ideas like either knight g3 immediately, or h3, you don't want to give up your light square bishop because then this bishop is really strong. The position is open. There's knight g5, bishop g5 ideas. So it's pretty dangerous. And then after bishop h5, you have this knight g3 move. And after bishop g6, this is sometimes a problem. So white is threatening some knight h4 ideas, try to kill the bishop. And if you play f6, I retreat with the bishop. I want to play knight h4 and maybe push d4. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting line here.
Also, the light squares are very weak, yeah, for king.
Yeah, exactly. So those light squares are quite vulnerable, but black doesn't have to do all of this. So that's why here he plays knight a7. He wants to play c6 to trap your bishop.
Ooh, so you have to play d4?
I think so. You basically have to do it. There might be some other moves as well. So here, h3 was played.
h3, okay. Yeah, first your attack.
h3 and d4.
So what happens if bishop takes f3 and then c6?
Bishop f3, queen f3. I think it's playable, but then I think your knight on a7 is going to be feeling not so great. Yeah, so it's not really so great. The bishop on d6 lacks support. Maybe there's some ideas like f5, not really sure.
It's always very dangerous to give up the light squared bishop.
Yeah, this knight on a7 is really awkward. And c6, I suppose there's some problems in the center, rook d1, rook d5. And everything is kind of shaky.
Everything is falling.
Yeah, so that's the big idea. So he played bishop h5, now he played d4. The big idea is to escape with the bishop. So he wants to retreat, make knight a7 look bad. So black takes it. And the pawn on d5 is under attack, and black takes it. And knight d6, yeah, this is the main move. So what I was playing myself in June, I played
Against whom?
Pierre Ballet,
the
French
French
grandmaster. Yeah, he's a very, very solid
In the
player.
French league.
Yeah, in the French league. I played myself g4. I tried to test this line. Bishop g6, knight e6, queen d6, and queen d4. So this is what we played. Looks very similar what they're playing right now. a4 to fix those weaknesses at the queen side. And I think I attempted, what was it, bishop f4, was it, or h4? I think it was bishop f4, hitting the pawn on c7, rook c8, h4, h5, g takes, rook e5, bishop g6, rook c5. And something similar, by the way, was played in the game of Mishra against Martirosyan. I'm going to double check it. I'm pretty sure I remember correctly from my memory. Where also the American grandmaster, he got the extra pawn, but it's not enough. You know, that's the most annoying thing in chess. You work hard, you get the extra pawn, but it's not enough because there's obstacle bishops on the board.
Yes, exactly. And we are going to check that game for sure because there has been a surprise mate.
Yeah, so he took on d6 immediately, which I believe is slightly better than what I played. And here the idea is that the bishop takes on f3 is a bit risky for black because after takes, and g takes on f3, there's rook e7 threat.
And also d6 is super weak and b7 are weak. Yeah.
Right, and also the pawn on a5 reminds of you in the wrong moment. For example, you play rook e8, and now you need to watch out for some rook e8. Rook e8. The pawn on a5 is loose.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3 or king f1. The pawn is difficult to defend. You play a4, bishop e3, and black is just suffering in every single line. Like, let's say, knight c4, rook a4, knight e3, f takes on e3, you could take on e3. There's a mate.
Yes. One big problem on the back rank.
Yeah. So they repeat the same line.
So at this moment, actually, in their rapid game, instead of bishop g6, Ike played a4. So he was the one
here.
Who, yes, exactly. At this moment, a4 was played.
So I'm correct.
So he was the one who surprised Abhimanyu.
I mean, I'm not really sure if that's such a big surprise because a4 is like a common move in this position to block these weaknesses. So for Mishra, I'm actually a bit surprised he's going here. But apparently he believes there are some chances. I do believe it's quite equalish here, but he probably has different thoughts, and he believes he might try to score something here. So can you once again call out how did that game continue? Was
So
it
a4 was played,
Yes.
bishop f4,
Yes.
knight c4,
Knight c4,
b3,
b3,
ab, knight b3, rook a1, c6. So it's very similar to that game which you showed
Yeah.
earlier. bc, knight d4, c5, knight b3, rook c8, knight takes c5.
you cannot take it, there's a back rank
Yes.
mate.
Bishop g6, knight b3, h6, and okay.
Yeah, so
They
this is,
played very long endgame, but
yeah, so this is one of those moments when the white wins a pawn, but black is just super solid. You know, black is going to put the bishop on e6 or even keep on g6, hit the pawn on c3, and how do you make progress? The main problem for white is that white cannot trade the rooks. You trade the rooks, the game is draw immediately, because obstacle of bishops make this endgame almost impossible to win. So what's the difference here? Bishop g6 was played. Bishop f4 hits the pawn. Quite similar to my game. I had g4 included.
yes.
Not sure what really changes. I suppose knight e5 is not really so great, because now there's the idea to play c4. There's also idea after the knight is gone to penetrate black's defenses with rook e7, because the knight on d5 takes care of it. So rook c8 also seems to be necessary.
Yes. And we look also at the time. Ike is the one who is still in the preparation, and Abhimanyu actually spent a lot of time after bishop g6. So he was prepared probably for Ike to repeat their game from the rapid.
Right. So he played bishop g3, a4 now. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It's exactly the same structure. Black always plays a4 here. And rook e7 hits the pawn. Knight c4. Yeah, I suppose knight e5, there's some problems with rook d7. How do you defend? If you play rook d8, I just take it. Or maybe just take on a4 immediately.
Yes.
I take on a4 immediately, which is pretty nice
Oh,
move.
very nice. You cannot take either rooks, so it's a checkmate.
Yeah, you cannot
Very beautiful.
touch them.
And yeah, bishop c7 is also at some moment. So take on a8 and bishop c7.
Yeah, so black just loses a pawn for nothing, and that's why knight c4 is important. Hit the pawn on b2, which also is one of the reasons why black plays a4. Hit the pawn on b2 to make sure it doesn't go forward. So b3 was played. A takes, rook takes, and now b3.
So we have similar position, but not quite, because rook is already on e7. But black has to still solve the issues of the pawns on c7 and b7. How do you protect those pawns?
No, I think this is just nothing, to be honest.
So what if something like knight d6? No.
Oh,
just
knight
take-
d6,
no,
I'm
no,
just going to take
take
it. But, I mean, there could be moves like knight a3. How do you defend the pawn?
So if rook c7, knight
And knight a3 is
d5,
just played, by the way. How do you defend the pawn? With the idea,
knight b5, and then just take all the pawns in the world and say, okay,
then play rook
let's
b8.
go home.
Yeah, just go home immediately. There's nothing here to be seen. And if you play knight e4, I suppose there's going to be some aggressive move. Something like c5, or maybe, I'm not sure, maybe even bishop d3. You take it, I take it, you take it, I take it, you take it. It's very, very difficult to win this. Maybe this is what Mishra wants. He wants this position, have some chances, which is objectively a draw, but if somebody can win, just a slight chance, then it's him.
I agree. There is, of course, a slight chance always because of this extra pawn. And since we have rooks on the board, it doesn't mean that it's immediately a draw, because rooks can sometimes increase the attack with the bishops. But if the precise defense being played by Haik, then we don't have really big questions, right?
I'm in general quite surprised about Abhimanyu here that he went for this. So there must have been some deeper idea behind this that I'm not really aware of. Because if black is playing perfect here and there's already games played in this line, many games, then it just leads to a draw. So for him, I'm not sure if a draw is a really good result. because if we check the tournament pairings for the next rounds, the next round, wait, he plays again with white.
Yes, and also for Ike, he's going to play with white pieces against Limle, the leader. So maybe this is a moment where Ike...
No, Prague. Plays with Prague tomorrow.
Ike?
No, Mishra.
No, but I'm saying about Prague. Ike will play with white pieces against Limle. So maybe he wants to be solid in this game right now against Mishra because he knows Mishra is very dangerous opponent considering all his huge wins in the classical portion. So maybe what Ike wants is just solid draw today and tomorrow to battle it with Limle. And if he wins, he's going to surpass Limle tomorrow.
Only if Limle doesn't win today.
That's actually a huge point.
Yeah, if Limle, so there's a tomorrow's pairings, as you can see on the screen, Martirosyan plays with Limle and Mishra plays with Prague. There's one scenario where we could crown the winner of the Masters tournament already today if Limle wins his game today and Martirosyan draws, then nobody can catch the Vietnamese Grandmaster. It's really so simple, and that's why I'm a bit surprised about this choice. You know, that also Martirosyan decided not to push it, not to try to play something sharper. Maybe also Mishra was surprised that Martirosyan is so solid that he's not risking to go forward. So could it be that both of the players were kind of expecting that the opposition is going to try to do something, and both of them, they're surprised that the opponent is just very peaceful.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, we might see the repetition on the board, or we don't see it. All right. There was a knight a3 and knight d4 played, so I thought that we might see a repetition with knight c4. Maybe we can show it, because we just yes. So knight a3 was played, knight d4, and in this position, if black plays knight c4,
then you just take on c7.
But knight b3 was played.
Bishop d3.
So in the previous, yes, but knight b3 was taking a pawn. Okay,
yes.
Sorry. So that's why I said that might be a repetition.
No. Yes, it's going to this position. I think this is what Mishra wants. He's one more final attempt to take on c7, and maybe there's something more precise. I don't really think so. Knight b5 is just good enough. Takes, rook b7.
And just suffer this position.
I'm not sure if there's a lot of suffering, really. So let's say you go here. Where do you go? Here. I just want to play rook c8. Look at this. So
Yes.
you play c4, I'm going to play rook c8. You're never going to win this because I'm going to put my pawns on h5, g6. I'm going to put my king on c6. I'm going to put my bishop on e6 and say, do your worst.
He's taking the pawn. Rook c7 is on the board. We might see this scenario happening right now. Everything is heading to a peaceful outcome.
Maybe not yet. I think this is the position that Mishra is legally entitled to play for at least 100 moves.
He is, but of course, we know that Ike is Armenian #1, very solid player, had played actually all 5 draws. Probably the only player who played all 5 draws in the classical portion was Ike Martirosyan, with a huge start he had in the Rapid tournament, winning the Rapid tournament, playing great in Chess 60. He was super solid in the classical portion with 5 out of 5 draws, and here we see also might hold another draw.
I think Ike is too good to lose this. He has 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock, so he's going to make move 40. He's going to have 2 hours and 40, something like that. You know, then essentially with 2 hours and 40 minutes, what he can do. If he was legally entitled to do it, he could go to the hotel, take a nap, go to lunch, walk around the city, go again to the hotel, change, come back to the playing venue, and still be in time to finish. But of course, I mean, he cannot leave the playing venue, but there's so much time here for black, and the position is so simple, and the only thing that Mishra can do here is avoid the rook trade. If the rooks are traded, the game is heading to immediate draw. That's why no rook c7 here.
No rook c7.
At least not a rook trade.
Yes, no rook trade, but it's going to be super difficult to push that pawn. You will have to somehow introduce the king into position. It's going to be very tough to try to create some chances with that c pawn.
Maybe actually, you know, I'm thinking actually Ike might be a bit depressed, you know. Imagine this, you have all of this time in the world. Move 28, you know this is a draw. and you know that your opponent is going to press you for a long time probably. And you have 2 hours and 40 minutes on the clock.
But I think he was ready for it. I mean, looking at his time, looking at him, he was ready to go for it. He was preparing. He was prepared to have this position or similar. So I would say maybe, of course, it's feeling not so great to play such position where you don't have any chances and you can only lose or fight for a draw. But yeah, even that crazy game against Limle he defended in a very nice way to a draw, even though there was some way he could have lost.
All right, we have still one more game to check,
Yes.
which is Alexander Doncha against Vaishali. That is the only game in the challengers section of the final stage because there's only 3 players. Salem Saleh already has been crowned as the tournament champion. He has a rest day today because he has no opponent. Jonas Bjerre did not make it in the top 4 because he was simply too far away from the tournament leader. You had to be within 12-point margin before the final stage. Bjerre was falling behind with 12.5 points, and this was the reason why we have only 3 players here in the challenges.
Yes, and we have some kind of a Tarash-like structure here.
Yeah, maybe let's go from the beginning.
Let's go.
All right, C4, E6, G3. So Donchenko played again the English opening, and so far in the previous encounters here in Biel, Vaishali would always play C5. This is what she played in Rapid, I believe, and this is what she played in Blitz as well. In the Blitz, the Indian player mixed up something. She got in trouble very quickly. I don't think this is ever going to happen again in
Classical.
classical, but she
Exactly.
plays something else. Neo-Catalan, this is what I call.
Yes, so white is not pushing with d4, so not rushing with it. That could exclude some of the important lines. For example, for black, there could be always some idea to take on c4, but since d4 is not played, then there is always a way, because there is this extra tempo which white has.
The big idea of these positions is that you always think about this position like a Catalan. Meaning, if you play, let's say you play this position with knight f3, and after d5 you play g3. So what's the difference? Play g3, bishop g2, or g3, knight f3. What's the difference? Big difference. Because black is going to take on c4. So normally you want to recapture the pawn with something like queen f4 check. Black is going to play knight e7. And after queen c4, black is going to play a6. So b5 and bishop b7 now are unstoppable threats. So you play bishop g2, black is going to play b5, queen c6 changes nothing, there's rook b8, bishop b7 is incoming, and black has solved all of his opening problems in the Catalan. And now you understand why here Donchenko is starting with g3. Because after d5, bishop g2, if black would play d takes on c4, I can give you a check. And after knight e7, I'm going to take it. And then after a6, there's 2 moves, either queen c2 or queen b3. But black has problems to bring out this last bishop.
Yes, the bishop is very nicely located on g2, not allowing b5 to happen, targeting that b7 square. That's why this very tricky move order c4, like once I get it with black pieces, I'm a little bit, I don't like it when white is going for something like this. And we see that Vaishali immediately going with c5. So she is actually pointing out you don't have d4 on the board, and that's why I'm going to play c5. Actually similar approach which she had yesterday in the game against Saleh Salem.
Yeah, the c5 must have been a surprise to Donchenko because around here he started to burn a lot of time. Maybe he was getting ready that Vaishali is going to play something like d4, which is one of the most principal approaches. If white doesn't push d4, you grab the space yourself. You play knight f3, black plays something like c5, and now this feels like reversed modern Benoni. Yeah, for example, I play e3, knight c6, e takes, e takes. There you go. Modern Benoni on the board, except white plays with white. Black has played maybe not the most ideal move e6, but still black is perfectly solid. And that's why here after c5, which might lead to some no, this is actual pure Tarash, pure
yes.
Tarash, not semi-Tarash. To a Tarash, Donchenko probably was slightly surprised to see the Indian player doing this, and he decided to take on d5 and play knight f3.
Yes, and always there is an idea for white to go for this d4, creating an isolated pawn for black. This is always an idea which we have in play against Tarash. And actually, this fianchetto bishop on g2 is a very good piece. Normally, it's a how typically the theory goes.
Yeah, so again, white's idea is typically to grab the pawn on c5 and create this outpost on d4 and a potential weakness on d5, and black is at the same time trying to be very active. By the way, Vaishali already played the IQP in the previous round against the tournament winner, Salem Saleh, except the Emirati Grandmaster had the bishop on e2 from a different opening. This is slightly something else.
Yes, it's slightly different. And here, of course, white doesn't want to take on c5 immediately. White is normally waiting for bishop of black on f8 to be developed somewhere on e7 or d6 to have an extra tempo. So let's say after bishop e7, then take is already possible.
Yeah, it feels really nice. You get an extra tempi, indeed. So that's why here black played knight c6, show castle, and she willingly accepted the loss of the tempi. That's pretty interesting.
Because there is no real moves right now for black. I mean, no real. I mean, like you cannot really develop bishops so early from c8. You have to finish the development.
I think that she is just more concerned about controlling the d4 square. Because if she would take on d4 and play something like bishop c5, she does lose the control of the d4 square for the moment. So there could be knight c6 moves, b takes on c6, and queen c2. There could be some problems at a c file, and white is actually pretty aggressive here. So that's why Vaishali says, okay, you can take on c5, I'm going to waste the tempi, but at least I get control of the d4 square.
Yes, at least the knight will not be on the d4. And now we are getting this IQP position, isolated queen's pawn. Yesterday, again, Vaishali had this similar position, but with a different approach from the white. So white bishop was on e2, not on g2. So it's going to be a different play, but generally similar ideas for both white and black. So how do you play against isolated queen's pawn? How do you play with it?
I mean, Angelica, my theory here is a bit dated because I have played my fair share of white's positions with c4, d4, and g3 some time ago. And as far as I remember, one of the core ideas is to obviously occupy the d4 square. Yes. So the way you do it, you want this bishop on c5 to be gone. Yes. So you cannot really play bishop e3, black is going to take it and just ruin your pawn structure. So you want to see it to be gone. How do you do it? I was thinking knight c3.
Yes.
And there's this very old move, knight a4, which maybe has some resurgence lately. The point is you kill this bishop on b6. It kind of makes no sense because you just kill the darks with bishop. Then you have two bishops versus isolate the pawn on d5. So I suppose you're pretty great. But then again, I'm not really sure what's the status of this particular line after bishop d6.
You have to play bishop e3 and bishop c5.
Yes, and there's rook e8. I have played this myself. Also, there's this idea of exchange sacrifice on e3.
And bishop c5? Why I cannot play bishop c5?
There were some problems. Bishop c5, knight c5, I think it was something like queen b6. And you're quite not there. Quite not there.
Knight b3?
Knight b3, and black plays something aggressive like a5, a4.
Nice.
You're just not in time to block the square. There's also a bishop g4, and you control the d4 square, but at the same time, quite not.
Yes.
So that's why white would love to control the square, and he played not knight c3, but queen c2 with a very similar idea. So he hits the bishop, and now he plays knight c3. He wants to play knight a4, and this is exactly what happened.
Knight a4 is being played. Now bishop most likely should go back to the c7. I don't see bishop a5 like a good move. Bishop c7 looks very logical. And then, how do you actually trade those bishops? Or you don't want to trade them, you just play bishop e3. So after maybe bishop c7 right now?
Yeah, one thing I also quite do not understand, because I have no shame in admitting, because some positions I quite do not understand, some nuances, because typically in this position, when instead of the fianchettoing the light square bishop on g2, white would have e3 and bishop e2. So can you imagine this? The pawn standing here, and white has e3 and bishop e2 instead. Same short castle. Then black has some sort of an attack here at the king side. Yeah? So there's ideas like queen d6, bishop c7, bishop g4, kill the knight, try to checkmate on h2, etc. Looks nice. But how about now? There's no attack.
Yeah, there is no attack. There is a very nice pawn structure on the king side. killing this bishop on c7 and potential queen d6. There is nothing there.
No problems for black. That's why I'm not exactly sure, Angelika, if here Vaishali is going to keep the darks of a bishop. Maybe bishop c7 already is quite slow. Maybe she needs to play very aggressive, some rook e8, some bishop g4. So I'm not sure what's going to happen then. For example, she plays rook e8. Does white take on b6? Or does white include bishop g5?
Yeah, bishop g5 looks like a very thematic idea in such positions. You're pinning the knight, which is protecting the pawn on d5. You can introduce the rook coming to d1, attacking the pawn, and at some moment bishop f6 is an idea.
Yeah, and if you play h6, bishop f6, queen f6. No, it's so interesting in chess, especially in opening theory. I really liked the idea of you close one doors, but you open other ones. Or you open other doors and you close some other doors. What does it mean? So for example, in this position, white plays knight c3, should castle, knight a4, let's say bishop d6. Okay, maybe instead of bishop e3, you play bishop g5. The doors open here are that now the pawn on d5 is under attack. You know, I'm threatened to take on f6, I'm threatened to take the pawn on d5. But if you play queen c2, you're no longer doing this. You're no longer threatened to play bishop g5, bishop f6 with the knight on a4, but you have different ideas. So that's why it's up to the players in every single position to understand how does this small change evaluate the position, right? So it's really interesting here to understand how this game is going to proceed. But I think also for us, the viewers, this is a perfect opportunity to make a short break because right now the games are only heating up. 3 games in the Masters and Challengers are being played. The game of Mishra against Martirosyan maybe is not super exciting because Mishra has an extra pawn, although objectively the position, I think it's heading to a draw. Prague against Limle, they are playing a very interesting unbalanced pawn structure in the Rai Lopez. Very, very important game for Prague. And also, can Alexander Donchak take revenge on Vaishali and solidify his lead? Not his lead, but his second place in the overall rankings in the challenges. You're going to have to find it out yourself after a short break. We'll be back. This is 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Enjoy it and be back soon. We are back live from Switzerland here in Biel Congress Center, which hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. There's a lot of tournaments ongoing, 15 in total. Here you see this is the main playing venue, which hosts not only the Masters and Amateurs Open tournaments, but also the main event, the Masters and Challengers triathlons that have no equal all over the world. This is day 2 of the so-called final stage. 5 players out of 12 have been invited, and here you see these are the remaining players on the stage. This is Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali, the only pair right now in the Challengers tournament. The tournament leader and winner, Salem Saleh, today enjoys the rest day because he has no opponent. Jonas Bjerre did not qualify for the final stage. In the meantime, the Masters tournament is quite unpredictable, even though the 2-time winner of the triathlon, Lim Le, the Grandmaster from Vietnam, he leads the tournament once again with 3 points. Angelique, he faces very strong opposition in both rounds with black color.
Yeah, for sure, today he's playing against Pragnananda with black pieces. I mean, we already see that Prag would like to put some pressure on Vietnamese Grandmaster, and for tomorrow he's going to face also against Haik Martirosyan. So very important 2 rounds for him. Obviously, in order for him to stay on the first place, he has to try to win the games, or for his opposition not to win the games.
And in case you're wondering who we are, well, I'm Grandmaster Artur Nekšans together with Angelika Volkova. As usual, we have been the hosts of the festival so far for the entirety of not only this year, for the past 2 years at least, maybe
4.
even 4. 4. No, I've been here 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah, time flies when having fun. And we have 3 games today for you to follow. So there you go. There's the very nice bird's eye view. As you can see, the 2 games in the Masters tournament. The top-seeded player, Pragnananda from India, the world ranked number 8. He has been suffering so far in triathlon, probably slightly tired because of his previous tournaments, but he's a big fighter. He won the Blitz tournament, and now in the final stage, he desperately needs the victory against Lim Le. And Lim Le played something really solid. So for Prague, this game is to be or not to be. So is it going to be or not to be?
That's a huge question. We are going to see an answer in this game, but for sure Prague has to create some imbalances, which he actually did earlier in the opening. He's really trying to create some position which is not clear, some complex position to try to fight. And for Lim Le, he just wants to play a simple chess, just a normal position to try maybe to have some equal opportunities and to play a draw.
And then the other game in the Masters tournament, Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest Grandmaster in the history of chess. The feat he accomplished being only 12 years old, 4 months and 25 days. This is what he did back in 2021, becoming the youngest Grandmaster in the history of chess and also beating Sergei Karyakin's record that stood for a good 19 years. Now he is 15. He is the youngest player in the Masters tournament, played fantastic chess so far. Maybe the Blitz tournament for the young American was a bit disappointing because he didn't really score so many points. But in the Classical, he has gained already quite a bit of rating points.
Yes, and we have already the Endgame actually in that position. We are going to return to it in a bit. And we have the last remaining game in the middle. You can see Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali. This is the only matchup in the Challengers we have for today. The huge battle between the German player and Vaishali from India. We are going to have a huge battle. Maybe Donchenko make a revenge for his game in the classical portion.
Let's delve into game of Pragnananda against Lim Le, the battle of the leaders. For Lim Le, again, the situation is really simple. Try to be solid. There is one scenario where Lim Le might become today the 3-time winner of the triathlon, which would be pretty unique. I mean, considering Biel Chess Festival history, in the past years, I believe it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France who won here 4 times, but back then it was not a triathlon. And triathlon has been a new format of the festival since 2019, and ever since, since Lim Le arrived here, he saw, he came, he saw, he conquered. So maybe also this year.
He won the first edition he played in 2022, then the second one in 2023. He's the third time here and he's still leading the tournament. How incredible is this? I mean, you're coming, you're ready to win one more time. And at the opening ceremony, actually at the very beginning of the tournament, where he knew he's going to face such strong opponent, like he has Pragnanda, world number 8, Armenian number 1, Haik Martirosyan, he has Sam Shankland, Abhimanyu Mishra, like all these great players in the field. And still he had ambitions already from the very first day of the tournament, saying, I would love to win this tournament and in order to come for the next edition of the Biel Chess Festival.
He just really likes it here because recently the top Vietnamese grandmaster has not really been very active. He right now resides in USA. He is the head coach of Webster University, having, I believe it was year 2021 when he replaced the legendary Susan Polgar as the head coach of the university's chess program. Ever since he's been doing it, I'm playing a couple of super tournaments once a year, and Biel is one of them.
And he's always coming here. He always is happy to play at the Biel Chess Festival. But yeah, it's really exciting to see his performance.
And maybe also you, there, yours. You're going to decide that you want to see this action live next year. Just book your calendars because Biel Chess Festival always happens around the same time. Something like 10th July for the next 2 weeks. There's all kinds of tournaments. Not only the main event, the Masters and Challengers. There's Amateurs tournament. There's Masters tournament. There's the Physicians tournament. There's the Kids tournament. There's a Simul.
By the way, there's also week tournaments.
There's
for example,
the weekend tournament.
Yes, like if you cannot play like for 10 days, this very long tournament, there is also a tournament which starts on Monday and finishes on Friday, so just 5 days of your time, and also playing in the same playing hall as the top players in the Challengers and Masters. It's actually a great experience.
Yes, and you're also going to get to see us live here.
Yes. That's the best part.
Advertisement finished. All right, so what do we have here? A couple of moves have been played, and I think we left it after a5. This was the last move we saw this position.
Yeah, we were a little bit surprised that a5 was played.
Pretty interesting.
Very interesting idea.
Yeah, to play bishop a6.
Yeah, and bishop a6 I think we saw on the board. So with that idea to capture the knight on c4, to double the pawns and basically have some kind of a mirrored pawn structure.
Indeed. I'm not entirely sure what's the purpose of this move, however. What could it be? a3. Okay, I understand in some lines why it wants to play b4, but not yet, right? Because you can't really take it on b4. The rook on a1 is going to be under attack. A bit mysterious move. Maybe it's like one of those cat and mouse moves. You know, I just wait the move, pass the ball. It's your return, just in case. Maybe there's c3, b4, something, or rook b1, b4. I quite do not understand it. All right, so bishop a6 was played, and now knight e3, hitting the f5 square.
Let's try to do castle instead of bishop a6. Maybe we could try find out if b4 is possible there.
I don't think so. After b4, a takes, you're going to take on b4. You see the rook at a1.
But then there is bishop g5. But then the rook takes the rook on f1.
Ah, you wanted to do this.
Yeah, so bishop g5.
And this.
And take.
Yeah, but now, okay, now your rook is defended, and maybe I don't have to take on b4, I just take on b4, so.
All right, didn't work.
Yeah.
I just tried to find something.
Nice try, of course. You know, try to surprise a black.
But, yeah,
Not sure. Maybe it was some sort of provocation for black to include a4, which, by the way, happened.
Maybe to play b4 at some moment after a4, yes? That could be an idea.
Sometimes the minds of super GMs are mysterious. You know, okay, we'll just have to accept it's a very deep move. I'm not entirely sure I understand this move. So knight e3, okay, hits f5 square. This is pretty easy. g6 is a nice move, trying to restrict the knight. This we can understand. And yet another mysterious move, rook e1.
Maybe it's not so mysterious because maybe knight is heading to the f1 square, but actually where is the knight going from f1? Like if you go to g3, it's going to be restricted there.
Yeah,
It's actually
precisely.
a huge question.
Ah, wait, now I understand.
Maybe knight f1 and bishop e3?
Oh my goodness, this is so deep. Because I already saw the next moves that Prague made. So, maybe we are going to talk about every single move, but check the next move that Prague did. Yeah, I saw you raise your eyebrows. What is this? So, queen on d2. You know what's very interesting?
Wow, you want to go all the way to h6, or what is happening? Or
No,
you
no,
want
no,
to
no, no,
c3?
no. It's c3.
And then knight g4?
You hit a pawn and you stop bishop b4. How about that?
Every move makes sense. a3 makes sense.
This is deep.
But why rook e1 then?
Maybe just to pass the ball towards your opponent. I'm not exactly sure. You know, one thing I understand, why not queen d2 immediately? Because if you put a queen on c3, it's going to be a target. And also you see there's no queen h6 ideas, right? So that's why I think Prague played a3, which is like,
Prophylactical move.
I'm not sure this is even a proper like jack of all trades moves. You know, for every single scenario, this move is just a good move. This position is closed, and maybe that's why the loss of the tempo doesn't really matter, and he's, you know, fishing here, essentially. He's trying to get some information. And there you go, he got this information, and he probably expected that the black is going to play bishop a6, because why he did play a5 in the first place. Now he's going to play knight e3, thread with knight f5, and now suddenly after g6, this rook e1 is still kind of mystery to me. He's, I suppose, still waiting for something, and now you see queen on d2, queen h6, queen c3 becomes silly ideas.
He removes also rook from the diagonal on bishop on a6. Maybe that could be an idea, that potentially black would have f5, e4. If rook would be on f1, the bishop is looking at
Fair point. So let's say if I would do queen d2 immediately.
Maybe some f5, e4.
Ah. That is nice. And if you take on e4, there's an exchange on e1.
Yes.
Wow.
It still might be, like there might be still a compensation for white, but
Yeah, but it's very
but you
difficult to
don't want
evaluate.
to do it. Yes.
It is very difficult to evaluate this position. That's why this is a very mysterious sequence of moves. But now that we look at them closer, we understand. So a3, knight e3, rook e1, queen d2.
But maybe we could look after rook e1 if f5 is possible, because there is also still no instead of after rook e1, because there is still rook queen on e2 instead of bishop c5. Yes, here, because there is still queen on e2. Just to see the difference.
Maybe I don't have to react with this, and I just make some knight move.
Like
The knight is under
knight
attack.
where knight d2.
Okay, this is not fair. Knight c4 takes and queen d1.
Wow. All right.
That is weird.
That is very weird, but it's working.
Yeah, you trapped the queen. And
That's
if
very
black takes on
nice.
c4,
But you can also play knight g4 with the same idea.
here.
Yes, knight
E4.
g4 with the same idea. Just
but-
the bishop cannot take.
There's some other crazy moves here. Okay, what is this? I could include intermezzo moves, bishop g5 and queen g7 and
The whole board is on fire, basically. What is happening?
yeah, the crazier the better. All right, so for Prague, apparently this rook e1 was like general move, which is going to serve against a 5.
Yes.
I like it. I like it. And you know, that's the difference. That's the difference, obviously, between Prague and maybe us mortal players. Because let's say a normal being looks at this position, he's wondering, I haven't developed my pieces. I should develop my pieces. So the bishop on c1 is not doing anything. I'm going to play bishop e3. And black is going to play f6. You're going to play rook e1. Black is going to play, I don't know, maybe saying bishop a6. You're going to take it. You're going to play knight e3. And after knight e6, you're wondering what I'm doing here. Because there's no pawn play. And it only takes a player caliber like Prague to get anything out of this. So that's why this is a very, very deep idea indeed. I'm just amazed. a3, knight e3, rook e1, and queen d2. With the idea to put either the queen on c3 or queen h6.
Yeah, it's huge idea.
Very deep thinking. And also stopping these f5 ideas, as you said. Here Limle played a4.
So maybe it was actually a provocation, right?
It could
It's
be. I
A3.
mean, you're kind of thinking in some lines to play b4, in some lines. Maybe c3, b4, or c3, d4, I'm not entirely sure. So a4, queen c3. Now this pawn is quite difficult to defend because if you play c5, there's knight e5.
Yeah, you cannot really push it forward. The light squares are going to be weak.
Yeah, by the way, Engine says this is still playable, but
But you would not play it as a human for sure.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, now bishop b7 was chosen because the bishop on a6 does nothing anymore, so you improve it to b7, and this is where Prague counter-strikes in the center with d4.
Actually, looking at the position, it looks like a big improvement to what we had before. There was just a bishop pair for black. For Liam, there was just bishop pair. And okay, there is, of course, some problems with the pawn structure, but these all maneuvers with the pieces for white made the position of white look more appealing, better, and this actually bishops are standing very close. I'm a bit surprised to see d4 to be played so quickly because it's a very dynamic move. It would help the bishops to be opened, but there should be some concrete idea. So what happens after d4?
No, I think there's a bit larger problem here because the way Prague played out this position and the way black responded, black's next move, I think, is going to be c5. So if here Prague would have spent something else, he would have done something else. He would have played, let's say, I don't know, h3, for whatever reason. Black is going to play c5. And now look at this position, ask yourself, where's my pawn play? Yeah, so b, push, makes no sense. A takes on b3 en passant, black opens up the a file. Can you play d4? You can forget it. The queen on c3 stands really awkward. Can you play f4? Never going to happen. No. Knight on e3, rook on e1. They stand just not right to make it happen. So what else is there? Okay, maybe there's some knight e5. Some knight e5 tricks, and black would maybe take it, and I don't know, something like a short castle. And again, white is just lacking this pawn play. So that's why here I think Prague decided that the way he played out, he simply has to. He has to play d4. And it's really tricky, Angelika, because again, it feels like it's contradicting the entire philosophy of the system. Yes. But if he doesn't open up the position, if he doesn't use the pawns, then he simply risks running out of any play whatsoever.
Yeah, but also we see that the king of the black is still in the center, so maybe he's trying somehow to open up the files to create something. But I would say that in the next move, most likely, of course, if black takes on d4, you don't want to castle short anymore because the position looks very open there. But what about castling long?
Yeah, but he had the pawn on a4.
You're right. The pawn is actually...
I mean, you would castle long if you had the pawn on a7, and castling long would be really nice. Here, do you really want to castle long? I'm going to play something like b3. Or maybe some other move. I'm going to try to rip it apart. Okay, Engine again disagrees with me. But, I mean, I'm going to use this pawn on a4 as a target. I want to go here. I want to go here. I want to play a5. I want to black suffer. So that's why for Limle, the long castle with the pawn on a4 is not really so obvious. I think he has to take. I'm not sure what happens now. There's knight e4. There's queen d4 as well. How do you defend the rook?
Yeah, so the thing is you can try to long castle, but again the a4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, so that is risky. Maybe knight e5.
Knight e5, there is some knight c4. No, knight c4.
No, then I'm going to take on
yes.
f3. Doesn't feel dangerous. Actually, yeah, this looks pretty okay for black. Both castles, okay, maybe a long castle not, but short castle looks perfectly okay. So maybe Prague wants to play knight e4, hit the pawn on c6. How do you defend? And there might be some tactical ideas here, like knight e5. No? Not knight e5. I thought there's going to be a big attack.
Maybe queen e5?
I'll just take it.
Yes, just take
it. Yeah, just take it. I just blundered. I'm not sure. Maybe knight b5, bishop e5, remove the queen, queen d3, knight d5, knight c4. It looks interesting. This d4 move is a very concrete move. And that's why, you know, chess is so difficult to understand because you go from the very beginning, this entire setup, you kind of here, You say no to the Berlin defense. D4 knight f6 takes, which is one of the
To
core
the
ideas.
endgame, yes.
Yeah, 4 pawns against 3. Black has 2 bishops, etc. But it doesn't mean that you don't want to do that at some point later. So even if white plays d3, even if white takes on c6, he aims for this typical idea of f4 at some point. Maybe there is a moment when he might change his mind and still push d4. So black has this sort of false sense of security that this is never going to happen. I like this d4. I'm not sure. Engine
Yes.
does like it though.
Engine doesn't like, but looks very logical. You go for this. D4 is a very typical idea, and yeah, I mean it's also very tough to see like the next move for black. Like it feels like you have to take on D4 from black.
Yeah,
I don't see any other.
shoot
Right.
castle feels risky.
Yes.
There could be some knight g4.
Knight G4, Knight H6, Bishop H6, everything. Knight H6 checkmate, such a beautiful one.
Yeah, the king cannot go anywhere, so that's a mate. So if you can't do that, then, well, this looks pretty ugly actually. Look at this. Takes.
Yeah, the pawn structure is not good.
I think Prague would go here without hesitation.
Yeah, any moment.
Any moment he would see this position, he would definitely go here. Okay, maybe black is somehow holding this, but if he would get to this endgame, get the bishop somewhere on c3 or g3, keep one rook on the board, pressure forever, probably still within the drawing range, but that's the best he could do probably.
Yeah, for sure. So that's why it's very difficult.
Woo!
We were discussing this long castle just a couple of
Long
weeks.
castle.
Long castle actually played. Wow.
Long castle. Wow.
Crazy. Wow.
This game is heating up.
I love to see this opposite side castle.
Limble is
I
not
love
backing down. He's like, you got it. You wanted to fight. You got it. There you go. There I am. Do your worst. Long castle. This is also a very strong message from the reigning champion. I'm not afraid of you. Come and get me. I'm right here. I'm at the queen's side. Come and get me. Play b3. Play something. I'm very solid. I'm in great shape. I know this position. Do your worst.
Maybe what happened actually is that Limble went and looked what is happening on the board of Abhimanyu against Martirosyan. He said, oh, most likely it's going to be a draw. So what do I need to become a winner today? I need a victory. And he's like, oh, but maybe it's my turn to be ambitious today and actually try to fight for a victory against Prague today.
Just to remind you, the viewers, what is the current standings overall? Because Limble is leading the tournament with 25.5 points. And if Martirosyan's game against Mishra finishes in a draw and Limble wins this game where suddenly things get really interesting, then he is essentially the winner of this year's triathlon. That's what's at stake right here. That's why it's very, very important for also Limble to try to use the opportunities that might arise. He played it very solid, but he is not afraid to fight.
Yeah, this is crazy what we see today. A huge fight on all of the boards we have. And Prague, we see from his body language, he's looking forward to it.
This is also good news for Prague.
Yes, it's
Because Prague is like, okay, come on, let's come out and play, come out and play, and there you go. And Limble says, I'm there for you. There you go. Let's do this. Let's make it a very exciting game. And I'm not really sure if both players can properly estimate the position. I think that for Prague, this is exactly the kind of combination he was looking for. Now he might have a realistic chance to try to complicate the game and maybe win it. We'll see.
Yes, for sure. And huge moment for Prague to become also ambitious, considering he has a king castle short. Which way? How can he try to start an attack? I mean, it's already these questions coming to his mind. We see that he's slightly shaking with a hand. He's doing some body language movements with the arm. He's getting ready for a fight.
Yeah, so I think here he's going to spend quite a bit of time because he has 1 minute and 8 seconds. Long castle is something that he quite didn't expect. I think he was mainly expecting some e-takes on d4 or short castle. A long castle here is invitation to have some fun. Prague is going to kindly accept it. So let's simply move on to the game of Mishra against Ike Martirosyan, because that's the other game in the Masters tournament where we have this probably drawn Endgame in obstacle, bishops and rooks each endgame. But we have amazing numbers on the clock for both players.
Wow. We see 2 hours and 12 minutes for Abhimanyu and 1 hour 18 minutes for
Oh my
Ike
goodness.
Martirosyan.
But actually, I think Ike's clock is not correct, is it now? It
Yeah,
should be.
it should-
It should be 2 hours and 20. 2 hours and 18.
Oh wait, it's move 40, so he has to execute one more move, and then
Oh.
he will get, an extra hour. Wow.
Poor Ike. Imagine this. Ike will have to play this position for the next 5 hours.
Arthur's the 40th move is very important. Confirmed by Martirosyan.
Is Ike going to find the only move here with 1 hour and 70 minutes on the clock?
That's a huge
We're going to have to
question.
find out. Okay, that's probably more like many moves in this position. Okay, jokes aside, what do we do here with black? How do you make a draw?
By the way, I see that we have like a huge development on the board. We were considering that there could be some ideas for black to have pawns on h5, g6, f7. We see that that's not what happened. So maybe there is still some chance for black to put the pressure on the pawns on the king side.
Here?
No, for white to put
white.
pressure on the king side.
Oh.
Because we were considering, that there are the pawns should be located on f7, g6, h5. Instead of it, we have pawns h5, g6, f6. Some pawns are on the dark squared, the color of the bishop on d4.
I mean, there's so many ways how black can play here. And rook c1, now Ike just got an extra hour on the clock. This is a position, this is a situation I've never yet seen before here in Biel. So the players have combined a total of 4 hours and 30 minutes on the clock. This is move 40. Rook c1 is a nice move. Yeah, it just stops white from playing bishop c5, bishop f8 ideas. So even if here white plays rook here, I'm just going to play bishop d5. I mean, what do? Rook c2, put the rook here to have some pressure, and just literally not move, like at all. I'm just going to stand. Maybe bishop e6, bishop d5, bishop e6, bishop d5. How do you get the bishop on f8?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge question. Maybe, Artus, we could go back and maybe again remind how this actually happened, that this game was actually a repetition of the game of Abhimanyu Mishra against Ike Martirosyan from the Rapid, which happened actually already more than a week ago, a week and a half or so.
So it's a highly theoretical Italian game. The players know it. There was no surprise. They already played it in the Rapid game, as you already said. I was quite surprised to see that Mishra decided to repeat it. He probably had some ideas, or maybe actually it was the other hand, he had no ideas what to do against Martirosyan's very solid defense, so he just played this, just in case, maybe in the long run, I have some chances. Ike is such a solid player. He's very, very tough to beat, right? So that's why here Mishra simply decided to play whatever he played in the Rapid game and just hope for something. Maybe he doesn't mind a draw.
Yeah, maybe he does not, and we see he played, again, this line what they had in the Rapid game, everything kind of forced, but in this moment...
Yeah, this is pretty modern
Yes.
stuff, A4, B4. Modern engines really like this. Grab space, do not define the placement of the pieces. It's a very early, very, very trendy stuff right now. That's the way how you play chess. So knight e2, typically the bishop on c1 waits to be developed. You just don't know where to place it, so that's why it's going to wait. Knight b6, bishop b5, hitting the pawn on d3, that's why the bishop has to be defended. And this is, again, is a very topical line. And white simply has to go for this setup, d4. Otherwise, c6 or f5, by the way, f5, e4. Sometimes there's ideas like black pushes f5, e4, opens up the file with very dangerous counterattack, and white simply has no time. So he has to go here, massive trades again, and that's how they got here. And here Martirosyan slightly diverted from the Rapid game, where he played a4, and here instead he played bishop g6. Hardly a surprise, really.
Yes, and here was the moment Abhimanyu spent some time, but the position eventually came to something what they had already in the Rapid game. They already played a draw there. So the problem for black, there are sometimes not in time to defend all of the pawns, and rook is entering all the way to the e7 So that's why, actually, at some moment, black is losing a pawn. I mean, there is no way to hold to both of the pawns. But in return, there is getting very positioned with a limited material on the queen side with opposite colored bishop. And it's something what it might be very easy to defend.
So the main problem also for Mishra here, he cannot trade rooks. He never can do that. Let me show you once again the point. For example, you play bishop a6, trade it here. If these were the bishops of the same color, I think it would be like very close to technically winning position.
Yes.
Because the king could advance, push forward the c-pawn, make progress. And here it's very important to understand the concept of a fortress. So fortress is you reach a position where your opponent cannot do anything about you. So I'm thinking moves like h5. Let's say, okay, I'm not really sure what white is going to do. g6. Bishop is going to take care of the kingside pawns. So let me make a couple of moves. Doesn't really matter. Maybe, I'm not sure how precise is this. There you go. This is the position the black wants. The c-pawn is going nowhere. This bishop cannot get rid of the king. That's why in obstacle bishops there's this tendency that they're very often drawn. And you cannot crash through at the king side because the bishop is holding together. That's it. So sometimes there are some exceptions. The king is advancing those pawns and white tries to crash through, but normally no. There's no chance here at all. So that's why here Mishra is going to try to keep the rooks on the board at all costs.
So that's why he's, of course, not trading. And we have the current position. Rook c7 was played. Some ambitions for the young American player, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess. But unfortunately, even if bishop goes somewhere to f7 or e6 or d3 or, okay, f1 actually in this case, the pawn cannot move forward. That's going to be simply taken, that the pawn is blockaded on c4. How do you progress here? Is there any way you can try it? Do you play something like f4, f5? Can you do it?
Try to teleport the bishop on f8. That's the only idea I can think of.
Maybe bishop a7.
Like this?
Yes, something like this.
And then go back?
Yes.
It could
Or
be.
actually bishop e3, bishop f4, bishop d6.
This is also a threat, by the way, I think. h4, trade the pawns.
Actually, good point. Yeah, so this is maybe h4 must be played, but then once you play h4, you locate one more pawn on the dark square, so...
Right. No, I don't think we are going to see no surprises here. So Martirosyan is just sitting there super confident. He has 2 hours more than he needs. He has got this. He could defend this position. The bullet game probably 1+1. Okay, maybe not like in 1+0, but 1+1 he would easily defend it. And Ike is a brilliant speechless player, one of the best players. One of his past achievements involve getting a bronze medal in 2022 World Blitz Championships behind Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. So for him, 2 hours here is like too much.
Artus, would you defend this position with 1+1?
I think so, yeah.
Yes?
But okay, I mean, jokes aside, I mean, Abhimanyu has to do something, right?
Yes.
So he went here for a good reason. He didn't really realize what else he can do against a solid Armenian. And this is the position that he wanted. Maybe it was part of his opening prep for this game. In case my opponent finds all the right moves, we are going to go here. So I think he's going to try for 10 moves, not more. I don't really think they're going to battle it out for 5 moves. And you can also see that Mishra doesn't really look super concentrated. He knows that objectively it's almost impossible to make the progress here. But again, you're the stronger side. You have the extra pawns, so you try something.
Yeah, but also maybe it's a good point for the players to get some extra rest before the final game tomorrow, because for Ike it's going to be a game against current leader Lim Le. So if today Lim is playing a draw against Pragnananda, tomorrow the battle of Ike and Lim is going to decide the fate of the tournament, who is going to be the first place. So maybe that's what Armenian #1 is expecting.
Yeah, and h4, by the way, was just played. Rook c2 is on the board. In the meantime, let's just go to the remaining game we haven't yet seen after the break. That's the game of Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali, the game in the Challengers Tournament, which is essentially the battle for the second place. because we already know the winner, the champion of the challengers. His name is Salem Saleh, very strong grandmaster from United Arab Emirates. He was simply too good for this tournament.
Yeah, he was simply amazing in the blitz portion, scoring 9 out of 10, not losing a single game. He scored 8 wins and 2 draws. Absolutely incredible performance, and eliminated also the Danish Grandmaster Jonas Biel with his amazing performance. No one was expecting that.
Yeah, I definitely was ranking him among the favorites because Salem is a very strong player, obviously. He already played in the Biel GMT, or the so-called Masters tournament 2 years ago, when he was one of the strongest players among all of the players. He got the second place. I think he had shared second, third place, and he was among the favorites. And then in the challengers, he's just dominating really here, and he impressed us a couple of times here in the interviews in the studio with his brilliant calculations. But he's also a human being, by the way. Yesterday, this absolutely insane tactic that Vaishali had against him. You have to check out the game of the day that Angelika recapped yesterday on Biel's YouTube channel. Even Salem didn't see it.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy game. Also, the game they had in the classical portion where Vaishali was completely winning. So it's not that there were no adventures for Salem Salem. Of course, there were still some players who tried to stop him on the way to the winner, but he became unstoppable. And for now, we have a match of Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali, and we have isolated Queen's pawn, the similar what we had already yesterday, again Vaishali against Saleh Salem, but we have a bishop on g2, and I see that there is no dark squared bishop for Vaishali anymore.
Yeah, we're going to step back a couple of moves to understand how did they get there. This was some sort of a Tarash. Started as an English opening, it transposed to some Tarash, and now a4, bishop g4. Vaishali decided she could keep the dark square bishop on b6 because she just quite did not understand where to put it.
I actually know why Alexander went for trading this bishop, because he saw yesterday's game of Vaishali and he saw that she might play something like knight e4 and go for the knight f2. Crazy idea.
Very nice point. I mean, Vaishali has a thing for sacrificing the bishops on f2 or f7. Okay, on f7 she decided to sacrifice the rook. So Vaishali against Donchenko was one of the rounds in the classical tournament when Vaishali played one of the most beautiful moves of the round, immediately destroying the German grandmaster's position. And then yesterday, indeed, this bishop takes an f2, or no, it was knight takes an f2. That's why here Donchenko immediately eliminates the bishop, says it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen indeed, and queen takes. We see that there is a bishop pair advantage already for white. Bishop g5, very logical move, targeting the knight, which is protecting the isolated pawn on d5, but it's allowing knight e4 jump again, and bishop e3.
This is really a lovely sequence, because if you play bishop e3 immediately, then black plays d4.
Oh, such nice idea.
Yeah, so that's why here, okay, maybe white can still continue with bishop g5, and then I suppose black plays something like knight e5. The pawn on d4 typically in these positions favors the isolated pawn, the player who has the isolated pawn, because the pawn on e2 becomes more vulnerable. And that's why this was a very nice provocation, because white wants to take on f6, and after knight e4, now he goes back, and now d4 is not possible because the knight on e4 is hanging.
A very nice idea, very important, and of course on such high level, players are always considering how can they trick the opponent, how can they execute an idea but with a better version, even though it feels like white is losing a tempo because knight e4 is attacking the bishop. In this position, actually it's the black who has to retreat with the queen right now.
Yeah, and she did. She played queen a6, just in case, hitting the pawn on e2, in case white is thinking about knight e4 blockade. Because again, it's quite important, typically in these positions, try to envision the ideal scenario from both players. And white's idea is that white wants to put the knight on d4, put the bishop on d4, and then secure it with d3. So let's say black would play queen d8, you play knight e4, takes, there you go. Perfect. I mean, white has two bishops. This pawn is a weakness, it's not a strength anymore. So you can play something like e3, maybe queen b3, hit the pawn on d5, not to blunder the fork on d2, and supposedly do great. And that's why this queen a6 is directly directed against it, because you see after knight e4, takes, the pawn on e2 is under attack.
And that's the moment when you remind yourself your bishop is on g2, your bishop is not on e2 anymore. It's not protecting the pawn on e2, which is being targeted by black. Of course, very nice idea.
Yeah, so queen a6 is a good move. Rook d1 applies pressure. Rook d8, defense. a3 just in case, gaining space, stopping any knight b4 ideas. A good move. Rook e8, rook c1. Okay, these moves really make sense so far. Both of the players have got what they wanted. And now the question is, where is Vaishali's plan?
A huge question. First of all, I mean, we're already having a lot of isolated queen's pawn positions in the tournament. Yesterday we had her game against Saleh Salem. Of course, one of the most general principles for the isolated pawn, if you're playing with isolated pawn, you don't really want to trade the pieces. You want to try to complicate the position, to make it more unclear. You want to locate your knights on the outpost squares. She already has one knight on e4, by the way, and she has brought all the rooks into the play. And it's actually white who has tried to put more pressure on the d5 pawn.
Indeed. So it's a bit tough for black to pick up the next move. Rook on d8, rook on d8 is done nicely. Knight on c6, knight on e4, bishop g4 is done nicely. Now what? I'm thinking it could be some slower move like h6, pass the ball towards your opponent and see what happens, because white's still going to play knight e4. These are the moments when very often club-level players get confused. They don't really know what to do. And that's why it is up to the player, depending on their experience, to perfectly identify what needs to be done. Is this the position where I stand and do nothing? Is this the position where I slowly improve my position? Is this the position where I charge forward? Or instead, I provoke my opponent? Very tricky.
Yeah, that's why when you're playing with the isolated pawn, you have to understand this is potentially a weakness. If you leave the position like this, in this static position, and just trade the pieces or just play around, white is the one who is going to be better. So Vaishali for sure needs to find some plan to create some initiative in this position for herself as a compensation for this isolated pawn and also for a bishop pair for white.
And h6, by the way, was just played. I think this is perfectly normal move, just in case. You know, you just make here just in case moves to ensure you're never getting a background checkmate. You take care of the g5 square. It doesn't do much. But again, now the ball is back at white's court, and the white has to be the one to decide, what do you do? And if we look at the tournament standings, Donchenko here is only half a point ahead of Vaishali. So for him, draw wouldn't be really terrible. But I also think it's rather a principle fight. It's very principled for him, because he wants to have some revenge for this terrible loss he experienced. And I don't think that Donchenko, before the start of the tournament, he was predicting he's going to be crushed by Vaishali. He probably thought, I should try to win against Vaishali and maybe play solo against the other players. Vaishali absolutely demolished him. So that's why here it's a principle.
Yeah, I just recall once Alexander was joining us in the studio after one of his wins, finally, once he could rehabilitate, after that game with Vaishali, he told to the studio and he told us that actually he deserved to lose at least 2 or 3 times in that game against Vaishali, where she sacrificed very beautifully rook f7. So that was a complete, she completely crushed Alexander. And of course, mentally, for Alexander, it would be great to have some sort of revenge. But speaking about Alexander, actually, we had a couple of days ago a rest day, where the players were organized together to play some basketball. And Alexander was actually one of the players. And we see here, we see Vincent also there.
Yeah, we were there, we were watching indeed. There's Vincent Kara playing basketball, Jonas Biel right now with the ball. Also, look, Leon Mendonca from the MTO, one of the strongest players.
One of the leaders, by the way.
And Vincent tried to score. I think he did right now.
Yes, he did.
He's doing really well in general. Also, our social media big help. Arne Kohler is right there, and several very high title players. It was rather surprising to see that they decided to play basketball today, because in strong chess tournaments, usually the accustomed sports normally during the rest day is playing football. As you can actually see, you can play football there, but for some reason they decided to play basketball.
Yes, and we see also Jonas Bier is passing to Arne, who is from Chess Base here, also in charge of the social media. So, yeah, very nice activities here being organized from the team of the Biel Chess Festival. So it was very nice to see players, even though they demoted, they were, both of them, Vincent Keimer, Jonas Bier, they were eliminated, but despite of that fact, they still came, they played the round of this basketball to have some nice time together, and Donchenko also joined them.
I think also Vincent is one of the, I think the only player actually from the eliminated players who has stayed here in Biel so far. Not sure what he does really right now during these days.
But his sister is also playing in one of the open tournaments.
Right, so the entire family here, so
Yes.
he's somewhere around chilling. And everybody else has left because I talked also with Jonas Bjerre. He was leaving on Tuesday, I believe. So this was
Yes,
Monday when the rest day was being, when they had the sports event. So it was really fun. Also, one of the main reasons why the players are coming here to Biel, just to also have some fun.
To enjoy. Arturs, do you think Donchenko could join this basketball because he had a rest day yesterday, or do you think he would join anyway? What do you think?
Not sure. I think these kind of activities are very important for players to socialize because I think in general also why players play in tournaments. Of course, you play in tournaments, try to get some prize money. You play in tournaments to get, for somebody it's to get GM norms, to get experience. But for some, it's just to socialize as well, and that's why I know quite a few players who are playing in open tournaments just to meet people, meet friends, have some fun, play some basketball.
And Donchenko, one of those players who is going all in for all kinds of activities. He was even on the board with all of us together, confessing that he actually cannot swim. So, in case something would happen, we would have to save him, rescue him from the lake. But yeah, he's all in for good chess on the board and also off the board. And also, let's not forget, he was the one who won the Chess 960 tournaments, and he was the one who was in the lead of the Rapid tournament.
Right, indeed. Now, do they have any more moves here after age 6? No.
Nothing.
Right, so the big question is, how does Donchenko make a progress? So how does he get a knight on d4? Because again, I don't think he can do it immediately. Can he? Can he play knight e4? So let's say he plays knight e4. Black most likely is going to take it. Let's say you play rook takes on d4, and there goes the pawn on e2. Which maybe is not really so terrible, because, okay, white has lost a pawn, but you get very active bishops. Maybe you have some sort of a follow-up, something like queen c7 or queen b3. The position is pretty open. Maybe it's not really so bad, but it looks pretty solid for black at the same time. And I'm wondering, how else do you make progress?
I'm just looking at this e2 pawn, and I'm wondering how can I protect the pawn so that I can still keep my attack, my pressure on the pawn on d5.
I love the thought process. So where it leads you?
Should I play bishop f1?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because the bishop on g2 doesn't do much. We are seeing the winner of the Challengers tournament, Salem, so like, hey, Salem, are you going to join us maybe at some point? I think we are going to make maybe a very short break, and then you could join us, right? All right, awesome. We are going to have a special guest here with us after the break. So, yeah, I suppose then we are going to follow this game after a while. Dear viewers, I hope you're enjoying this coverage so far. This is how many hours is it? 2 hours already are in after day 2 of the final stage in the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, which is the main event of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We are going to be seeing you after the break. And we're back live from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival here in Biel Congress Center. I have a very special guest with me, Salek Salem, the winner of the Challengers Tournament. Huge congratulations to you, Salek.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you here. Have you actually done any commentary before?
No, yeah, actually, I have done during the World Championship match. I have done like three games in Arabic, but most of my experience is like after games and so on. But I actually love it.
All right, awesome. So we are really happy to have you here because some of those positions I looked at, for example, Prague's game against Limle, I just did not understand it. Probably you have some insights why they're doing this. I'm not really sure. So those are the positions that we have right now.
Let's check it. I think you put me under big pressure because I have no idea what's going on. It's very complex.
Yeah.
So we can start actually with that game, or we think with the Vaishali game. Let's check first the challenger, maybe.
Yeah, let's do that. The challenger, of course, because you just won this tournament. You said something before the start of our broadcast that there's something interesting happening there, and there were some interesting moments. Can you maybe go back?
Yeah, let's go back like a few moves. Yeah, first of all, to Queen C2 move, it's not the main move, but Kasparov played it twice, so like a legend, I have to mention. And okay, it's one of the moves. And then Bishop B6 is normal, and like Knight C3, Knight A4. And here is actually she played Bishop G4. What?
She played Bishop G4.
This is actually not accurate, and it's interesting. Rook E8 is actually quite important. During game you might think, Rook E8, Bishop G4, both will happen anyway, but actually there is like, already there are some precise points. Let's say White wants to take on B6, normally, and like in the game, Bishop G5, for example.
I see your point.
But here there's a big difference. First of all, there is a move which looks very weird, Rook E6. So basically, you want to kick this bishop, and you don't want to allow bishop e3. Yeah. So if black would go knight e4 instead, then I think bishop e3, and if white gets control over d4, here might be some tactic.
The bishop is under attack in some lines. Yeah. Knight e4 probably somehow overloaded.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to give bishop e3. So this is what black is actually fighting against. And if white gets bishop e3, rook d1, white is better. So here there is rook e6, and there is other move which is also very strange. Yeah, the point of rook e6 looks very weird. Let's say rook a d1. You can still play h6, because after bishop f6, rook f6 you cannot take because of knight b4. So but rook e6 nobody is gonna find. It looks very ugly. But the other point was knight g4, which looks also more ridiculous. And with the bishop on g4 you didn't have this move. And okay, it looks like you left the d pawn unprotected, but again, like rook a d1 maybe, I think
there's no threat.
Yeah, there is no threat. And if you play h3 to kick the knight instead, then knight e5, knight takes, rook takes, let's say bishop f4, and suddenly you left d4 square unprotected, and there is knight d4. So this rook e8 actually was quite important. And after bishop g4, white played correctly here. Took and bishop g5.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So
And white's getting the grip now on d4. It's not like a big deal. I think there were games played earlier, but white's slightly better already. Yeah. So let's see what happened. Rook d1.
Yeah. So rook d1, a3, rook c1, h6, and queen d3.
Queen d3, yeah?
Yeah, that's a bit surprising. Because earlier I was thinking here, obviously, okay, knight e4 would be under my radar, try to occupy the d4 square, but it costs a pawn on e2. I'm not sure if I have the compensation, but I was thinking, can you play bishop f1 here, no? Yeah,
bishop f1 it prepares it, and also it's unpleasant for black. This queen almost trapped, in some cases. It's scary. I think bishop f1 is a good move. Black made all the... put the setup. Now it's already what to do next, for black.
Yeah.
After bishop f1, it's not easy to find the move.
He played queen e3 instead. I suppose he wants to take on d3 still with the rook, right, to get to the weakness?
Yeah, we will have to consider both, I think, because also taking with a pawn, if there nothing concrete is good, then you can get like rook e1, knight d4. I think he would be also quite happy. But is there anything concrete? Maybe some knight g5 or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, knight
takes,
g5
takes.
looks pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, now I can also chop on f3 and go knight d4 myself in some cases. Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, in this case, I think it works. Yeah,
Right.
it's fine for black. So yeah, maybe he wants to take with the rook.
To create some pressure here.
Yeah. Okay,
might-
changing queens in general should favor white, right, or not?
I think so, yeah, but there's again some forcing lines like bishop f3, knight e5, or maybe there's e takes and f3. Because I thought there's knight e5.
And bishop takes e4.
Ah, the pawn on a7 is under attack, okay.
Yeah. Okay, you still can get rook d2. Yeah, maybe you can take on b2 and go rook b5. Rook
Okay,
Yeah.
somehow my tactics fail.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can survive this way, but it's still slightly better maybe for white.
Yeah, it feels nice. So this queen d3,
But black has
Plausible.
not many options, right?
yeah, queen a6 is a big threat, and knight on c6 is falling, and you don't really play queen a5. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
I
queen
suppose?
a5, queen a4. I mean, they don't see a point behind, unless you really hate queen takes d3. But let's check queen d3 again. Rook d3, and here. Yeah, if black is slow, white will get everything. Yeah, so black has to do something. But what to do?
Rook d1. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that the bar says that black is even slightly better. So this most likely means there's something concrete.
Yeah, something maybe with d4. If it works, it could be good. Yeah.
Hitting the pawn.
So how do you take? Yeah, you take this way.
Oh.
Bishop takes e2. Yeah. That was my point.
Yeah.
No, this knight. Wait, knight takes d2. What's going on? No, d2. Knight takes d2.
Oh,
Yeah. Too many pieces there, yeah?
yeah, I
It's,
just
crowded.
I didn't even notice. Yeah, actually, this is then a big problem.
Yeah, so what's the point then? If bishop takes d4, maybe it still has to be checked or not. Bishop f3.
And
Yeah,
knight-
but then there is knight e2 at the end, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just rook e4.
Rook e4. No, I thought with the pawn you could take, but then knight e2, yeah.
Knight e4 takes to rook and e2 is
Everything hangs.
everything. Yeah.
So
everything.
what to do after d4?
Queen d3, rook d3, and d4.
Yeah, this.
Well, I think in general, I'm not really maybe that a big expert in these positions, like, but I think that the black pushes d4 and the white is unable to recapture it. In general, the pawn stands better on d4 than on d5. No?
Yeah, that's I think the general rule, yeah.
Yeah. So that there's some vulnerabilities on the pawn on e2, and if white cannot really recapture, then I suppose Vaishali is just doing great.
Yeah, and then white loses the harmony. I mean, like with knight on d4, everything makes sense. Now suddenly, if pieces has to go back, then yeah, white loses harmony. So it's not easy to come up with a move like bishop d2. Yeah, bishop d2. Yes.
Yeah, but then at least I suppose black can just go here,
Yeah.
have a healthy position. The pawn on e2 is under attack. Maybe there's even some d3 ideas in some positions.
Yeah, black is more than fine. I think black can get ambitious here.
So most likely e takes on d3 then.
Yeah, and then knight g5. Maybe this is what Alex underestimated, or he has deeper point. Let's check.
Can
So
he sacrifice the exchange? Is this good?
you mean knight g5, bishop takes d1.
Probably not enough, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I have to confess. I mean, these are the positions I never quite understand, especially two bishops
Yeah.
against an exchange. Two bishops and a pawn.
Yeah, I also have a big weakness to exchange sacrifices. I usually like to sacrifice exchange, but recently, like computer says that the rook is actually a very strong piece. You know, somehow the old wisdom was.
Who could
this-
have known, yeah?
Yeah, it's changing.
Yeah.
So, but like I recently. From some like lower rated players, yeah, some stream I was watching, and the guy was explaining simply that when there is exchange sacrifice, you have to check is there enough files for the rooks or not, something simple like that. And I started to apply, and I think it actually makes sense. So in this case, I think like rook c8, and you think that's probably good for black, yeah.
Right.
You have enough files.
All right. Okay. By the way, we still have more games, but apparently there's a video I would like to show you because we have been involved in some activities past 2 years ago. Do you recognize who these are?
Yeah, it seems like I won. Can we see it again in slow motion?
Again, can you do like slow motion?
But did you cheat? I see that you started running before me. I was just looking at you.
Maybe you started too late. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That was not really the greatest sprint I ever had, but yeah, you beat me anyway.
Yeah, great.
So that is from this excursion we had 2 years ago when you were playing the GMT and we visited this Omega Museum here, right?
Yeah, it was pretty nice actually. Yeah.
Very nice memories, indeed. All right. Thank you for the dear producer for bringing this up. So. We were involved in some activities already 2 years ago. All right, let's go back maybe to another game. It's your call. Which one do you check?
Yes, let's check the Lequan game.
All right. So, what's happening here? So maybe I'm going to go through the very beginning.
Yeah, let's go.
Are you E4 or D4 player mainly?
I'm D4 mainly, yeah. Right. I'm not Berlin player, so I'm not expert at all here.
So, what's your relationship towards Berlin? Yes, no, hate it, love it, no opinion?
Yeah, okay, I hate it. Because I don't play it with black. I think if I would be playing it with black, maybe I would like it, yeah?
I also hate it, yeah. I have to confess. I never quite like it because it immediately gets the game to the endgame.
Yeah.
So I'm all for a bigger fight. Bishop c6, queen e2. You can stop me whenever you feel you want, or I'm just going to slowly move forward.
Okay, it's all logical, I think. B6, okay, this is like maybe first interesting moment, yeah? Okay, I guess it's probably theory, because from what I understand is when you go knight d7, you usually want to go f6 and maneuver the knight to e6, yeah?
Yeah, something like here, bishop d6, c5.
Yeah, let's say f6 here, but sometimes you give up this idea of knight h4 too early. Maybe this is what he was worried of, I don't know.
Yeah, and also f4 is an opportunity and long castle.
Yeah.
So...
Or just some alternative, yeah. B6 is interesting.
Maybe you could mention some similar examples where it is very, very important to delay the decision making, like you are playing cat and mouse, you're playing these slow moves while not defining the setup that you're choosing. How important is it at the highest level?
Yeah, I think it's actually very important. This is like smart game, yeah? So I think... and exactly like, for example, in this kind of position, once black plays f6, both ideas are, for both colors, it's very clear. Like white want to get maybe knight to f5, like knight h4, knight e3, knight f5, sometimes f4, sometimes g3, f4, sometimes h4, h5, knight h4. It's immediately clear what to do with white. You have million plans, but you have to choose accordingly. But when you keep pawn on f7, it's not clear what white should do. And so that's why, like, I think black can make some useful moves. Sometimes they go a5, I think, as well. But in this case, we see why he didn't play, because later long castle happened. So he didn't want to also commit with a5. He wanted to wait, but with the move that is less committal.
But then he just couldn't resist.
He played it anyway,
He played it anyway,
Yes. I think you can play it if white pawn gets to a4 or not. Or it wasn't the case. Let's check.
Yeah, let's check it. So here...
he played a5 here.
Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting.
Yeah, some deep idea. I quite wasn't sure what to make of it. And here, look at this, the following sequence of moves. So it was very difficult to understand it. Maybe if you look at it for like a couple of minutes, what's your thought process? So here Prague plays a3.
Okay, I think, this is in general useful against long castle.
Okay.
And sometimes, if black fixes with a4, you can go b4. And then you renew the threat with cb and then b4 again.
Right. Okay, this I understand. Now knight e3 also makes sense.
But also one more thing I want to mention is that with the bishop on c8, that sometimes in a similar position, I don't know, like now you cannot go really knight f8, but sometimes there is a tactic with b4, ab, and bishop g5. And then you take on b4 and you quickly get, you sacrifice this b pawn to get to a file. In
this is what Angelica already mentioned. Yeah, she also picked it up very quickly. Yeah, nice idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop a6. Okay, bishop a6 is, again, you are delaying everything, but also I think you should keep in mind bishop takes c4. It's not stupid. That often it's a move.
And Lindley, I think he also needs just a draw most likely in this game. She's just trying to be solid.
Yeah.
So yeah, knight e3 makes sense. G6, the next move.
Rook e1. Yeah, this is mysterious. Wait, let me try and understand. So actually, instead of rook e1, let's try to think here what white could do. And then maybe we can understand how did he come up with this move, yeah?
Yeah, there was the next move is even better.
Yeah, but step by step, then maybe we will
All right,
unfold everything.
Yeah, so step by step, rook e1, bishop d6, and queen d2. That was quite something. I mean, a3, knight e3, rook e1, queen d2. Not
Yeah.
the most usual way to play.
Yes, yes. Okay, now a3 made sense with queen d2 because queen is going to c3.
And stopping bishop b4.
Yes. But I don't think that was the idea from then, you know. It's I think just a useful move. But rook e1 is interesting, like, because yeah, so he gave up on f4 ideas. What is he trying to do? c3 d4, like you already maybe some c3 queen c2 d4 is an idea, and rook on f1 would be, you know, out of this diagonal. But then why to e1 not to d1?
We were wondering with Angelica, maybe he was stopping f5.
But is f5 really
I have no idea.
happening?
I have no idea. So let's say here, if you play, I don't know,
Bishop
queen
d2, yeah? Bishop d2.
No, queen d2, same idea.
Okay, queen d2, yeah.
And now f5.
I guess, okay. Take and e4.
Would you play this?
Looks dangerous.
For who?
For both. I mean, let's say I take on e4 first to see is this, what kind of exchange sacrifice this knight takes. But your king is safe, yeah? Ah, you even want to take this?
I don't know.
That's too
I don't
greedy.
know.
That's too
Yeah,
greedy.
okay, probably. Yeah, probably too much.
Okay, probably long castle and I don't know. It looks
Yeah.
good for black.
But what would be your approach in general? Are you like one of the players who like to keep things in control? You're in charge, or maybe sometimes you don't really mind a bit chaotic position where you feel you're going to be the better player to calculate it?
No, actually, I like more to have control. And usually when it goes the other direction, it's not my choice. It just happens. And it happens all the time.
like yesterday against Mishra.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes. So I was trying to keep control, but then it went out of control because at some point there are some unexpected things. You also misevaluate things, you know. And yeah, this is how it goes, yeah.
All right. Okay, anyway, yeah, so this happened, rook e1 and queen e2, quite a mystery. Queen c3 hitting the pawn on c6.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, d4. Yeah, okay. Would you agree that the engine says this is a d4? Or
D4 to me also looks strange, honestly.
Really, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if white is running out of potential pawn play because black plays c5, then I quite don't understand.
Okay,
Maybe
first
it was-
move comes to mind is like knight c4. I don't know what exactly is my idea. I just want to open my bishop for now.
And I play c5.
c5, and I don't want to go knight e3 again, eh?
That would be bad.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy to understand what to do. So where are you castling? You are going short castle already with black.
I suppose I'll first see what you're going to do. I'm not sure.
So if I
Okay,
go...
probably short, yeah.
Yeah, if bishop h6, you will go f6, probably, right? And my bishop is almost trapped there. I don't know if I can play like h4. Is it ridiculous to play like after f6 h4? No, after f6.
Ah.
Just not to allow g5.
You already know what engines they're going to stay. They usually love it.
Yeah, my point is that maybe I go also like I open queen side and then ask you what to do. Like, I don't know, b3 you don't react, b4 maybe b4 I want to go. And if you take, I take, then I have some b4 again.
d6, yeah, maybe, or maybe. No, I think you take on d6 then.
Yeah. If you take on b4, I take on d6. If you take on b3, then cb followed by b4 again.
And if I still can castle obviously.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, I like it. h4. So this was not chosen here by Prague, and Prague instead played d4, which is a bit illogical, but I suppose he was hoping there's going to be some knight g4 ideas.
Ah, so short castle happened?
No, it didn't happen.
Yeah, this looks nice. Yeah, after knight g4.
Yeah, long castle was.
Long castle, yeah.
Would you play this for black?
I think so, yeah.
Challenge
I
accepted.
mean, like, short castle looks more scary, actually.
Yeah.
The long castle looks safe. You have too many pawns. All your pieces are there to protect your king. Yeah?
Yes.
And your rook is also suddenly playing. So knight c4 and
Yeah,
takes.
this is what we. Oh, sorry. This is what we did not see. Sorry, I lost it. Knight c4, e takes, queen d4, bishop c5, queen c3, bishop a6. There you go. The bishop goes back.
Well, actually, there was a moment like after long castle. What do you think of move very strange d5? I think it asks a very important question. Like, how do you,
This is dangerous. Yeah?
like, if you take a knight takes, yeah, you lose your bishop, and now my pieces are coming in. And c5 is, I don't think, is an option also. Like, you can try it, don't think it's good.
Maybe activate the bishop.
Yes, this or knight c5, I thought. Like, one of these two moves. Knight c5 also threatens e4. Then, let's say I take on c6, you take knight d5.
There's no knight e4. The
It's
queen's
with
on-
check. And also c6 hangs.
So I suppose black is again not taking it. The king, although maybe he still takes it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you take, okay, I take back, you can go what?
Oh,
I
e4
go
is not
e4, you allow knight maybe to c6, yeah?
Yeah,
If
knight
you go f6 would be maybe natural. So I also have my play on queen side, yeah? Like b4. b4, I like b4.
Yeah.
Not sure, take e4, maybe tactically something.
It would have been a different game.
Yes. No, bishop, maybe not knight d4, yeah? Maybe b4 anyway. Yeah, very complicated.
How did we get there?
Yeah, so this, I think d5 was interesting.
Okay. So he didn't play it. Instead, he played knight c4. I suppose he doesn't mind a trade. So this happened. Bishop c5, queen c3 makes sense to retreat. Bishop a6. I suppose the king is getting to b7. Bishop b3. Couple of trades. No, rook d1. This kind of makes sense. There's the queen trade.
Yeah, this looks very comfortable for black now.
Right. There's no attack.
There's no attack, but there's big pressure on white's position here. Yeah, this is very pleasant, yeah?
A dream Berlin.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not so bad after all.
No, it's great.
That's why people play it. Right.
Because here I can see what black, I mean, for white it's not easy to, first of all, your rook on c3 is misplaced. If you try to get it back, like, I don't know, to e3, maybe black's idea is knight to e6, f8, e6, d4, 1.
Oh, yeah.
I think knight on e6 would be nice, yeah?
Yeah, looks nice.
And
Maybe your opinion, what do you think is happening to Prague? Because is he playing a lot of tournaments lately? Is he tired or somehow just not feeling right?
I actually don't really have opinion. I didn't check closely his games here. So you're saying that because he's not having great tournament, or what is really going?
He's a bit suffering, yeah, in the classical tournament, because also, I'm not sure you saw the Masters games in the very first round when he made this very strange sacrifice against Mishra. Okay, maybe the sacrifice was still okay, but the follow-up was pretty strange.
Yeah. I
very
remember that.
strange
Yeah,
game.
he had the draw, but he decided to play and he miscalculated something.
Yeah,
Yeah, also against Vincent, he didn't have, I think, great game, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm not really to give any opinion about him. Yeah, it's clearly not his tournament, but why, it's a big question.
All right.
Usually even players themselves, they don't know the answer, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't work.
It happens, yeah, like you
Yeah.
just have a bad tournament, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you had any bad tournaments here in Biel? So you are playing here for the 10th time. This is obviously one of your greatest tournaments.
Yes.
I think there's no secret.
Yeah. No, 2 years ago, I think I didn't play very well in the GMT. And of course, in the Opens, I played 10 times. I won it once. I think I finished second and also third a few times. But earlier, I think I had many bad tournaments. Like at the start of my tournaments here, maybe 3 or 4 I had bad. And in GMT, it's not like bad, but I should have done better, I think.
But at least you ran well.
Yeah, I ran well, yeah. Competition was not very high there.
Okay. Yeah.
You can have a rematch this time.
We'll have a rematch at some point. All right. Challenge accepted. Okay, there's one more game. One more game we have to see. That is the game of Mishra against Martirosyan. What do you think at this level? are these endgames even winning? Does it make any sense to continue with 2 hours on the clock or no?
No, I think it makes sense to continue, of course, yeah. If you have a chance, then you should always play. Especially if your opening gives you this automatically, yeah? So this is what you get as maximum. So this is the best position you got the whole game. You have to play it. Of course, it's draw.
Yeah, I think so. They repeated this opening they played in Rapid game. And there was like this.
They played.
Yeah, they played it.
Okay. It's strange that White repeats, yeah?
You know, even I played it last month, so even I know this. Yeah. So this is a very theoretical line. I think I played myself G4 and Queen D4, which is slightly not accurate. So knight E6, Queen D4 is a bit more accurate because this is supposedly not so great. There's some very concrete lines. And now, in the Rapid tournament, A4 was played by Martirosyan, and here Bishop G6 was played. What do you think? Matters?
Okay.
Looks the same.
Yeah, yeah, difficult to say, yeah? I don't know,
A4
don't really know. Maybe... Okay, no, knight was not really coming to d5. I thought that at some point this bishop and knight could be... I mean, with bishop and h5, there could be some rook e5 at some point, but I don't know if it's really important, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe rook e5, rook h5. Rook c5 is an idea. What do you think?
This is what I played. There was this one game. I think it was here. G4, bishop g6, knight e6, queen d6, takes, here, h4, bishop f4, rook c8, h4, h5, g takes, bishop h5, here, I got the rook on c5, and it was still not enough, as usual.
Yeah.
It's very similar, very similar to this game. So they got to this endgame. Maybe you have some similar stories or experiences playing similar endgames?
Like opposite colored bishop with pawn up. Okay, probably no, not really in classical. Yeah, I think I probably had it many times in blitz, but not in classical.
All right.
But yeah, maybe if pawn is a little bit more advanced, it could be dangerous. But for example, if pawn on c5, it should be also draw probably, right? But okay, more advanced, then it's more dangerous.
Yeah, they've been playing at this position ever since. Of course, here Mishra cannot afford to trade the rooks, and Ike is very active with his defense.
But it's also not very pleasant, you know, when it's draw, but you cannot force it.
Right.
So you have to just keep looking what is the opponent doing, and I can see it can go wrong. Let's say if it's white, if you give white 2 moves, for example, yeah, you get king f4 and g4. Why is it not already some? I think there are some questions already. Yeah.
G4 and H5, fair point.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a big
let's
deal,
say-
but to me it would look, yeah, let's say rook.
King f4, rook c2, g4, you want to take, get the pawn.
Yeah. Okay, let's say I get the maximum. Is it anything at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure where do I position my pieces.
Let's say h5, king h6, yeah?
I don't know, certainly there's some ideas.
Yeah, like you can imagine bishop coming to f8.
I was
Yeah, you
wondering-
played rook c2. It was very nice, actually. Yeah.
What do you make of this? Is it even doable?
Rook to c6 and then from there, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe be smart. King g3, bishop c5, then bishop e3.
Actually, yeah, bishop e3, h6.
Oh,
Yeah, so there are threats. Here, I think black has to be precise already. Oh,
just to show the audience.
yes,
that
yes.
you can
But
go-
actually, how do you protect after king g3? Like you can go rook e2. But if I have gone king f3 instead,
which is maybe a bit more accurate.
computer is stuck. Like it's draw, but
No,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, this looks a bit unpleasant.
I don't see actually how to do
So maybe Mishra has found at least some ideas here.
Yeah,
And rook a2 was played, and king f4 is not on the board. Not sure why.
and actually, why do I need king on f4? So let's say if I go g4 directly, how do you protect?
You want to take?
I want to take and take, yeah.
Yeah, take everything.
You can put rook on h5, on a5, but this is already passive stuff. I'm not sure you like it, yeah? You are not controlling c pawn anymore.
There's c4, c5 as well in some lines, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
no,
also
let's
there
have
is
a look at
bishop
this.
c5,
Not so easy.
bishop c5, bishop f8. Why is it completely draw, actually? I'm not sure anymore.
But
The bar is stuck, right? It's like...
yeah, but you do agree that these endgames should be drawn somehow.
yes,
Somehow.
yes,
But how?
yes. How is the art? It's not always drawn, yeah. That's why people lose it also sometimes, yeah.
Right. So maybe indeed Mishra's choice is not really so bad after all, and Ike is still suffering. I see I have some questions to you from the chat. Salem, do you miss streaming Arabic Falcon needs to make a return?
I like streaming, but I realized that if I want to be like I'm ambitious in my career, my chess career, and I think it takes too much time. And if I want to also grow my audience, I have to take it very seriously.
Yeah.
And I prefer to become better chess player. Of course, if I can do both, not everyone can do it. Yeah, maybe Nakamura, but most people can't.
Yeah.
And also, I know people who just stream and also did not make a big career out of it. Yeah, I honestly prefer. I like to play much more, and streaming. I don't think I'm coming back. Not now, at least. Yeah.
Sorry, whoever asked it. Now you heard the answer. Were you streaming on Twitch or YouTube?
Yeah, I actually did very early. I think around 2018-19, before the boom. Yeah. So I had good intuition, but not good habits. Yeah, no consistency.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. More questions. Out of these games, I suppose, in Biel Chess Festival, which was your favorite game?
Oh, this is difficult. In this tournament or in the 10 years.
I suppose you can choose both.
Yeah, this is a tough question. Don't remember all my games.
This tournament, there's definitely one game
This
you're quite proud
tournament.
of, or all of them were bad.
Yeah, I think all of them were not great.
I think they were great.
I don't like the games, but let's say I like the fighting. I was fighting well, I think. I didn't play high quality games, I feel. So it's not answering the question, right?
No, I need an answer.
You need a game.
Yeah, also...
I think probably in one of the open...
It's a tough question, really.
Maybe my game against Ilyanov. In 2021, I won the last round and I became the champion. So this was it was a nice game, yeah.
Which tournament was it?
It was 2021, the Masters,
okay.
That was the last game that I won, and I won the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot show it right now on the screen.
Yeah.
So there
you can check it out. The one who was curious about my games, yeah.
Yeah, you can Google it. Yeah, this was by HTOM Red. That was the question. Also, Akila is asking, do you like the format of this tournament, or you prefer the classical only?
No, I prefer to play everything. Yeah, I like faster time controls, but I also like classical. So you get it all here.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
We even get a bonus Fischer 960, which is usually not on my list.
Yeah, it's. Would you like to play blindfold? Because
blindfold.
Blindfold.
Not 960. Yeah.
No, I mean we were kind of toying with these ideas at some point. Like there could be a blindfold chess. Would you play?
Yeah, actually, I love
because
it.
I know you will play. Because I saw you playing with Hike.
Yes, we were playing bullet blind, but also recently in training camp, I was also playing a lot of blitz blind. No, I like playing blind very much. I never played a blind tournament, but I think blind 960, for example, will be really challenging.
So
I don't think I can play. Yeah.
How far do you think you would endure it?
I know from I heard that Levon Aronyan played it, and he played simultan, like blind 960 simultan.
Oh,
I don't know, is it a legend or it's true? But yeah, he's great. Yeah.
I'd probably already be lost at move 2 or 3. So.
I don't know if I will set up the pieces in the first place. This is already challenging. Yeah.
All right, so I think we are gonna allow. Saleh also enjoyed the rest day. Thank you once again for joining.
Thank you for having me.
And you can still one more game tomorrow.
Yes.
Any plans for tomorrow? Big fight?
Yeah, of course. I'm
very principled.
Yeah, going to fight. Yeah.
Of course, that's nice to hear. Yeah. So that was Salem Saleh, the winner of the Challengers tournament. And in the meantime, thank you once again. Yeah. And here are the tomorrow's pairings for tomorrow's final round. After this round will be finished, it is Ike Martirosyan who is gonna have the white color against Limle, and Mishra will have the white color against Praga. And of course, this round still continues. We just saw the Emirati player giving his insights. Very, very interesting it was to hear what he had to say about this Endgame, where apparently for for Martirosyan. Currently, the position is not really so clear. And then you see also tomorrow he is going to have a game against Alexander Donchenko. Today he had a rest day. He told me that yesterday actually he was playing again basketball, Angelika. So it was not only doing the rest day, but also yesterday he was
Oh,
playing
really?
basketball with Vincent. Yes, so Vincent is very busy here.
Crazy.
Playing basketball every evening.
Every day basketball on some rest days. Yeah, because for Vincent, there are no more games in Masters, but yeah.
Right. So the players are definitely enjoying the atmosphere here. Yeah, maybe let's go back once again and see if there are any more changes in the current games.
Yeah, so you already analyzed quite a bit with Salem, so we found some very interesting actually insights, yes, from the players' mind. We see Pragnanda against Limle already traded the queens. I mean, something is happening on the queen side, but already no queens. That means there is no more attack for white.
Also, yeah, he estimated that this position probably is in favor for black. Feels like some sort of a great Berlin variation.
Yes, and we have in the middle board Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. The only game which is still being played today for the Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon. Huge fight for both of the players. There is an isolated pawn on d4. Will Alexander manage to score that pawn, like win that pawn? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a huge
we'll see
question.
indeed. And yeah, so all the games continue. It's your call, Angelika. Which game do you want to start with? We could, of course, start with Prague, then move on to Mishra, and
I
then, of course,
agree.
like Donchenko versus Vaishali.
I
Start with
agree.
Prague?
Let's go. Let's start with Prague. Let's see.
All right.
What has happened. I mean, you already had some discussion with Sarem about this game.
At least we came to the same conclusion. We don't like the Berlin variation. I thought I'm the only one. Apparently, I'm not. So, yeah, there was this choice in the opening to play d3, avoiding this very famous Berlin endgame. Well, there are players who like it, the players who don't like it, and I think also Saleh enjoys a bit more pieces on the board and not immediately going to the endgame. Depends on the players, of course, and the playing styles. And he told me that he really likes this position for black because it sort of resembles a great Berlin. So black has 4 pawns versus 3 at the queen side, and seemingly they're doubled. White's rook on c3 is weird.
It is weird, and there is also the bishop in the position for black, while for white there are 2 knights, and it's actually not so clear how to expand with those pawns on the king side. I mean, there are 4 against 3, but how do you actually push forward? You have to prepare some kind of f4 if you want to expand with the e5.
Maybe. You know, what I would try to do first, I would try to make, usually when I don't know what to do, I try to make small improvements. So I see my rook on c3 is bad, my knight on d2 is bad. So what I do, I improve these pieces. So I'm thinking, can I play rook e3? If black doubles the rooks at the e-file, I'm thinking, can I improve the knight? The knight on d2 is silly. It's not doing anything. I need to give it a purpose. How about I play knight b1? Get it on c3, attack the pawn on a4, jump to d5. So let's say bishop b7, knight c3, and bishop c6. Because this is typically where in the Berlin endgames the Lascaux bishop stands. It really nicely hits the pawn on e4. Yeah,
And also defense at the same time.
yeah, and there's all kinds of aggressive ideas.
And meanwhile, we actually got some footage from the previous years.
Oh, no, we already looked at it. You want to check it again?
Ah, you already looked?
Yeah, we can watch it again. There you go. This is me and Salem. Just 2 years ago. It was a very, very tense, very close. I'm not going to mention who won it, but you can see it in the video.
It was a
anyway.
huge battle.
Huge battle. He's a good runner. All right. So for Prague, this current possession doesn't really spell a lot of optimism, but I'm not sure if it's really so bad as the bar says, because again, if he is able to reposition the knight on c3, maybe in the long run, he can somehow capitalize on this extra pawn at the king side. Although technically and visually, I prefer black.
Yeah, also there are some ideas to push this b5, b4, trying to create some either weakness on a3 or to create a passer. For example, if black manages to bring the bishop to c6, then push b5, b4, If white takes, of course, there is going to be, let's just make some moves. Knight comes here, b5. So I would like to push the b4. It's a hook already here, so you have to be ready. You have to know how you're going to respond to it. And if you are taking, there is an extra pawn, so there is a passer on a file. And if not, then I might create some weakness on a3, potentially.
It's a good idea. Yeah, also, it opens ideas like knight b6, knight c4. And that looks very annoying knight b6 idea. How do you protect the c4 square?
Yes, both pawns on b2 and a3 are very weak. They are self-depending. They're depending on each other, and once one is moving, then the other one is coming.
So maybe you can somehow go here, but it just feels that you're dropping the pawn on d5.
Yeah, how do you protect it? I mean, there is rook e7, of course. You can try to go for the pawns on the king side. Not sure.
Quite unpleasant. The pawn is gone.
And the pawn is being taken care of.
And also knight c4 is there. This looks pretty unpleasant. And again, dear viewers, to refresh your memory, the current tournament standings in the Masters tournament, Lim Le is leading the tournament with 3 points. So if you look at the current standings, Ike Martirosyan is behind here with 3 points, but he can't possibly win this game because he has a down pawn in obstacle bishops and rook each endgame versus Mishra. So only Mishra can try to do something. So for Martirosyan, draw is the maximum result. And this means he would score only 1.5 points, which would mean if Martirosyan draws, he has 24 points. If Lim Le wins this endgame, he has 29.5, and he would already become not only the winner of this year's triathlon, but essentially complete a hat trick, winning the last 3 tournaments in a row.
Yes, I think it's a huge opportunity right now for the Vietnamese Grandmaster in this round, considering that the second place, Ike Martirosyan, will not be able to surpass him in this game. So it's a huge chance for him to strike in the game. Win it all today. Can he do it? What do you think, Arturs?
A bit early to tell. Yeah, of course, I'm not going to deny that we are also very often human beings, so we are influenced by the evaluation bar. So we see the evaluation bar, it says black is much better. We also tend to estimate black's chances immediately to be better. And visually looking at the position, I do agree that white's army is kind of disorientated, not really having any purpose, but at the same time, it can go either way. And we saw it yesterday also. Lim Le was playing with the white color. He's playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. It was a very complex game. He was in trouble at some point, and then Mishra missed his opportunity, and the Vietnamese Grandmaster was very precise with his defense. That's why also here, I'm not really sure this is really so huge advantage we're seeing, and the game might just still go either way.
But also, you know, the pressure which Lim Le is currently having on himself, he's leading the tournament with such a strong field. He knows that if he wins, he increases even higher his chances for a victory in the tournament. Of course, knowing that Ike has less than 0 chances to win his game.
I think he just wins.
It's a huge pressure.
He just wins. It's that simple. There's no way Ike is going to win his game, right? So for him, it's really simple. He wins this game, he wins the tournament. That's it. Yeah, so maybe this is also a good opportunity for him to press a bit, because sometimes players enter their classical games with thoughts, I'm playing against a very strong opponent, to play with black, draw is good. But then when the opportunity arises, they are quite hesitant to use this, right? So that's why you always should be ready to strike whenever you have the opportunity, and the color of the game doesn't really matter.
The color doesn't matter, and of course here we have Lim Le with the black pieces being very ambitious right now. But what do I see? G4 has been played.
Yeah,
Is now white trying to be ambitious?
It's an interesting move. Not the one I would be playing.
This is quite surprising. You wanted to play first rook e3, then bringing the knight.
Logically, it kind of makes sense, because white has 4 pawns at the king side, black has 3. So what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to play at the pawn majority. So this part at least makes sense. What quite doesn't make sense is that white is not ready for this. So this knight on d2 and rook on c3, they stand odd. But I suspect that Prague did a bit backwards thinking, and he kind of expect that his opponent wants to play bishop b7, bishop b6, and push forward this pawn. That's why here I don't think he really wanted to go for this super obvious continuation, because I assume he had no recipe against b5, knight b6, and knight c4, and maybe even b4. And that's why Prague thought, okay, I know my rook on c3, knight on d2 feel weird, but maybe actually against this b5 and b4 or bishop c6, it's not such a bad idea.
Maybe it's not, but of course, as you're saying, expanding the pieces on the king side where one's stronger is very logical, but the coordination of the pieces is something what is lacking white really a lot. I would love to have some coordination, but this rook on c3 is super awkward piece. Like, it's very awkward.
Can I do the same idea? Bishop b7, bishop c6, and b5. Or maybe even, can I play b5 immediately? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the better. b5.
I would rather prepare it, but
I'll prepare it, okay.
because, I feel like that's maybe it's improving the location of the bishop, and for now, actually, I don't see that white can do that much. Of course, after knight, removing the knight from f3, you have to remove it so you want to play f4, right? But it's not so easy.
I quite do not understand what this g4 really changes in the position.
Does he want to play g5 and try to
Yeah, but
do
there's
something on
nothing.
the dark squares?
Okay, let's say bishop c6.
Knight h2.
Oh,
But then there are already some jumps with the knight, actually.
yeah, maybe. Okay, knight h2, that's. I was thinking like h4 first, and then knight h2, knight g4, maybe try to fight for those squares.
But this b4 is simply happening too fast. I don't see the way how to stop it.
Now, the rook actually stands not so bad. There's no knight b6. So I suppose this is the perfect example of the so-called backwards thinking. So Prague, he knows g4 is weird, but he has to do something. He has the pawn majority to the king side, so let's push them forward. And he realizes if he was playing with black, if he was playing as Limble, he would probably put the bishop on c6 and push for those pawns. And now you see there's no b4, because the bishop on c6 will be under attack. And there's no knight b6, because the pawn on c5 is going to be under attack. And maybe white will have to include king b7 and then play b4. And then, for example, I could play captures, and rook c4. I'm probably blundering something, but you get the idea. So Prague's response is maybe
There
not
is
so
knight
bad after all.
e5.
No,
You have
knight
to
b6.
or knight b6, yes.
Yeah, I blundered the piece.
Yes.
Okay. It's an interesting move. And by the way, knight f8 was played by the Vietnamese player.
Knight f8. So the idea is that rook is targeting the knight on d2, and there is no way white can move the knight from f3. Is it the case? So now there is a pressure on this knight on f3. It can be moved for now because it is protecting the knight on d2.
Right. It's a nice move. I like it. It also is looking towards these weaknesses at f4 and d4 squares.
Yeah, also if you play something like g5, knight e6 is immediately attacking the pawn.
Maybe advance the king on g3. Try to cover those weaknesses.
Yeah,
How
just
about
go
I
for
go
yeah, because it's endgame. Yeah, you have to activate your king. But then there is some knight.
How about I try to attack your knight? How do you defend?
If rook e2, then there is
What's rook
already. Sorry.
There's no rook e2.
No rook e2 actually. How do you defend? Knight f1? But no, knight f1 looks very awkward.
This is borderline losing.
No.
It
This
feels
is
very
wrong.
dangerous. Black is crashing through.
This looks very wrong. Too many weaknesses for white.
Somehow this rook will be trapped.
Actually, this rook is already trapped. You just have to find a way to attack it. You're right.
Yeah, I think I found it. Okay, so I don't think this is going to happen, but knight f8 was a very nice response by the Vietnamese player. Let's go to more games to estimate what might be the follow-up. The game of Mishra against Ike Martirosyan, this endgame. This is the current position right now we have on the board. And
We are
Pawns are being
seeing,
traded.
yeah, we are seeing that pawns are being eliminated on the king side. We are heading to the draw or equal outcome. Maybe we will have the endgame rook and bishop against the rook. That's what I'm considering we might have? Because after the take on h4,
Of course,
take on f6.
it's going to happen. I mean, one of the defenses here is you want to eliminate all the pawns. You want to eliminate them because after they're gone, this position simply becomes a theoretical draw. And then in this position, all you need to do, I mean, you don't really have to. All you need to do is give up the bishop for the pawn.
Which is pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, this pawn is not going to roll forward, and so that there's no bishop b3. Always there's going to be opportunity for black to give up the bishop. I think actually that's the best that white can do. And then we reach this theoretical endgame, rook and bishop versus rook, which, you know, okay, objectively, of course, it's an easy draw, especially in classical chess.
Especially with 1.5 hours on the clock.
Yeah, but in rapid and blitz, sometimes it's very
Yes.
tricky. It's one of the most played typical endgames, and the stronger side very often wins, but you really need to be low on the clock, fall for some ideas. And with so much time on the clock, I'm pretty sure that Martirosyan is going to find one of the two defensive ideas. If you're going to get there, I'm going to show you what they are. So I know them, you know them.
Hike knows them.
Ike knows them, and Mishra knows them. Maybe we'll get there. We'll see.
Yeah, very interesting and instructive endgame we are heading to right now. So maybe, King g5 was played.
Yeah, King
All right.
g5 was played.
So maybe it's the time we go to the
Donchenko, yeah.
game of the Donchenko against Vaishali, the only game we're having today in the Challengers tournament. And we see quite of a development happen. Queens are being traded.
Yeah, there was a very interesting insight from Salem. He said that this is a quite interesting line played a couple of times by Kasparov. And apparently bishop g4 was a mistake, like inaccuracy. So she had to play rook e8. And now the big idea was that after bishop g5, knight b6, queen b6, after bishop g5, you have this weird move, rook e6.
Oh, and there is no bishop e3 because there is d4 again.
Right, that's always the idea. So this rook on e8 for some reason is very important move, and also there was some weirdness with knight g4. Because of this bishop not standing on g4, now the square becomes available, and it's not just getting to e5. So he said this is a known position, and apparently also Donchenko knew it, that you're not supposed to play bishop g4. Why? Because now, after bishop g5, you see the rook is not standing on e8, and here, white is simply not allowing black to play d4. However, something happened here. Now to rook d1 and a3 and rook c1. Also, Salek said that most likely he would have played bishop f1. The idea to reinforce the d4 square. And what happened was queen d3. And from this moment, we didn't see yet what happened. Queen d3, rook takes on d3, and d4. This is the move we were analyzing during our commentary. And we came to the conclusion that black is perfectly fine, because there's all kinds of tactics, like knight d4 is bishop e2. It just drops the rook on d3. There's no
Yes, you
retreat
cannot really
squares.
take the pawn.
And this just fails because of takes, knight e4, takes, and knight to check.
Very beautiful.
Right. So that's why white cannot take on d4. He casts a retreat, and typically this should be pretty okay for black, because the pawn on b4 stands much better than on d5. So what we didn't see was knight e2 and a5.
So trying to gain some space on the queen side, makes the idea maybe to play a4, knight a5, knight b3.
Right, but now I'm wondering. So she played a5 to stop b4, because white wants to play b4, b5, and get to the pawn on d4. So the knight on c6 protects the pawn on d4. You want to play b4, b5. You want to get rid of the defender. You want to grab the pawn. If you take on f3, it's going to be strong bishop against a bad knight.
Yes,
So
it's
a5 makes
logical,
sense.
a5.
Yeah, it makes sense. But now, is this not becoming a target itself? Can I play after king f1, rook d7? Can I play something like rook c5?
Yeah, the problem with those pawns on the queen side are all pretty weak. Yeah, you're not only having this isolated pawn on d4, but you're also having some issues on the queen side, which is pretty tough to hold. Like your knight is holding the whole position, but any moment knight can be traded. Like there is always some threat. I don't know, maybe removing the knight.
Angelica, this knight takes on d2 move I do not like. For some reason, I don't know. I love the knight on e4. I feel that black was pretty active. And I suppose that the Indian star, she was a bit concerned that was just going to play bishop e1, keep the two bishops, and then somehow press an opponent d4. But I mean, this knight is very active, yeah, so
Yes.
it doesn't feel like an equal trade.
Normally, you would like to sacrifice it on f2, like she did yesterday. But
Nah, you need queens for that.
yes, you need queens
are
and
gone.
bishops.
So, the viewers, what's going to happen in this game? Is Donchenko going to be able to score a revenge against Vaishali when she scored a rather impressive victory a couple of days ago in the classical portion? Also, is Abhimanyu Mishra having any realistic chances in this very dry endgame? You're going to have to find it out. Also, Prague is trying to hold on. And of course, the biggest question, is Lim Le going to score the victory here and become the three-time winner of the triathlon? You're going to have to find out after the break. The action still continues here at the 57th Biel International Chess Festival. We'll be back after the break. And we are back live here from Switzerland following the action of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The main event of the festival, of course, is the Masters Challengers triathlons that have no equal all over the world. These triathlons have officially reached the so-called final stage. 5 of the 12 players already have been eliminated. This is day 2 of more classical chess. I'm Martirosyan, Angelika Volkova. We are your host for the festival so far. Hope you're enjoying it. Angelika.
I am enjoying it for sure. We are having a lot of exciting action today. We already know the winner of the challengers, but is it today going to be a day when we will find out the winner of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon? We might find out today.
We indeed might, because action is indeed brewing up in the game of Prague against Limle. But let's check the current standings in the meantime, because this game could ultimately decide if the Vietnamese Grandmaster, the two-time winner of the triathlon, could score the hat trick here in Biel. As you can see, he is in the lead in the master section with a 3-point difference over Ike Martirosyan. But Ike Martirosyan right now is trying to hold on. Actually, he has simply a theoretically drawn position against Abhimanyu Mishra, and this means draw in a classical tournament here in Biel gives you only 1.5 points. So if Ike draws this and scores in total now 24 points, and if Limle wins his game against Prague, then he's essentially becoming the champion.
Yes, it's going to be not enough points to surpass Lim tomorrow, even though they are playing tomorrow. Actually, there's going to be a match, Ike Martirosyan against Limle. It won't be enough. And that's what actually Limle knows. Yes, he knows that in this particular game, Ike is the one who cannot win, and that's very important information for him. He can only lose.
There's one more detail I think I forgot to mention before the start of this matchup, Prague and Enda against Limle. The position you're seeing on the left, Prague has never beaten Limle in a classical game before. They have played a couple of classical games, but Prague was much younger. He was age 12, 13, and obviously Limle already was a very strong grandmaster. They have played a lot of rapid games, a lot of blitz games, especially online, but in classical, Limle has been incredibly solid. And also today, it doesn't look like the Indian player is going to be victorious.
Yeah, it looks like actually that Limle is the one who is being very ambitious. He actually went for the knight d4 idea. We see on the left side the position right there. We're going to jump right into it in a moment. Here we see the position has changed. Engine for some reason doesn't like the move, but it looks like a king of the position there standing on d4.
Yeah. So what we missed before we went to the break, we're wondering about this move g4. Yes, it looks ugly. The rook on c3, knight on d2 don't really look so great. But Black was thinking about ideas like b5, bishop c6, knight b6, and knight c4. So Prague was trying to do a bit backwards thinking here. What I'm going to do against that, maybe just keep these awkward pieces on c3 and d2, and instead advance on the king side. And this is precisely what he did. He played g4, and then he advanced the king, put it on g3, and now f6 apparently is a great move. I suppose Black wants to cover those weaknesses at the dark squares.
Yes, looking like a good idea. You don't allow any g5 anymore. No knight jumps to the g5. And actually the knight on e6 is a perfect piece. It's covering all of the dark squares, potentially jumping on d4. I mean, we have already in the current position knight on the d4. It looks like a very, very good position. You restrict the white's knights. This is the most important what you have to do here with Black.
There's also the big positional threat of playing g5, because this would allow Black to secure the outpost on e4, land the knight there. There's all kinds of checks on e2. The king is in trouble. So just to show you some scenario when white is completely oblivious whatever Black is threatening, let's say we go here, g5. Okay, there's apparently some better choices. Knight e4, threatening at some moments this knight e2 check. There might be a possibility when Black plays h5, let's say, let me make again some ridiculous move, and there's suddenly mate ideas at h5.
Wow, incredible.
Like that.
Just like that, there is a checkmate.
Sometimes you don't need a lot to deliver the checkmate because the rook here at h5 together with the knight on f4 can be quite annoying. Okay, you probably saw the evaluation bar was giving some better choices for white.
I guess e5 at some
Yeah,
moment.
e5. At some point, e5 was working here most likely. But that's why it's just an idea. That's why the players are trying to work it out. And that's why also Prague played h4 to stop this g5 from happening.
Yes, now g5 is not in the picture anymore because after trade you can already see that there is a problem on the h file. Potentially h7 could be a weakness which white can just simply attack.
Yeah, suddenly white would have a lot of
Yes.
counterplay, maybe get the knight on f5 in some lines, so this indeed doesn't look so bad. And now, apparently, knight e4 engine marks as a mistake. I'm not going to argue, of course, with the engine, but knight e4 looks very human to me. But the first question is, I suppose, why not h6?
Why not h6? Because I mean, I would say that there should be something there. There should be either e5 or g5. I mean, there should be some break.
I want to renew the idea. Why not go after it?
Yeah, but maybe white can go g5 or e5.
I'm not so sure about that. Like takes, and I could even take with the knight. If you take with the knight, I take on d2.
You
I mean,
want like
okay, I
this?
could even take on g5 with the pawn as well, but I think this is just a bit
Yes,
better.
of
I keep
course.
my pawn structure healthy, and you're just down a pawn for nothing. Yeah.
And what about e5 first?
Maybe f5. Now this is a beautiful outpost. If you take it here, suddenly your king's in danger. Rook g7, rook g8, followed by knight
Yeah, huge
f4.
problems for
Yeah, this
white.
king is in danger, yeah, so that's why you can't easily take it. Okay, you could argue, why do you have to take it? Maybe you don't, but I might take it here, open up a file. Like, first thing, actually, what do you do? It's
Yeah, you cannot do that much. I mean, the pieces are restricted really big time for white.
very difficult to come up with good moves. And this is usually the case, the viewers, when you have a bad position, bad positions don't have good solutions. That's how it goes. There's always is very bad. And imagine this, you are a very good player and you're given this choice. So, door number one, plain ugly. Door number two, this is just not how you play chess. Door number three, is just losing a pawn. Door number four, my king's exposed. Okay, I now make a choice. You know, and you're looking at all these choices. I mean, what do I do? You know, all of them look really bad. And that's
Don't
why,
open the door.
no, you
Don't
don't
open
want to.
any
You
door.
don't want to open any doors, but it's very difficult to remain objective in bad positions. That's why I think the vast majority of chess players in the world, they're really good when you are choosing between the good continuations. You know, this is great, this is better, this is a straight attack, this is, I don't know, better endgame, etc. So you're like feeling what to choose. But how to be objective when you're doing bad? There's no good solutions. And of course, it goes without saying that psychology plays a huge part because players tend to underperform when they're under stress.
It's true. But in this position, I mean, this knight d4, I mean, to me feels like very natural move. Maybe one of the issues of the knight d4 could be that you're trading the knights for white, which are very passive right now. The knights are just basically waiting for each other on d2 and f3, and but yeah, actually, why not just to trade? And after knight f3, knight f3 is even not possible.
Yeah,
pawn on
it wins a
e4 is
pawn.
saying-
I
so
think it's-
f3, and there is simply rook e7.
The knight.
Other knight. So
The
it's
knight's hanging.
possible, just not possible.
There's
to
no
take.
f3. Yeah, so it's a very concrete move. And actually, it probably wins the pawn on the spot because no knight e2 check is a very, very big threat.
How do you stop it? I mean, king g2 you cannot really make.
I think you give up the pawn. You just give it up. So you take it here,
Knight f3.
a knight f3.
I mean, giving up a pawn, being also having a knight against the
All right,
bishop.
Angelica, I'm going to ask you a question because I gave this question to one of my students. So imagine this. You're in this situation. You have a bad position right here as Prague. And you realize your position is so bad, you might have to lose the pawn. This is your choice. So your choice number one, you give up a pawn for nothing. You just give it up. You don't survive it. You don't survive. I mean, at least you survive for the moment, but you don't keep the pawn. It's losing for no compensation. There's no compensation, but you're just on a pawn. This is option number one. Option number two is
Struggle.
you suffer.
Yes.
What do you do?
I don't want to suffer. I really don't want to suffer.
So
I would
you're going to give up the
probably
pawn?
Give up the material,
Really?
yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm impressed, officially.
Why?
Because so many players, they like to hold on to the material at all costs. And then they give it up when it's too late.
Yes.
That's why here, I'm not really sure if there is anything better for white than just to give up. And actually, 94 looks perfectly reasonable move. I'm not sure what was even better. I like 94. It's a very concrete move.
Yeah, that's what actually, I mean, you were mentioning that it's better to give up the material right now than might get to the much worse position where you have to give up actually the material, but in much worse position. So that's why most likely, and we see it on the board already, knight takes on d4, rook d4, and knight f3 is going to be played. We see that Prague is giving up a pawn, trying to, basically he gives up a pawn and saying, I would like to try to stabilize somehow and defend this position. Pointing out you have 4 pawns against 3 on the queen side, but there are also double pawns. So potentially there still can be a chance for Prague to hold this game.
It just looks really bad, and he's spiraling out of control here. His only chance is try to indeed now trade off some pieces. So rook e4 absolutely will follow here. What? Rook e to e4. What does it matter? I don't think it matters really anything, because knight e4 is rook e1. Okay, I don't think it really matters. It just creates extra pressure here.
Yeah, so you take anyway, you have to take.
Yeah, you have to take, and maybe this is even technically winning.
I mean, how do you stop rook from entering on e2? Is there any way you can stop actually the rook
This
entry?
is a huge moment of the Masters tournament, because, to be honest, I did not expect this. I did not really expect that in this game that Prague is not only not going to get anything from the white's perspective, but he's going to be essentially trying to hold on to his dear life in this game. I mean, so far the tournament, Angelika, for Prague has been pretty disappointing. He had a good start. He won the Chestnut 60 tournament. You would have thought that he's going to be one of the favorites in this tournament. It was not even close. Something was off for the Indian player since the very start. He was just not feeling the rhythm. He was fighting like a lion. He tried to come back. He had a good showing in the Blitz tournament. And now again, he's just getting outplayed.
Yes, but this is how it is. This is how it happens in chess. One tournament you're playing brilliantly. The next one you're playing very badly. We already, Prague is the one who already spent a lot of time, energy, and preparation for the candidate tournaments earlier this year. So that tournament also took some extra energy from him. That's why it's very difficult.
It is difficult. So he's not in the shape here. We just probably saw a couple of trades. Let me check. No. Yeah, we saw rook e4, and rook e3. So we're rapidly approaching here the final phase of the game. Is this already the white flag by the Indian player? Because for the Vietnamese grandmaster, trading the rooks is such an obvious choice. So I think he's pretty happy to trade it. Play here. What about bishop e2 here? Hit the knight on f3. Maybe Prague is hoping that he can hold on in this endgame. Like a pawn endgame, 4 pawns against 3 are not enough. Or knight e2, c3, g5, some sort of a fortress.
Yeah, that's actually the question. Can you create a fortress? But you have millions of moves with a bishop, right? And knight will have to move eventually at some moment. You will not be able always to play with the king. But there is also moves such as f5 here, no?
Oh, you're not going to take it. But there could be also bishop b7. Offer the trade, take it here. I think this is what Prague wants. He wants to get this. Here, let's say I'm not going to be very accurate just to show the idea. Prague wants to go here. Prague wants to go there. Here, let's say you play your b5, b4, ignore it. Just ignore it. Okay, maybe black can prepare this idea, just ignore it, because ultimately, let's say you play something like knight c3 takes, you see we have one pawn against two, other queens, so they're blocked. This is Prague's idea. But to be honest, I do not believe. I do not believe it holds. I'm not sure that Prague believes.
Yes, it might not hold, but what other choices are there for black? I mean, there is also, of course, moves such as rook c4, but you don't want to play such move because there is simply a c3 in the picture.
f5, actually, I'm not so sure this is so
Yes.
great. There's knight
There's
g5.
knight g5, yeah, that's a
Yeah,
problem.
so actually white would win the game. Yeah, white still is getting very active, so f5 would be really bad. I'm pretty sure it's just a trade because rook c4 makes no sense. White just plays c3, knight e2, this rook might be trapped. So no good squares to go. So I think right now Limle is choosing between bishop b7 and rook e3. He's trying to understand, is this winning immediately? So can I take it here,
Yes.
take it, and how do I make progress?
The
I'm pretty sure he's going to take.
The question, where do you want the pawn to be, on f2 or on e3 rather? So that's the biggest question. But of course, trading the rooks is very forcing. So this is the first line he's right now calculating and looking how he's proceeding here, what is the winning ideas which he has in this position. Huge game.
Yeah.
Might be a huge result.
Huge game indeed. Let's maybe, while we are here looking at this choice of Limle, can he actually win this game? Let's go to the bird's eye view and give us our estimation. Have there been any changes? In the other game, in the master section, here we see Mishra against Martirosyan. Now it's getting pretty apparent it's just a dead draw because white can never push c6 without black attacking the pawn with the bishop, the rook, and if there's no c6, there's nothing here at all. So Mishra has been trying for the longest part of the game, but there's just nothing. Martirosyan is too solid.
Yeah, they went to the Endgame already after around half an hour of their game. They were already there, and this is just, some slight suffering for black, for Haik, but he was ready for it from the very beginning because he was confidently going for this line. And of course, he has 1 hour, 40 minutes on the clock right now. He is going to defend it for sure.
Yeah, then we have the middle board, Alexander Donchenko, the only matchup in the challengers against Vaishali. This is the fight for the second place because we all know the winner of the tournament. His name is Saleh Salem. He was simply unstoppable in the challengers tournament so far. He was scoring a very good result in the classical tournament. Yesterday, he won a very important, a crazy game against Vaishali. Also, he was an unstoppable force in the Blitz tournament with 9 points out of 10, essentially extending his lead to something that his opposition couldn't just overcome.
So it's time maybe for us to go to the game of Alexander Donchenko against Vaishali.
Let's go.
Because this is a game where we have some improvement. We see already the rook all the way to c5. That's what we are mentioning. The rook coming all the way up in order to attack the pawn on the a5. This is something what is, of course, we're looking for.
Right. And also Vaishali starts this final stage with a couple of black colors. This is quite tough at this level. This extra one move is very important. I think she actually, in general, played more games with the black color. Not very lucky with the pairings, but she's doing really well. Nobody could have thought before the tournament that the young Indian player will be fighting for the victory in such a strong round-robin tournament against players like Biel, Donchenko, Saleh, and she proved she can do it. She's in great shape, so I would not be surprised if in the coming year she's going to become one of the top elite in women's chess. Maybe not only women's chess.
Yeah, and she started actually with the black pieces against Jonas Biel, and in the French, in actually very beautiful fashion, she scored a very important win starting from the game one. So it was really amazing performance from her in the classical portion. In the Blitz, she was suffering quite some time, but that's why it's triathlon. That's why you are having all these 3 formats in the one tournament, and the best of the each tournament is being determined by playing in all of these formats. Unfortunately, she didn't have that much.
Sorry to interrupt you,
yes.
Angelica. We have an update here. What's happening in the game of Mishra against Ike Martirosyan? You can see the players have reached officially a theoretical draw in Endgame. Rook versus Bishop.
All right.
There's not a lot of tricks. All you need to know in this position, dear viewers, how to make the easiest draw possible. Of course, you can just hang in the center, just immediately head to this
Yes.
corner, put the
Opposite.
bishop in front of it. Martirosyan could draw this endgame with only 1 minute on the clock.
Yes, you have to put your king into the corner which is opposite to the color of your bishops. It's very important. And it is very close, just 3 moves away from the king of Ike Martirosyan. And yeah, normally you can blunder such things like in bullet, but even in bullet.
You could see the stare of Martirosyan towards Mishra. Why are we doing this? You know,
Why are we playing
Why are we
this?
doing
Let's
this?
just go
I
home.
got this. You know, I got this. I know how this is a draw, but okay, I respect you. Of course, the etiquette in these positions is that normally the stronger side is going to try to play out this position until the end, and then and only then the stronger side offers the draw after he has made sure that you know how to make a draw. And I think that as soon as Ike is going to get to his king with a corner and put the bishop on b1 and a2, then we are going to see a handshake.
Yes, exactly. And of course, there is also a 50 moves rule, so they will have to play the position for 50 moves, unless at some moment you will say, okay, enough, I see. I tested you, you defended, everything looks great. But
Let's maybe stay to this game
Yeah.
full screen, because I don't think really it's going to continue for long. There's not a lot of action to see. So right now, Mishra is just going to check if his opponent knows. At this level, it would be pretty much unforgivable if you don't know this defensive technique. There is one nuance that you don't want to position the king in the wrong corner. So the
Yes.
king doesn't go to the h1 square. It goes to the a1 square, because one of the key ideas in these positions is the so-called stalemate. I'm sure you're going to say it. I think it's also a very fair chance that this game is going to end in a stalemate. So king b2 is going to follow here. There you go. Martirosyan just shows he perfectly is aware of this technique. Of course, king d2 also draws, but there's no need to complicate the matters.
yes, exactly. And now he's already 1 step away from the corner. Bishop might go to b1 and king to a1, and then it was going to be just bishop, which is defending the position of the king for black.
Right, so bishop b1 would be my guess. All of the moves are legal that don't hang the bishop.
Yeah, that's the
Bishop
most
c2,
important.
yeah, every move, but I'm pretty sure he's going to go
bishop
here.
b1. Bishop b1 looks like you're already setting up that position with the king on a1. We have
Bishop
it
b1
on the
is
board.
played. So he shows. He wants to show his opponent. I know the technique. The rook
Yes.
check, and we're heading to this endgame with king a1. King c1 actually would be a bit risky, because there's some problems with the back rank. So I think this would be a mistake. King c3, and white is threatening actually to win the game.
Yeah, so you have to be really careful with that. And you go to a1, of course.
But of course, it's not going to happen. So
Yes.
king
King
a1,
a1.
king c3, bishop a2. Yeah, usually in these positions, there's a very popular belief that the stronger side tries to test it. Maybe there's something, maybe there's something, maybe there's some zugzwang. There's nothing. There's no zugzwang. I mean, this position has been played so many times, and if you know the king in the corner is safely a draw, you just head there, don't hang on in the center. So here, we are seeing the final moves of the game.
Yeah, the most important not to play king a2 right now. That would be not so good. King a2 right now.
Yeah, king a2 would be just a mate. You touch the king, you resign.
Yes. So it's important just for Ike to touch the bishop and play bishop a2.
So bishop a2, king c2, bishop on along the diagonal. Again, no tricks, no zugzwangs, no nothing. So I'm a bit surprised that Ike is even thinking here, maybe just in case to be completely sure,
Yes.
and then some, and bishop a2 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop a2 is there. Of course, both players know both players have a lot of time right now on the clock, 1 hour 40 and minutes for both of the players, so they both know it's a draw. They're just trying out, they're just trying to play it. Abhimanyu is testing out the Armenian number one, but
There's also this trick, by the way. Let's say you retreat to the bishop,
yes.
check here and attack the bishop. You want to give a mate, you want to give the check. It feels great.
Yes.
But there's always this check. Always
very
this check that
annoying.
makes the difference. And let's say you go here, I go out. If you go the other side, I go back in the corner. Again, I bring the bishop here. And I'm pretty sure the game is going to finish with some sort of a stalemate. Let's say you go here. Oh, sorry, not hang the bishop. Don't do that. Let's say here. I found another mistake. There you go. So let's say here, here, here. And that's a stalemate on the board.
Yes, it would be actually very nice, I think, to finish this game with a stalemate. So it would be some kind of mate, but not the real mate, not a checkmate, but stalemate. Yes, would be great to see it on the board. We had actually quite some instructive endgames already throughout this game. First, we had rook and bishop against rook and bishop, an extra pawn with the opposite colored bishops. Then later we transposed to this endgame with rook and against bishop. So very, very instructive endgames players are showing us on the board.
What do you think Ike is thinking about right now?
Maybe about his preparation for tomorrow against Limle.
I'm not really sure. So there you see, he's not calculating nothing. He knows well what it is. A couple of moves maybe lose here. Bishop c4 loses, bishop b3 loses, bishop e6 loses. But, okay, bishop d5. So he decided to do this.
Yeah,
Maybe
to go
one
not
more
so far.
final rook b1 check to make sure that black knows this check to the king. Mishra also has no illusions here.
Of course. I mean, he knows that Ike knows it, but of course it's the same as we had the endgame of the queen and the knight against the queen. Lim Levin was trying to test Martirosyan in the last round of the classical portion. Something similar like this is happening right now on the board, of course. Abhimanyu knows that Ike knows, and the same in that game also.
This
Lim
would be a
knew.
very bad move. That's a
Yes,
mate.
that would be not
Just
good.
go back in the corner. Go back in the corner, bring the bishop close. That's it. So you go here, king b3. Maybe this is the final attempt of Mishra. You go bishop g8, you drop the bishop. So don't do that. That's why you simply don't do it. You play with arrow mode. Let's say bishop a2 here. Again, there's no tricks. There's never tricks. Check here. Now you attack the bishop. Now you try to deliver the mate. There's always this check. Always this check. That's why it is such an easy draw. And I don't think we are going to see anything here. But for some reason, the game still continues. I'm quite surprised.
Would you on the place of Abhimanyu already agreed on a draw here? Or you would test some other
I
idea?
don't know. Okay, he's trying, of course. He has to try, but I'm a bit surprised by the pace of Martirosyan that he's thinking here. Maybe he's trying to convince his opponent, let's just agree to a draw. I'm going to waste a bit my time here.
And
King
maybe
A1.
Abhimanyu thinks that, okay, since Ike is considering what to play each move, maybe I could somehow trick him. Okay, now bishop b1 would be a huge mistake.
Yeah, bishop b1 drops the bishop.
But yeah, you just can play any other
Bishop
bishop
a2
move.
makes perfectly sense.
Yes.
Bishop b3, maybe he's not so accurate, probably also draws.
Yeah, again, this very thematic idea. Yeah, rook g4, but there is always this check on the king, so it's not really possible to do anything about it.
Have you ever had these endgames?
Actually, rook against bishop, I have not had yet. And you?
Like 20 times. at
20
least,
times.
Yeah.
But over the board, yes.
Yeah, over the board, of course.
In
Yeah,
classical.
so- No, in classical, we just agreed to draw. That's why I say I'm surprised it continues. All right, let's maybe go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening, because this game is not yet finishing. It's gonna wrap up pretty soon. No surprises there. So what else do we see? By the way, bishop g6 was played by Martirosyan.
Meanwhile, we see on the left board Prague against Lim Le. We see that the rook straight has been happened indeed on e3 and some g5 break is in the position trying maybe to create some weaknesses for white on the king side.
Yeah, this is a really great move. I like what Limle did, the last move, g5. If we could go to the game full screen and we could bring the position on the board. So we left it here. After rook e4, rook e4, rook e3. Prague had nothing better than to go for the endgame. Bishop b7. Black is threatening to go to the pawn endgame. Also, bishop e4 is a big threat. Try to get at those weaknesses. So Prague wants to build a fortress. Now the next move is so precise.
Yeah, g5 is
That's a great move.
amazing. It's just amazing.
Fixing this weakness on the color of the Lasqua bishop. Because if he wouldn't do it, he would play something like king d7, and maybe Prague would play g5. So let's say you take it. Now I hold one pawn against two pawns. If you play king e6, I play king e4. And you start to see maybe there's some ideas here for white. Hold on, build a fortress. And that's why this g5 move is so nice, because not only it fixes the pawn on g4 for white, it imprisons the king. So you see the king cannot get out. If you leave it too far, the pawn on g4 always will be under attack by the bishop.
And this is a precision of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters champion, I would say. It looks like this, right? That Limle is going to win this game, and with that, going to win the triathlon. We've seen in many games, for example, starting with the game number 1 against Vincent Keimer, how precise he was in the end game, and this precision brought him so many victories. He was the one in the past years who was always playing these long end games, trying to fight, and he was really precise and making so many victories.
He's so good at these
very
simple positions. Yeah, king h3.
You
I'm
just
not sure
suffer,
what he even
yes.
does. Yeah, just bring the king closer to the center, then figure it out. This is, again, a very simple technical position. I think that Prague has already brought out a white flag. He knows there's nothing he can do. He knows he didn't really play his best game here. And I think what we're seeing here is essentially one of the critical games where Limle is going to clinch the third triathlon victory with this, because
Amazing.
the other game is finishing in a draw. So here you can see the players are playing it out pretty quickly. King h3, king g3. If this is the best that Prague can do, things are not really great. So he's hoping for some kind of a fortress. As Magnus Carlsen would say, I don't believe in fortresses. I'm going to concur with one of the greatest players in the history of chess. I don't think this is a fortress here. Just activate the king, somewhere b5, b4, and ultimately Black should be able to find a way to crash through.
Yeah, and also there are 2 against 1 pawn on the king side. But I'm just wondering, can we go back in the game to the moment where Prague gave up that pawn? Could he give up, actually, instead of the pawn, could he give up an exchange in that position?
Where?
If we go back to the moment where he played knight d4, when Lim played knight d4. So could actually Prague in this position give up, for example, playing knight b1? So I just want to give up an exchange.
You think this is better?
No, but you don't give up this rook. You give up the other rook. So you after check, you play king g2. I don't know. I'm just asking.
What do you want me to say? I mean, it's ugly. Yeah.
It's ugly, yes.
Yeah, both of the continuations don't look really great. But actually, I looked at this position after king h3, king g3. Still, I mean, Limle needs to show some technique, because it should be completely winning. I assume something to do with the pawn on g4, but still, how do you crash through immediately? I'm going to play c3, and I'm shuffling my pieces, king g3, king h3. How easy is it? I completely agree. It should be an easy victory. I have no doubts about it. But still, how? Is it some zugzwang?
I mean, of course, there is a problem for...
I'll just do nothing.
I don't think it's always possible to do nothing, because there is also bishop c8, and some moment h5 could be an idea.
That's what I'm saying. Some
Bishop-
Zugzwang.
yes.
Some Zugzwang.
Yes.
So there could be a moment when, but okay, I can play king h3. King f3, king g3.
You can also break through with h5 at some moment.
Should be winning, but still some questions. So let's do bishop d5, here, 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 here.
Good question. You cannot you cannot push h5 immediately, right? Because king is just going to stand there.
So I might go here. You cannot go king h3, there's h5.
Yes, king f3 is a must. And now can you play h5? Now bishop f5, but there is just c3. Yeah?
Not so easy. I actually thought this is much easier. Now that I start to look at this, there's some technique. Some technique. Just a second. So Prague's idea is clear. He believes in fortresses, or that's his best attempt. Maybe get the bishop on e2.
Bishop on e2.
Get the bishop on d1. What does it change?
c3. How to break through, by the way, on the queen side? How to break through anywhere?
Tough to say, but we have one result in the Masters tournament. As predicted,
Yes,
Abhimanyu Mishra finally decided not to continue his game against Ike Martirosyan. This game is finished in a draw. There you see the kings are put in the middle of the board. That was the expected result. The young American grandmaster tried his absolute best to play this very dry position from the very beginning. It was just not meant to be, and this means that right now things are really simple. If Limle wins this game, he is going to take down the third triathlon in a row. So right now there's the current standings and one more game in the Masters tournament after round 2 of the final stage is being played. Limle against Pragananda. If Limle wins this game, he gets 4 points and he can no longer be caught by any other players. But just as we talked about this, I start to have some small doubts.
Some small.
Where's the win? I know I'm repeating myself, but I quite do not yet see.
h6 is on the board.
All right, I'm going to play king h3. Now what?
Yes, king h3.
I was thinking maybe there's some crazy ideas like sacrifice the bishop. Some mind-boggling ideas like you play knight f3, I play king e4, and I go to c2.
But the point is that you don't even have to take.
Yeah, precisely the point. Yeah, so I go here, you know.
Just don't take.
And okay, I put the bishop here to completely dominate you. Okay, now what? So I could even play c4 to further dominate you. b5, okay.
I mean, h5 does not look like enough.
And how do you win this? Maybe sacrifice the bishop. But wait, is this? I go here, 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 here.
Can you sacrifice? No, I think
Yeah,
not.
but this is
Yeah,
already
this
very concrete. You're giving up a piece.
Yes, this looks not enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why this should be even winning for black, yeah? Just a second. Knight c4 check. Okay, this check changes nothing. The king is always going to go back. Hold on. Okay, this is getting really interesting. So we have this position. Okay, knight c4. I'm not sure what it changes. King d5 here.
How do you break through? That's a huge puzzle right now in the head of
Could it be
Limile.
some sort of steel, a fortress? I just
I mean,
can't believe it.
How do you break on the queen side? I mean, there is no way you break on the queen side. You cannot break on the king side. This would be amazing if it is true.
I just can't believe it. So there's nothing you can do about the queen side. I mean, you play b5,
Yes,
b4,
there is.
no progress. King on b5 makes no difference. There's no zugzwang.
This
I
is
don't see any
crazy.
zugzwang. Do you? I mean, king h3, king g3. I was thinking, I put the bishop here. So what changes? Yeah. So for example, here, here, here. Okay, fine. You get the king on h3. What's the difference? I don't understand.
Maybe the pawn was supposed to be on f2. You know, that at the moment where rook was taking the rook on e3, maybe Lim had to play bishop b7.
Wait, are you saying that this is not winning?
I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to find the better option for black. Can it be that g5 is?
You know, this would be so weird if this pawn with this pawn on a5, this was winning for black.
But
And
this
with the
looks
pawn
like
on a4, this was a draw. Because the king cannot get to a4. If the king gets on a4, you get to play b5, b4. You crash through.
No, but it looks very strange. Yes. This looks absolutely incredible if it's true. If it's really a fortress.
All right. I'm going to consult with the Almighty.
All right.
King g3, bishop e4, c3, bishop here, here, king e6, knight e2, bishop d3.
Yeah, it looks like the engine doesn't really understand the position. It feels like.
I now start to more and more think that it is indeed is a fortress. It's just unbelievable. Because how can it be a fortress? Yeah, especially when you look at this position from afar. Also, you can understand perfectly Limle. It's like, oh, come on, right? I mean, come on. I mean, I'm just having an extra pawn. I fix this weakness on g5, on g4. I have the strong bishop. I activate the king. I create the pass pawn on the king side. There's going to be a way. There's going to be a way, right? And the bar, yeah, the bar, by the way, is showing, by the way, -3. But show me the win.
Where
Maybe there's
is
no
the
win. So engine says king e5, king g3, bishop e4, c3. This is what engine says. h6, king h3. I'm just repeating moves. Bishop c6, bishop d5, bishop e6. Engine is clueless, Angelica.
Yeah, you cannot really go.
So maybe bishop d7, I go king f3. The only idea I can think of is sacrifice the bishop. Because let's say you go here, 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 here. You can never get with the king on h4. h5, here, here, king g3. Maybe this is the position. Wait, maybe this is the position. So I now go around. I put the king on f5. I put the bishop here. I put the
Oh, wait, king h3?
king h3, bishop d5 here, Yeah, Abhimanyu also says, looks like it. I'm not sure, but I start to think.
Like I checked, I just put this on leeches too. Like even it says minus 1.8, but like you go to the end of the line, like 30 move line, same position.
Same position,
I mean-
yeah. Abhimanyu says probably to draw.
King H4, King G3. Just
That's pretty insane, no?
yeah.
Wow.
Did he play A4 before? Or did he play A4? What's it called?
No, long before.
Oh.
Yeah, long before. Wow, that is absolutely incredible stuff. So maybe Abhimanyu, you want to join us?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Listen, we're going to have Abhimanyu here with us to talk about his game. Maybe look at this absolutely crazy endgame with Prague against Limble and see how it goes. So in the meantime, here we have Limble for the first time. Thinking about his choices, maybe around here he has thoughts that actually things are not so simple.
So we're having in this position still the h6 being played. The huge question for the Vietnamese grandmaster: how to go on here, how to go for the win in this position, because it looks like there is a fortress there in the position for white. Prague seemingly might actually defend this position while being down a pawn, and Limble, who has actually very strong bishop on the e4, and we see that's actually in the mind of the Vietnamese grandmaster. I mean, he still doesn't understand how to break through. Meantime, we are having the special guest in the studio. Abhimanyu Mishra is here with us. Hi, Avi.
Hi.
How are you doing? I mean, you had today a draw.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I had some pretty good chances to win. It was winning, but apparently this move c5 blew everything away. It was quite interesting because I felt like c5 was one of the most natural moves
Yes.
to me, where I restrict this bishop, and it turned out to be a huge positional mistake. And yeah, I learned a lot from that game. That okay, I mean, I had some earlier win before. It was also very interesting. It's a very, very tactical win, and both of the wins were quite difficult. I couldn't find them, but I mean, yeah, I just came here today to play a game.
Yes.
He played this line from the rapid. I thought maybe I could try to pull some.
Have you prepared that he might play the same line?
Yeah. I thought, okay, I might be able to pose some challenges in this up by a pawn position, but of course it's not too much, and he defended perfectly, I believe.
And after bishop g6 he played, you spent some time, you're
Yeah,
not ready.
Just trying to recollect my notes
Yes,
entirely.
yes.
Just, I mean, okay, I knew that okay, this should be around.
Yeah.
equal.
Maybe it's a good idea for us to check the current games which are ongoing,
Sure.
because your game was pretty drawish from the beginning. There is not much to look.
Sure.
So we have this huge match at the Masters tournament, very important for you, of Pragnananda playing with white against Limble, trying to defend this endgame, being down a pawn. So what's your take on this endgame?
Of course, okay, this is 2 results. Like black cannot lose this if he tried. But the point is, I don't think he has to win either, because okay, white will always shuffle between, let's say, g3, h3, even f3. You can't really put him in zugzwang. If you put the bishop on e6, he goes king f3. If you put the bishop on e2 or d1, he goes king h3. And no matter what you try, if you ever go b5, b4 to try to break on the queen side, like let's say b5, king g3, b4, the point is white will not take this pawn. He'll just go king f3. And now
Yes,
this is like a
exactly.
perfect barricade, because if you go say like b takes e3, b takes e3. Now, if the pawn was on a5, this is a completely different.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is a completely different story because the king can go to a4.
Yes.
But as it is, okay, knight covers c4, knight will just never move. And if you try to put the king on in zugzwang, let's say you put the king on g6 and you go h5, so okay, king e5 here.
After b5, before break?
Well, let's just
or-
say king e5 directly. King f3, king f6, king f3, king g6, king g3, h5. Takes. Now, okay, you have to be careful that you don't go king f3 because of king h4. But the thing is, since the king is not threatening to come to e4, you just play.
you can move with the knight.
You can move with the knight. Like knight
So,
f3,
yeah.
g4, knight d2. Okay, king g5. Okay, now you have. Maybe this is the best chance, because now all of a sudden this knight is dominated.
And now you cannot move with the knight, actually. Now you have to move with the king, actually, in this
Yeah,
position.
and then he has king h4. Actually, maybe this is the best attempt then.
So king g2, let's say, in this position.
No, but king h4.
Oi. Yeah.
Maybe you have to go e4? This is also, but I mean, the second you start pushing pawns, this is when you know it's going wrong.
Yeah,
Because
it's
black
actually-
has many tempi. He can go c6 if he wants.
Yeah, the problem is this knight is looking fully dominated, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe there's, but yeah, this is probably the best attempt.
Yes.
And if I go like b3 here, takes. Okay, and then I have to put the knight back on d2, but it's clear that black has made progress. Maybe he can somehow put the bishop on, let's say, even e6 or e2. And he tries to bring the king to a4 now. Okay, like knight d2. King f5. Now, okay, if knight moves, you have king e4, so it's the king f2. Bishop d3.
Oh, wait,
no, it's
sorry.
not.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
Okay, king g3. But okay,
Now
it's still
you're
not
the problem.
that
That-
easy to break.
There is actually one suggestion to go for. Wait, to which moment exactly? I'm not so sure, but about the break on the to go with the h5,
Ah, okay, I mean, it's
then
just you
push
don't...
g4, king g5, and bishop d3. So basically, this is what we had just now. This bishop d3 Zugzwang position.
So yeah, maybe you put king on g6 and you go h5. Like, okay, without bishop c2, just to keep this knight a bit stuck.
So we come with the king again. Wait, maybe we go back to this position which we had.
Sure. Yeah, bishop on d3 is probably ideally placed, and you just... I don't think you need to go b5, b4 for this.
So in this position, wait a second. All right, doesn't matter. Let's make some moves. So we come.
But
with the
actually in
king.
this line, he had... Maybe somewhere we can go c4. Just to further restrict this idea of going b3. So okay, white...
You have to play king h3 here, like this. Yeah, this we got this position.
Yeah, now maybe black... If black has c4 in this position, like from before, maybe he has a better chance with...
So just playing c4 first.
King h3, let's say c4. Take, king h3, c4. King g3, g4.
Now the problem is you cannot push b3, you cannot push e4.
Yeah, I mean e4, king g5, and I think already this is looking quite nice.
Wow.
Yeah, actually this
Maybe it's a breakthrough.
It's okay, I have to keep shuffling with the king somehow. If I go king h2, king g2, and if you go g3, I have knight f3. So okay, let's say king h2, king h4, king g2. But now I can bring the bishop around actually. To, let's say,
But now knight goes
I don't
to...
know, now knight f1, knight f1, knight f1. Because okay, again, if knight reaches g3, this is another blockade. So I have to be careful with how I do this. But this should be, I mean, this looks like huge
Can we
progress.
play g3?
Yeah, g3, knight f3, king g4. Okay, knight e5, you have king f5, and you start running. It's okay, let's say knight d2, just
So
Fine.
in this position, knight d2.
bishop, oh wait, maybe c6 now. Yeah, now you just start using this tempi.
Oh, you have so many
You have so many
tempes.
tempi,
Oh
and
my
you like
god.
king g1, you go king h3.
You can even go all the way to b3 at some moment. Oh.
And okay, once king reaches h3 and you go g2, okay, something should...
Yeah, so in this position, how white proceeds? I mean, e4
No, this
is not possible.
This is already lost. Maybe, okay, if white has a defense, it's earlier.
So current position is actually, so king f2 was played, bishop c2, bishop d1.
Yeah, I think this bishop coming to d1 is probably not the best. He should keep this on d3 to dominate the knight. And okay, once bishop is on e4, you go king g6. I think you maybe have to start calculating knight f3.
1 second.
So-
Let's try.
Okay, I'm not...
So let's try to go back to these lines which we had. Okay, so push.
Yeah,
take.
no, I mean right before this. This moment where black got h5, one move before this. Maybe, oh, but king was already on f3, that's the issue. Is there maybe a stronger way to wait? Maybe he goes to h3 instead of f3 here.
So
Like from
instead
before, yeah, here, king
here,
h3.
king h3. Okay.
With the point that king g6, I now have knight f3.
So you have this square.
You have this square. And okay, maybe black goes c4 first, so that, okay, you have h5, knight e5, and king f6. Well, okay, one move before, like not.
Before that,
Yeah,
yes,
like-
yes, here.
Okay, you can also triangulate. You have king g7, king g6, and
You can play always.
yeah,
this,
you always have king g7, king g6. So,
So
king
here
g3, king g7.
you
H-
have to play king f3, come here, you have to play this,
And now h5.
and now h5, and now that's basically white is not in time, white has to take.
Take, and now maybe knight f3.
Knight
King.
f3.
No, but now knight e5. Knight e5, and he starts attack. Maybe king g6.
King h3.
King f5, knight d2. g4. King. Okay, again you have to pick a square. Maybe h4 just to provoke one like.
Just to
C6
try?
Just to provoke c6. But I have a feeling I have so many of these moves that shouldn't really matter. So king g3.
You have to play king g3, right?
Yeah,
There is
because, okay.
nothing else.
Now king g5.
And it looks like another Zugzwang.
Yeah, and you're back to the same thing. Okay, maybe this is. Maybe this is winning then.
So what do we have currently on the board? So bishop, king f2, bishop c2, king
You put the
g3,
bishop on d1 and he went h5.
and he went h5 like
So what
this.
he's doing is he's going to put the bishop. I think maybe this is also another controlled approach that he doesn't allow the knight to move. King g3 is a mistake. That's.
It's strange, yes.
What does the engine recommend instead of this? I'm a bit confused. Or is okay, king g2 or.
Maybe some kind of triangle.
But still okay. It feels pretty much similar.
So maybe after king g3, maybe no. But if you
No,
play
I think
this and
maybe
the king h4,
what happens is you bring the bishop back to e2, d3. Now, okay, let's say king h3. You go king f5,
yeah. So that
and now
king
now
L-
bishop d3. So that now if you have king e4, right?
very important.
Yeah. Now then you gain a tempo. So now he goes king h3 at g4, and we're back to
And
this.
the same position.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a bit smarter that the king is on.
Yeah, I mean,
On
this is
f5.
actually a bit stronger way that okay, you just keep this. you stop. I mean, h5 of course needs to be played, but this is probably the best way to do it. He's found a great plan.
Have you already also checked the game of the challengers? So Vaishali against Donchenko, what they had
I was
there?
mainly checking this Liam game.
Yeah, yes,
let's
because
check
it's
that out.
important. Let's check what's happening there. So this is the current position what they had. Actually, we left for a while. They had, like Vaishali had, we can check it quickly from the opening. Vaishali had an isolated pawn, so some Tarash positions.
She had something similar against Salem yesterday. didn't she?
Yes, but the Salem had the bishop on e2, yeah?
Ah,
That
yes.
was, but very similar.
And yeah, these positions, I have a feeling, okay, they're always close to equal, but they're kind of unpleasant to play with the pawn on d4. Because, okay, it's true as well. White can never really lose, and he can just press forever.
Yes, so that's what happened, and
And okay.
at some moment he won,
He won
the
the
pawn.
pawn.
Yes, he won the pawn, and this is the position we have, this endgame, rook and knight against the rook and knight.
Yeah, this is. Again, this is probably getting very borderline. Like, black is probably in the zone of one mistake. You make one more mistake, and if white plays accurately, you will just lose.
But I think it's important that there is this extra pawns
Yeah, yeah.
on the queen side.
Yeah, because
otherwise,
okay, if you play rook b4, for example, this is a theoretical draw. Like knight. Okay, here e3 also hangs, but even knight takes a3, rook takes a3, rook takes b6. Even if e3 did not hang,
yes, you
okay,
have 4 against
4
3.
against 3 is theoretical draw. So okay, he needs to
He has to protect somehow.
protect the pawn. Maybe king f3, knight d2. Be careful.
Oh, actually, very beautiful. Yes, you don't want to blunder that.
So yeah, king f2, king e2. You have to try to kick this knight. Maybe also instead of king f2, you have rook c3.
Just attacking it, and
Just
in case of
attacking.
b5, then
Yeah, this is the issue that you need to break this somehow.
yeah, because it's also not so easy. Yeah, the pawn is under attack here on a3.
Yeah,
and
probably
if you go back to take it, then this is going
it's the
to
same
fall.
thing. So maybe the same king f2, e2, d3 is.
Yeah, maybe king f2.
So yeah, I have a feeling, okay, he'll...
Yeah.
I think he'll probably win this if I had to guess.
Yes. Okay. All right, Abhimanyu. Tomorrow is the final game. You're playing tomorrow against Prague. How has been the tournament so far for you? I mean, how would you evaluate it? Because you had an enormous, great performance in classical chess. You had a huge performance rating. How do you feel yourself?
Yeah, it's been a great tournament. I had a lot of hiccups during the Blitz and Rapid. I didn't play that well. But yeah, I'm mainly here for the classical games. I love playing classical more than any other format, and things are going pretty well. Of course, things could be even better if I'd converted these 2 games against Vincent and Liam. But okay, I mean, I'm not complaining about my result. It's been very nice, and I'm hoping to have a fight tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes, and okay, in Blitz you had some a bit disappointing result. How could you manage recover it and come so strong in the first day of the final stage? Because I mean, yesterday you showed such a enormous battle against the current leader Lim Le, having even huge chances for a win.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't play too much Blitz in general. And most of those games, I realized it wasn't even... Most of the games, whatever was coming down was the last couple seconds, like 20, 30 seconds. Okay, one person was making a mistake, and that usually was me, and then things were getting decided. So, okay, I realized that, okay, in classical, these kind of things, they usually don't happen unless your time management gets really horrible towards the end. But yeah, in classical, you have a lot more time to think, and I've been playing decent in classical, and I thought, okay, let's have some more fun before it ends.
Thank you so much, Abhimanyu, for joining the stream, for joining and showing us some key moments from the current ongoing games.
Thank you.
And dear viewers, we are going for a very short break right now, where we are going to find out, is Lim Le going to clinch the title of the Grandmaster Triathlon winner of 2024 for the 3rd time in a row? Be right back after the break.
We're back live from Switzerland following the action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival here in Biel Congress Center. As you can see, this is the main playing venue where a combination of 15 tournaments is being played. Of course, the main event is the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, a combination of 3 tournaments, classical, rapid and blitz. Also here you can see there's the MTO Masters Open Tournament being played right now as well, which has amassed a lot of very respectable grandmasters and chess lovers of the game. So already quite a few games have been finished. Also what we do not see, because this is the view from the stage, on the stage there are the players in the Masters and Challengers. There you go. There's Alexander Donchenko. He plays against Vaishali, trying to grind down a very long game, because essentially, Angelika, this is the fight for the second place overall, because the first place in the Challengers is all but taken.
Yes, Alex Salem is already the winner of the Challengers section of the Grandmaster Triathlon. He already clinched it by beating Vaishali yesterday in the first round of the final stage. Having 34 points right now, there is no chance Alexander Donchenko can catch him any longer. So today we are having this huge battle between 2 players who might still have a chance to fight for the second place. But actually, Alexander Donchenko is actually pushing today.
Yeah, and then in the Masters we have, of course, the leader, the 2-time winner of the triathlon, Lim Le, who is currently leading the tournament, as you can see. Ike Martirosyan against Mishra have finished their game in a draw, and Lim Le against Prague. This is a very tense moment of the entire tournament, because Lim Le apparently has a winning position, but Prague claims it might be a fortress. So at the stake here in this game is the victory, not only in this game, but also the entire festival. And if the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to achieve this, he will score essentially a hat-trick, winning the triathlon 3 times in a row.
Absolutely remarkable performance by the Vietnamese grandmaster, who is actually not so active in the classical chess anymore. He's playing a few tournaments. He played last year after Biel Chess Festival. After winning the Biel Chess Festival, he actually participated in the World Cup. After World Cup, he just played once in October, some Asian games, few days. And since October 2023, he has not played any classical event till July this year, coming back to Biel and playing against so many strong players in the field and being the leader.
Indeed. So if Lim Le is going to win this, I think we're officially going to rename the tournament Lim Le Chess Festival, because he comes here every single year and he just wins everything. It's absolutely incredible performance by the Vietnamese grandmaster, who is not so active. Indeed, just focuses mainly on coaching. Looking at the last move that he just played, Angelika, I really like this King G6 move, because there's something that immediately comes to my mind, is the so-called distant opposition of the white king. It's all about getting to the g5 square. And the point is, if white plays king g5, black is going to respond with king g3, black is going to respond with king g5, and now you have to move. If white would just knock on the table and say, it's your move, then black cannot make a progress, and that's why the so-called Zugzwang is a very important resource, especially found in endgames.
Exactly, but actually in this position we have so many tempos which black can go for. For example, there is c6, there is b5. There is at any move you still can move. You still can move with those pawns. So I don't think it's very important, but of course it's a very nice idea to go for it.
So let's check a couple of scenarios. I know you
right.
and Abhimanyu, you already talked about some of them, but maybe let's refresh the memory. So if we wait, king f2 or king h2, black is going to play king h5 and king h4, and I suppose you couldn't allow this king land on h4. Why is this? Because if the king gets here, you're going to get to reposition your bishop, play g3, and this no longer looks like a fortress. So we can assume the king needs to be in g3.
But can after king h5, knight f1? No, knight f1 is not a move.
There's no knight f1.
You just take it.
Yeah, you just take it. So maybe we just show it. Here you play knight f1. This is going to be very easy winning pawn endgame for black. Just get the king here, king e4. give up the pawn, collect everything that is in your way. So the big question, let's say king f2, king h5, king g3, king g5. Now what? How does white make a progress? How does white make a
Holds
progress
the
by doing
position.
nothing?
Yes.
Yeah, king h2, this probably loses because the king gets on h4. So I see only three moves, three legal moves. It's e4, it's c4, and it's b3. And all of these moves somehow worsen white's chances. So let's say we play c4. Can I do it?
You can try.
So I'm going to
C6.
go again here. I'm going to, oh wait, and then I'm just, again, I'm just wronging you. Because after king f2, it's going to be king
King
h4.
h4. You're
And
going
this is a
forward.
weakness.
But maybe here after king g2, g3, there is knight f3.
Maybe I could reposition the bishop maybe here. You go somewhere with the king.
But there is knight f1 now.
Knight f1.
It's a little bit tricky, yeah?
It is. I'm not going to deny it is, but I mean, with the correct order of the moves, there should be a win anyway.
There is also a c6 always a tempo. You still have
Yeah, you always can play c6 as well if you need it. Good point. No, this is just winning. So we can assume c4 loses. Okay, what else is there?
There is b3 or e4.
I would like to start with e4. And now this pawn doesn't really help white to keep the fortress. It always can be under attack. The question is how to use it.
Just
Again,
c6 maybe.
just
Okay.
stand and do nothing.
But then knight c4, just bishop e4.
Yes, knight c4, you just collect the pawn. King moves, I just go forward. So it's got to be e5. Bishop goes here. You go forward. Bishop goes here. You go forward. Another Zugzwang. No moves.
No moves for white. Yeah.
Knight moves, you collect a pawn. You can always c6 as well. You can always c4 as well. King moves, king f4. Knight moves, king f5, king e5, everything falls apart. So I think we can agree, Angelica, that these moves simply lose. After king g3, king g5, the only move we haven't yet looked at is the move b3.
But you're already discussing this position that if a4 pawn was located on a5, there would be a way for king to run. Remember, we were discussing it, that there is always this idea.
Yeah, but now there's pawn on a4, so this is impossible.
And that's why after b3, our pawn is being traded. So that's why we can introduce the idea of king coming to a4 again.
Yeah, and this no longer looks like a fortress, does it now? So again, we could use the bishop to dominate the knight. For example, bishop c2, here, put the bishop on d1, just to protect the pawn. Again, let's say you do nothing, and I start to run with the king. Okay, I think I could have played this already king h4 as well. So let's say you use the knight.
Yes.
I go here. You just stand and do nothing.
Yeah, you
I
have
go
to stop
here.
king e4, exactly king e5. Now you cannot allow this, so you have to play king f2.
I go here,
Now king is coming to a4.
here. You cannot even get there, so maybe something like,
But you cannot move the king also, I mean the knight, because maybe a4.
that's a weakness. You can always target it with a bishop.
And you can also come with king b7 through a6. Crazy.
Here, here. Oh wait, I'm blundering knight of 3. Okay, let's not blunder. Here.
King e1.
Or maybe just go after the pawn. Not so easy, is it now?
It's not very easy.
I think this is the best chance for king h5. Why this is a mistake? I think this is very human. So let's forgive our engine here. He's doing exactly everything correctly. This is not a mistake. So once again, king g3, king g5, b3, a takes, knight b3. Does look like a fortress. The question is, how do you move the king towards a4? What's the right path? Where do you put the bishop?
Bishop c2. Knight goes to d2 back.
Maybe keep it here so that it stops e4. It's super tricky,
But
yeah?
then there is knight d2 and e4.
What was the issue with playing c4?
What?
What was the issue with playing c4 and then doing this?
c4?
Yeah, like somewhere for black, like late before this.
So that to stop.
That's a fair question. Yeah, I was wondering about this. I didn't get so far.
King g5 instead of playing king h5. So king g5, king g3, then c4.
Here, yeah?
Like, but here maybe, yeah, maybe here will also work.
Yeah, we have still Abimanyu here with us. Yeah,
We have a
actually, you're
consultant.
completely right, Abimanyu. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure.
But okay, I mean, this one maybe you allow some king f4. I don't know, like, it probably still wins.
But king h4 looks like very much winning.
Like, it's probably wins too, but okay.
Probably wins. Yeah, this pawn is so far away. You know, either way, we can agree on one thing. This game still continues. So it's one of those scenarios when the commentators say it's somehow winning. There are the ideas. The player's going to figure it out. And that's why they have to show why they're 27 Kanga plus. It's a very, very tricky endgame. Do not look the viewers at the engine here. It's silly. It doesn't understand it. King h5 is a very nice move. So I like it. And I think that Lim Le is perfectly aware of the Zugzwang ideas here. And then, of course, the question is if after king g3 is going to play c4 or he's going to allow white to play b3. I do not know. But the players have enough time on the clock to figure it out.
Yes, for sure. 50 minutes for Lim Le and 47 around the same time for Praggnanandhaa. Of course, it's the game here for two results. It's only the black who can push for a win. Praggnanandhaa has to defend this game for a very long period of time.
The only move is b3 here, yeah. Only move.
Huge question is b3. Will he play it?
Maybe b5. It looks ridiculous, but you keep the knight dominated.
Yeah, b3, b5 also could be a move. Yeah?
Wow.
Okay, I mean, this of course looks a bit worse. This is the worst version for sure.
So tricky, so tricky. Now, I think without the b3, I would probably just take it.
Probably take.
Yeah. All right, we are going to go back to this game because, I mean, here, the players have so much time, 47 minutes for Prague, 50 for Lim Le. This is going to be a very long game. I don't see it finishing in 10 minutes unless Prague here is going to collapse. He needs to hold on. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and select another game. We can only one game, by the way, so no need for bird's eye view. Just go immediately to the game of Donchikov.
Let's go there. We already shortly discussed with
What do we got?
Abimanyu that there is a very interesting endgame
Oh.
in this position.
Oh, e4 was played. e4 was played. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Angelica, because I just saw e4 was played by...
We already discussed e4, right? We said bishop c2.
And we felt that this is losing.
Yeah, we said bishop c2, and there is no way for... So basically bishop c2, and you have to either play e5, or you have to play king f2. But then you're allowing king f4, so e5 is the only move. And then we said bishop f5.
Put the bishop on e6 and put the Zugzwang.
Yes, knight c4. Knight c4 here.
Bishop e6.
And knight e3, yes, and this
And
is a
b5.
Zugzwang. This is
That's
huge.
it. No,
This
it's
is
just
huge.
winning. It's just winning. I do not see any defense here. So, okay, maybe it's obvious here, armed with engines, we're looking at this endgame. And even with engines, it's very tricky to understand. And for Prague, perhaps he believes this is not a fortress, or he just didn't see this idea, bishop f5, bishop e6. But now this no longer allows white to guard some of the critical squares. And after bishop c2 here, white simply has to move forward the pawn, otherwise he plays c4, the bishop goes back. Again a fortress, not a fortress but a Zugzwang. White king walks, king e4 is incoming.
Yes, huge move right now, so knight cannot move, pawn is hanging. What to do other than e5? I mean, there is no real choice. I mean, there is of course c4 in the position, but you're again just going to give a pass for white, and there is no other move.
Maybe there's some other moves as well, like b5 here.
But then you're allowing b3 again, but probably it's not...
Fair point.
not-
Yes, b3 gives some unnecessary counterplay, so that's why bishop c2 makes this move simply impossible.
and after c4, you can just play c6, actually. If c4 here,
Yeah, c4 just go back.
Yes,
So
you're
no,
right. Yes.
no progress. How about I set up another fortress, like this?
But it's not really a fortress.
No,
it's
it's
not
not.
really a fortress.
No, I don't
You
think
can
so.
try, but
I don't think so. No, this no longer
Yeah,
looks like a
once-
fortress.
yeah, once e-pawn is falling, basically this is over for white. So white has tried to stick to that pawn on e5, but it's going to be very difficult.
And we can see that Lim Lei is thinking about making the move. He sort of seemed to be ready to
Look-
execute the next move.
Look at the body language. Look at Lim Le. He is finding, he is looking, he sees there is something. He sees the wins is right there and he wants to grab the victory.
What do you think Prague is checking there right now?
Maybe the game of Donchenko against
I think so.
Vaishali? Just
Yeah.
checking his sister's game, yeah?
He's following most likely also his sister's game because Vaishali and Prague, they're the only duo in the history of chess that have made the Grandmaster title, the only brother-sister duo. So he's cheering for his sister, or maybe since this position already seems to be technically winning for Prague, and we kind of already went there, let's jump now to the game of Donchenko against Vaishali and try to understand what caught the attention of Vaishali's brother Prague.
Let's check it for sure. We have there another endgame rook and knight against rook and knight, but with extra pawn for white. This is what we are having right now. There is one problem for white. There is a weakness on a3. So once you take at any moment pawn on b5, you're getting eliminated both pawns on the queen side, and then you will have 4 against 3, which is going to be much easier to defend, especially if you go to the rook endgame.
Never gonna happen. I do not see how black could possibly trade these pawns. So white's idea here is protect the pawn on a3.
Maybe king b4.
Yeah, king b4, knight e4, collect the pawn. The pawn on e3 maybe really doesn't matter so much. This pawn is so important because it slows down white's pawn on a3. So king c3, king b4. Watch out for some tricks. Maybe king c3, Donchenko is about here.
Rook a4, yes, good idea. Not allowing king coming all the way to b4.
How about I do it the other way? I go around like king d4.
It looks pretty nice, actually. Very good idea. Yeah, the pawn is simply too weak on b5. You also cannot really defend it.
I once won a very similar endgame, although it was not the knights. I had a rook endgame, exactly the same pawn structure, pawn on a3 versus pawn on b5, and I believe I had 3 pawns against 2 at the king side. And also one of the core ideas was that you always have to keep the pawn on a3 at all costs alive. Yeah, if it's gone, then as Abhimanyu already said, he was here. I remember you were talking about this game. Then indeed, with these pawns gone, then the black has very good drawing chances here with the pawn on b5 and a3 alive. I just do not see. Maybe there's something like rook d7 check, king c5, activate the pieces, but white's going to play knight e4, collect on
b5
b5,
is falling.
and that's it.
And that's it exactly. And I mean, just recalling the position which Vaishali had, she had just an isolated queen's pawn. She was trying to create some initiative, but she failed. And that's actually what you're getting if you're not, if you're failing with your strategy which you're having. She had an isolated pawn. She had to do something. She failed in it. She managed to lose her pawn, unfortunately. And now it's Donchenko who is dominating and most likely going to win the game and the fight for the second place in the challenges.
Yeah, because let's check now the current standings in the Challengers tournament. As you can see, Salem Saleh has secured the victory in the overall rankings. He is simply untouchable. So Alexander Donchenko is half a point ahead of Vaishali, the minimal advantage. But if he wins this game, that's it. He scores 4 points. Vaishali drops behind by 4.5 points. And then the final round essentially already doesn't matter because Donchenko will have secured the second place and Vaishali will remain in the third place.
Yeah, and in Masters, we still see there is Lim Le at the top with 25.5 points, currently 1.5 points more than Haik, but Haik already played his game, he already drew against Abhimanyu Mishra. So if Lim Le manages to win this endgame against Pragnananda, he will be one round before the end of the tournament already the Grandmaster Triathlon Master Champion 2024, third time in a row, hat trick, as you would say.
Yeah, and here we just saw, by the way, a couple of moves having played by Prague. I would like to go there back in a moment, but first maybe let's have a look at the bird's eye view. Here's the knight f1 move by Prague. So Prague is attempting to set up some kind of fortress, put the knight on e3, but it's just not meant to be because once again it's going to be yet another form of a Zugzwang.
Yes, we are heading to the position we have already actually discussed. Maybe we can go immediately
Yeah,
there.
let's go, because I don't really believe this game is going to continue for long, because Prague is just running out of ideas here. So bishop e5, bishop e6, we looked at this idea. So white can play knight e3. So he's claiming, I have a fortress, right? You cannot get to f5. If you run away, I'm going to collect a pawn. And your pawns are kind of not advancing. But the problem here is the so-called Zugzwang, that you have to make a move and you just can't make it. There's no legal move that's going to keep your position together.
You cannot just pass, you know. So I mean, in domino when you're playing, for example, you don't have something what you can play with, but then you can say, I'm passing the move. But in chess, it's not so easy. And in this position, we still have this. Yeah, but I think bishop takes even.
Bishop takes, you drop the pawn on g4.
Oh, so you
So
have to
I was
take
thinking this was the final idea for Prague.
Okay.
But I mean,
there is even b4, yes?
Yes, there's b4, there's even c6. So you can just ignore it, and the problem is nothing really changes for white. Nothing changes. You still need to move the knight. King moves, king e4 is incoming. Knight moves, king e5, king e5. So for example, this and this is just game over. Knight takes on g4, trade the bishop, king marches here. And this is how Limble is going to win the third year in a row the triathlon.
Yeah, knight is read on the board. No more moves. Huge Zugzwang for white. Pragnananda is still trying, but there is not much more to try. I mean, we remember actually Limble played his last classical game in the classical portion against Ike Martirosyan, that endgame where Ike managed to escape. But this is not going to be like that. There will be no king on e5, which was stopping Lim from winning that game. But here, just very straightforward and very easy way. I don't think there is any way.
No, there's no way. Now I'm already pretty safe. I made this mistake once earlier today when I said that it felt that Limble is 5 minutes away from becoming a champion. Then I realized, wait a second, there might be actually some fortress, which was not very obvious, and probably it was not a fortress.
Yes. And Arturs, maybe we could go back in the game and actually try to find the moment where the things went south for the Indian young superstar in this game.
You mean in the game of Vaishali or Pragnananda?
Pragnananda.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So I just wanted to go back in the game and try to understand
Fair point.
what actually went wrong, because it felt like the position was, of course, it was very risky to castle alongside for Lim. He still made it.
So I had Salem here, Salem, the winner of the Challengers tournament, and he said, yeah, this is a very interesting setup by the Vietnamese player. B6, A5, trying not to yet show the ambitions, what he has. If you play early F6, for example, here, this was very interesting. If you play F6, this allows white some knight H4 ideas, with F4 ideas, with knight F5 ideas, or H4, H5 ideas. So B6 was a very smart way by the Vietnamese player not to reveal the cards. So A3 was a rather mysterious move by the Indian player. Rook E1, there was a fight for the F5 square. Black was threatening F5, white was threatening knight F5. So we reached this critical moment after queen C3, bishop B7, and here Salem said, I don't like this move D4. And yeah, we had a bit argument here. I was not so sure, because I tried to counter it that white did it because he might be running out of the pawn play. And after c5, we're not like sure if indeed white is doing great. So knight c4 could have been a move. Difficult to say. So Prague played e4, and this is the critical moment, one of the critical moments of the game when Limble played a long castle, which seems like a very daring move. But at the same time, as Select said, there's a lot of pieces for black, a lot of pawns on the queen side. The king is feeling pretty safe, despite the fact that the pawn in d4 is a weakness. And here he suggested maybe Limley had to continue with d5.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. So the idea is c takes on d5 feels risky, knight e5.
Yes. You
And
have
if-
to take, you have to give up your bishop, but
Yeah.
then the light squares all are weak.
Yeah, those light squares
Okay.
are really, really weak.
So maybe knight b8?
No, we're talking about knight
Knight
c5.
c5. Ah.
Hitting the pawn, and we just could not understand. For example, after d takes, bishop c6, knight e5 still follows. The queen is under attack. If you take it, and let's say some sort of king b7
But you
or
gave
rook
up the
e8.
bishop. That's
It's tough to say. Okay, maybe this is not forced. This maybe black can play something like queen e6,
the knight g5, yeah?
knight g5, queen d7. Okay, what is this?
Knight f6.
Draw. Draw. Yeah.
Repetition and draw.
Chess is full with possibilities to make draws if the players are not looking for more. So that was the thing that happened here, and after knight c4 here, Prague, about here, I think he started to go the wrong way. With knight c4. So he provoked black to take on d4, bishop c5 was played, bishop a6 was played, really nice move, and somehow those two bishops for the Vietnamese player started to become stronger and stronger and stronger. So Prague attempted to trade some pieces, rook e8, hit the pawn on e4, knight e2, white started to fall back, take it, and then yet another strong move, queen c5. And after this move, Prague started to get in trouble. But let's go to the current position because there's a move. Here, Prague has played king of 2.
So let's move a couple of moves back because there was knight e3 played as last we've seen in the position. So b5 indeed was played, knight e1 and king f2.
Everything wins here. King e5 wins. King e4 wins.
King f4.
King f4 wins. Maybe this is the cutest move, king e4. Ignoring the pawn, heading for the pawn on c2.
But I would go king f4, just opposition. Maybe.
Yeah, and then after knight g3, yet another attempt to select a fortress. Now this game is over.
Yeah, we see
Nothing's
also
going to happen here.
we see also in body language of the players, Pragnananda is in his thoughts, deep in his mind, trying to figure out what was the mistake, what have I done, what have gone wrong.
He just wants to finish this game as quickly as possible. So now he once again has a look what his sister does. So not a great day for Ramesh Babu family, really. Apparently, both brother and sister, they're losing their games. So he's looking right now at Vaishali's game. I mean, he could just get up and see it. It's right next to him, but it is
Maybe,
what it is.
once you're having a losing position and a little bit, not such a great manner, to stand up and walk when you're having losing position. It's
and I
rather the winning side who is doing
Right,
it.
I had a little discussion with Salem about Prague, and Prague declined to have any comment. He was not really sure why Prague is not really in such a great shape in this tournament. And what he basically said, sometimes this happens, you just have a bad tournament. Maybe it's tiredness, maybe it's something else. Select didn't really want to speculate, but the tournament for the world number 8 is not successful.
Indeed, it is not that successful, but he was trying really hard last couple of rounds. Yesterday, also against Martirosyan, going for some interesting lines in the opening, trying something, playing a draw. Today, he was also going for some super interesting lines of the Italian game, still trying his best. And we see also that right now he's sitting. He already understands, and I think he accepted that he's already lost.
So his body language says it all. He knows this game is over. So the only question here, Angelica, but I'm not sure if the Vietnamese grandmaster, if he's going to collect the pawn on e5 just to make safe. Yeah, that's how Prague looks like right now, somewhere in a galaxy far away with his thoughts.
In the galaxy far, far away.
Not the greatest day for Prague indeed. But right now, Limle is trying to figure out what to do with the pawn on e5. Go forward with king e4, king d3, king c2, leave the pawn on e5, b. Maybe just kills the game immediately, or work a bit after king e5, because maybe this is just immediately killing. You cannot play king e2. There's going to be a check. There's going to be a capture. And if you try to run with the pawn, the bishop is just in time to stop it. Yeah. e7, bishop f7, time to resign. So you cannot stop the king. And the only thing what would be stopping me maybe if I'm leaving this pawn on e5 too much freedom. For example, knight g3, knight h5, knight f4. Maybe there's some tricks. Like, I don't know, where do you put the bishop? e6. Let's say play this position. But Angelique, I'm looking at this and I'm wondering why.
Yes, why to create a problem if you just can capture the pawn in one of the first moves? So
And king e4 was played.
king e4 is on the board right now. Are we going to see resignation? I mean, I'm seeing in this. I mean, in the side of Pragnananda how he's looking at the position. He already knows it.
He's
It's
probably
over.
considering a resignation right here.
Will
because-
he do it?
No, of course he's going to continue a couple of moves. By the way, one of the first rounds, actually of the classical tournament, Prague was holding on this absolutely hopeless endgame, down the rook, down a knight against Abhimanyu Mishra. It was completely lost. He just was overplaying it for the longest time, just couldn't accept the things didn't go his way. And here, I suppose he would continue for a while. We'll see. So once again, could be knight g3, could be, I'm not sure, maybe king d5 actually is more precise.
Did Limle just pull the Pragnananda on him because he just sipped the water, the famous sip of water like Pragnananda is doing.
The power set, yes.
The power sip of water of Lim.
Right. So here. I'm not sure. I would just probably just take the pawn on e5, but okay, I'm not Limle.
Yes, and that's why
Thank
you are
you.
here with me.
Thank you, Angelica. That's why I'm here with you. That's why I'm not playing in the in the Masters triathlon. All right.
But would you love to play? Would you?
I don't know. I would be probably.
I think it's more
suffering every
fun
single
actually
day.
to commentate on the game.
Really? I don't know. I had my fair share of playing at the highest level. I played myself once at this level in the year 2021 FIDE Grand Swiss, which was moved from Isle of Man to Poland, then from Poland to Riga, where I live. And every single round, can you imagine this? Every single round, my opponents were 2650 guys.
Crazy.
Every round, from 1 to 11. 11 rounds in 12 days, World Championship time control. My longest game was 8 hours.
Wow.
Do you really think I enjoyed to play that?
How many
No.
points did you score?
Oh, not a lot. 4, I think.
Okay, but still.
4 out of 11. I was supposed to score a bit more, but I got incredibly tired, so not sure. By the way, the game continues. Knight h5, knight g7 was played by Prague, so he is going to attempt, of course, to push for the pawn.
Yes, but right now what Lim can do is just remove the bishop to the d7, c6 and just take it at some moment because the a pawn is going to be very fast.
He has just calculated this. Okay, I wouldn't risk it, but that's why I said I'm not Limle. He's sure he's going to win this. For example, there are going to be idea like bishop d7, e6, bishop c6, e7, capture, white promotes, takes, and these pawns are simply too strong.
Yes.
Simply too strong. There's one passer, there's another passer. The knight on here is simply too far away. Maybe
There is
b4.
even b4, yes.
Yeah, maybe even this is probably winning as well. a3, takes, here.
Simply not in time. I mean, White's king is simply too far away and busy with the pawn on g4. So Limle is still trying to find the most precise way.
I'm sure this game is going to continue for a while. So let's maybe go back to the game of Donchenko against Vaishali. I don't think we are going to see resignation like in the next 5 minutes here, so we still have time. While Limle is double checking his choices, how to seal the deal. So Donchenko against Vaishali, is there a progress? King c3, by the way, was played. And then rook a4.
So we were expecting actually king d4, king c5 to be played,
All right.
don't we?
Yeah.
We
I
were-
think I understand what he wants. He wants to go here.
And after knight a... you cannot play knight a3.
Knight a3, I just take it.
Yes, you cannot do it.
So the knight is lost. And the idea of rook b4 is if you go away, I play a4. I understand it.
Oh,
Oh, wait, just a second. I go here. There's knight a3 check. How clear is this?
king
maybe
moves
just-
away. Yes,
yeah.
king d3, and now you still cannot take. Yeah, huge
it's-
threat again to take the pawn on b5.
it's
Very
winning.
nice idea.
Yeah, it's winning. I think rook b4. This is the German grandmaster's idea. Trade the rooks. Maybe black can somehow try to activate the knight, go after these pawns. Some knight e6. But I don't believe it.
Yeah, just simply too many pawns. Simply too many pawns, and this a pawn you cannot really stop with the one knight, and 4 against 3 on the king side.
Black
Looks
is
like
simply
losing.
not in time. Simply not in time to do all of those things.
Yes, not the most happy day for the Indian fans today, but this is chess, this is how it happens, and this is how it goes.
And we got already a couple of moves in the game of Prague against Limle. Let's maybe follow this game because I think we are seeing the final moves. There's no need
Oh,
for this.
Limle is not joking. He immediately took on e6.
He immediately took on e6, not
He's
even,
not joking.
not even retreating. So here we left it after e6. We were wondering bishop c6, etc. No, just take it. Of course. Why? Why even bother?
Why even buzzer?
Take it here. So he has calculated this. Knight takes on c7, king a3, knight b5, king b2, king g3, a3.
Knight has to take. And king is not in time to protect from the c passer.
This might be the final move. Let's maybe go full screen. So Prague knows he's beaten. There's a resignation, and Limle with this victory becomes a 3-time winner of the Masters Triathlon here in Biel. One of the most amazing performances in the Biel Chess Festival history.
Absolutely spectacular performance for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, coming here for the 3rd time in Biel and making it. This was incredible. Huge congratulations to all the fans of Limle.
Yeah, so absolutely incredible performance. Something like this, to be honest, I don't think I've ever really seen anywhere in the modern world chess, really, because Limle is working full-time as a head chess coach in Webster University. He replaced the legendary Susan Polgar back in 2021. Right now, he's full-time coaching the chess students in the chess program in the Webster University. So from time to time, he plays chess, and look at that, he's really good at this.
He is absolutely amazing, and even though he doesn't have that much of experience, he comes here in Biel for the 3rd time, and he's winning. And every year we have a very strong field. Every year we have so many strong players, so many different players. I mean, this year is no exception. We had absolutely amazing field, but how is he doing this? How is he doing this?
I really want to hear the recipe. What is the recipe of success for Limle? What makes this result so possible? Not really sure. I would love to have him here for the interview. In the meantime, let's check the current standings of the Masters and Challengers. We already know our champions of 57th International Biel Chess Festival in both Masters and Challengers. and their names are Lim Le in the Masters tournament and Salem Salek in the Challengers.
Absolutely incredible performance by both of the players. Saleh Salem manages to win the whole event 2 rounds in advance, and Lim Le winning the Grandmaster Triathlon in Master section 1 round before the end of the event. So tomorrow there is a last round for both of the players. They can just relax, enjoy the game, and just play it. And they don't have a pressure anymore about the winning the tournament because they already made it.
Indeed, so here you can see the players are analyzing their games just before they leave. Of course, there is the analysis room available for the players, and after they will be done, I suppose we are going to see if Limle is going to join us for an interview. I hope he will. But, dear viewers, we are going to make a short break, hopefully with an interview of the tournament winner of the Masters tournament. This is 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We'll be back with more action after the break.
welcome back to the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, and I am excited to be joined by Lim Le, the hat trick winner of the Biel Chess Festival Masters Edition. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
How do you feel yourself now?
Yeah, I'm extremely happy with the game today. Before the game, I could be happy with a draw as well, but to be able to win such a nice game in a very technical manner, and also with this victory, I win the festival with one round to spare. So that's a very nice thing because in the last 2 years, it was still very
It was tense
yeah, very
till the
tense in
last round.
Yes, so it's really nice that I make it with one round to spare this time.
But even at the beginning of the tournament, you were very ambitious. I remember at the opening ceremony, I asked you, something about your life, what you're doing, because you're not playing that much, and you're saying you're happy to be back at Biel and you would love to come next time, would love to win it. You were so ambitious.
Well, I was half joking at the time, actually.
Half
because-
joking, but you made it.
Well, I always try to play my best, but it's hard to say how the tournament could go from the beginning. But I like playing here, and I always want to win. Yeah.
So maybe let's go and dive into the game you played today with the black pieces against Pragnananda. Your very important win, of course, to become a champion this year as well. So you prepared that he's going to play e4 because we've seen some Petrov you played already with Prague.
Yeah, I had one game against Prague in the Rapid. I played Petrov, and that was maybe the first time in maybe 10 years that I played a Petrov. So I guess he prepared that a little bit, but that was my trick to play it in the Rapid, so he could spend some time to prepare, and then I go back to my normal stuff. And I'm sure he was trying to get a game here, and because normally he plays e4 when he wants to win, and he plays some more solid openings when he wants a draw.
So you played Berlin?
Yeah, I expected this opening. He played this queen e2 also in the candidates earlier this year. So I looked at this line a little bit, and yeah, I didn't know the line so well, but I thought in general black should be okay. Yeah, I think b6 a5 is a typical idea because black shouldn't commit to castling too early, because if you castle short, then maybe white will try some g4 ideas, and like king h1, g4, it can be dangerous. So I decided to wait a little
Postpone,
bit.
yeah.
Yes, and in many cases, black can also castle long. For example, if white goes like a4, I look at that move actually, a4, bishop a6, something like this, knight e3, g6, and then you can castle long. And the black king is relatively safe there. So also bishop e3, I looked at that move. And I think bishop a6 is still the best move. Or f6, maybe f6, sorry, yeah. F6.
So f6?
Yeah, so if bishop c5, then you take with the
you
knight.
can take with the
and
knight,
then you try
yes.
to put the knight on e6. And it's in general equal. But I didn't look at the move a3. I think that was, he was still in his prep here. So I was a little worried at this point. I didn't know what to do, but I thought, okay, let's continue with my plan, bishop a6.
There was sometimes some ideas here to b4 with
yeah.
bishop g5.
Yeah, I had to calculate some b4. After bishop a6, I think b4 was a possibility. AB, bishop b4, bishop b2, and then I think f6 has to be played, and then c3. We were actually discussing this line after the game, bishop d6, and then d4. And now white is threatening knight takes d6, and if black castles, then there's rook takes a6.
Oh, very beautiful. Yeah.
But
With the knight.
yes, but black has a move there. Instead of castling, there's bishop b7, and probably black is okay. Take, rook a1, castle, and I think black should be okay here. But I wasn't sure. So anyway,
It was not clear, yes.
Yeah. So he played knight e3, typical move, g6, and here was okay. I think black is very solid here.
So what was this move for rook e1? Because it was a little bit mysterious to us.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Maybe he just wanted to stop f5, because sometimes black has ideas like f5, ef, e4. So he wanted to stop ideas like that. And also he wanted to wait for me to castle, because now if I castle long, there's b4. And if I castle sharp, there's some knight g4. And in general, the black king can be in danger in the king side. So I try to
So
play.
you had to also
Yeah.
wait a little bit?
Yeah,
Should
also
this-
if I play a4, then he can go b4 also. And a, b, c, b, and it's
And
very
then
unclear
before,
here.
okay.
Yeah, before bishop b2. So I had to wait a little bit with bishop b6, and also the idea is to put the knight on c5 and e6. So yeah, queen d2 is interesting. He wants d4 clearly. So now again, if I go long castle, there's b4, and I didn't like that
Oh,
so
and
much.
he's opening up.
Yeah. So I wanted to.
So you wanted to stop those ideas?
Yeah, so
First
I wanted
playing
to stop that
a4.
at a4. Queen c3 looks logical, bishop b7. Now, if he doesn't play d4, then I go c5, and he never gets d4 again. So he has to try d4 here.
According to computer, it was a mistake. So it's saying that
Yeah.
it should allow you to play c5. Also, okay, how happened in the game that you got on this d file? Maybe it was.
Right.
But
I
what
think-
else if not
yeah,
d4?
if not d4, then probably you have to play something like knight c4, then c5. And okay, it's a typical Berlin. Black is very solid. White maybe just very tiny bit better, but it's not a lot here. And eventually black will castle probably short, but I don't have to commit to that yet.
Yeah,
I
because
can
everything
even-
is close so
yeah.
far.
I can even try to castle long and play like f6, g5, or leave the king there for a while. So yeah, I think d4 was very logical. So I castle long.
Have you considered taking and then castling, or like how?
Yeah, I wasn't sure. So ed, queen d4. Now I wasn't sure. Castle long, right? Castle long. But this is a transposition to the game, I guess. Knight c4.
Actually, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, in the game I castle immediately knight c4, ed. Yeah.
So basically the same
He could have
position.
also played knight take d6 instead of queen d4.
Instead of queen d4?
Yeah, knight d6, queen d6, and then knight takes d4. I
Oh, knight
guess.
takes.
And then I wanted queen c5, trading the queens, and okay, black should be safe here. It's an equal position. But yeah.
I mean,
so
there are 4 against 3 on the king side, 4
Yeah.
against 3 on the queen side.
an opposite color bishop, so should be relatively equal. Yeah, queen d4, very ambitious. Bishop c5, queen c3.
Also, of
So-
course, considering the position of the Fragnanande in the tournament, he had to try.
win. Yeah, he had to win. So it's logical that he tried to keep things complicated. So bishop a6. Yeah, I played this move because I was a bit worried about b4. If I play some slow move, for example, if I play like rook h e8, then he can go b4, a b, c b, and now again he's threatening b4. So it can get a bit unpleasant here.
Yeah, and bishop is getting trapped somehow.
Yeah. So bishop a6, and my idea was if b4, then I would go queen e6.
Oh, you're
And-
counter-attacking.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is the best move, but it looks interesting to me. If the knight moves somewhere, then I go bishop e7. Let's say, yeah, knight e3, bishop e7, and I have counterplay with knight bishop f6 and so on. So he played bishop e3, yeah. But this move, I think after this move, I should be fine. Because, yeah, what happened in the game was very logical for me. Trade the bishops and then the queens. And here, there was a line that he told me after the game that he initially wanted queen b4 here instead
Here?
of rook e1.
Ah, sorry, still forgets.
Yeah, queen b4, but then he saw queen takes c2, rook c3, c5, and black is okay.
Oh, we have this intermezzo.
Yeah. Without c5, black would be losing, but black is okay here. So rook e1. Yeah, here I was already very happy with my position because this looks like a very good Berlin endgame. Like, if you play Berlin with black, you are generally getting this structure
Yes.
4 against 3 on the queen side. And now your king already castle, you connect your rook, so it's a great version of the Berlin. So okay, queen c3, c5. Yeah. After that, I think it's already slightly unpleasant for white. Because his knights are not getting anywhere.
Yeah, there's no
close.
coordination there.
Yes. So h3, yeah. Yeah, I play rook e7, kind of a waiting move. I wanted also knight b8 or knight f8, but I wasn't sure where to go. So I
You
make
didn't know which direction.
Yeah, I made a useful waiting move first.
So you wanted to
also
go at some moment to d4,
to
but
D4,
didn't know
yeah.
from c6 or
on
e6.
e6. Yeah, yeah. And here I think g4 was maybe the wrong move because it weakens the f4 square. I
Yes.
mean, it doesn't look too much, but in the game it was a big problem for him. Maybe he should have played like king h2, and then if I go knight f8, then maybe e5 and trying to put the knight on e4. I mean, I wasn't worried about black position here, but I think,
Knight here.
yeah, knight e6, knight e4, probably knight d4.
Yeah, but still it's some
it's still
play
game,
on
yeah.
the king side
Yeah,
for him.
knight f6, yeah. So anyway, he played g4, and I think this move is a bit weakening because now I have the f4 square, so I play knight f8. He played king g2, yeah, knight e6, king g3, f6, yeah. This is very important because if I play knight d4 first, then he has knight takes d4, rook takes d4, knight f3, rook e4, either rook, take, and then knight g5. And white has some counterplay here. And it can be very risky for black also. So I play f6 first to control the g5 square. Also, I wanted to stop e5. Because if white goes e5 here, then I would go f5. And this structure is very bad for white because your pieces have nowhere to go. And then black can also try to attack on the king side with rook f8 and bishop b7. And in general, white's king is very weak. So, so this is bad. So I think here h4 is not the best move. Maybe he had to play knight f1. I was thinking that move.
Yes, already getting ready for this knight d4.
Yeah. But at least knight d4 here, he can take, and he's not losing the pawn.
Yes, so here I can
f3.
protect, or f3, yes,
f3,
actually.
yeah. I mean, it still doesn't look great for white, but white
There
is
are always
maybe
also
not
some
losing.
f5s.
Yeah, always some f5 ideas. But white is maybe not losing a pawn. So h4, I think he missed knight d4, and now there's a big problem for white because he loses the pawn.
Yeah, he cannot do
basically.
anything because knight e2.
Yeah, maybe king g2 was the better defense. I was thinking bishop b7 here, threatening knight takes f3.
And take on e4.
And yeah, and if knight d4, rook d4, and rook d3, I was thinking, but okay, this should be win. Yeah, bishop e4. Yeah, black is winning a pawn. Yeah, so this is also very good for black. So yeah, he gave up the pawn, and he was hoping for the fortress in this endgame.
Yes, at first it will look not so clear at all.
It looks like white almost got a fortress, but here this is also important that he has to move the knight immediately because if he got g5,
if he manages to play,
if he managed to play g5 without allowing the pawn endgame, then he would have serious drawing chances. But the problem with g5 is that I take on f3, king f3, king d7, king f4, king e6, e4, and then I just go king f7 back, king g7, and then I go h6, and I will create a pass pawn there.
Oh, and there will be outside pass pawn.
Yeah, and this is lost for white.
Yeah.
So, so he had to move the knight, and now I have to play g5. Otherwise, he could go g5 himself, and he would be able to.
You had to.
So I have to play g5.
You had to fix the pawn on g4.
Yeah, and now, for white, it looks like black has nowhere to attack because the knight on d2 controls all the important squares. But I think I found a correct plan to win for black there. So first of all, I provoke c3. I force him to play c3. And then, I put the bishop on d1. That's what happened eventually.
Yes, the bishop went to d1.
Yeah, and then I play h5. Yeah, and I think this must be winning for black. But, okay, keep going. Yeah, take. So the best square for the bishop is on d3 because it controls the knight. The knight has nowhere to go. And then I also saw that the key position is what happened in the game with the pawn on g4, king on g5, king on g3, with white to move. Because if it's kind of a Mishra Suswan position, So that's why I had to go king g6, king h5 to
Yes,
force him
you
to play
had-
king g3, and then I went king g5. Yeah, so here white has to move a pawn,
Yeah,
allowing my king
one
to
of the
go-
pawns.
Yeah. So
We
I
were
think
looking more at the b3,
yeah,
trying
I
b3.
thought about that too. A b, knight b3, and let's say I don't know, king f5, knight d2 back, bishop.
Bishop e2.
Yeah, well, bishop e2, there's king f2, so probably. Yeah, I'm not so sure what I would have done here.
I don't know. I remember that we were looking at this position somehow.
Yeah, king f2, maybe bring the bishop back to e6, bishop b5, let's say.
Bishop
b5.
b5.
Yeah, king g3, bishop d7, and now try to bring the
then
king to
now.
a4.
Yes,
go
now.
on the way there. Yeah.
Because your problem was this pawn on a4, which
Yeah.
was standing there, and if you don't
Yes.
have it, you can bring.
Yes. So I think with correct play, probably black should win this in the long run. Yeah, but after e4, then he doesn't have the f4 square anymore, and after bishop c2, yeah, I think this is lost for
Yeah,
white.
it's already getting to the
He's
flank.
losing e5 eventually, and
Yes.
otherwise he has to allow my king to go to the
Yes.
queen side.
And here you didn't even go for this. You immediately said, "Okay, I calculated
Yeah,
everything. It's
yeah.
winning." And
Yeah, I think it's not necessary to complicate things, and I saw there are multiple ways to win this endgame. Yeah.
thank you so much for showing us some analysis from this game. Lim, there are still some questions from the audience to you. So, Clumsy One's question asks, you achieve your personal best rating after winning this game. So right now you are at 2,741.6 after this victory. Will you play for a win with a black tomorrow in order to break the record in your FIDE rating?
Yeah, I'm not really thinking about tomorrow right now, but I guess I would just play and enjoy the game tomorrow. Whatever happens, will happen. Last year, after the Biel festival, last year I achieved my personal best, which was 2740 last year, and now my live rating is 2741.6. So I guess if I win tomorrow, that would be really great. But with black, I mean, it's not really up to me, so we will see what happens.
And also Ike is a very solid player.
Yeah.
So there is a question, how did you remain focused throughout the entire tournament by Asia?
Yeah, I think I just really like playing here, and I really enjoy the games. All my games were, I should say, most of my games are very fighting, except the two quick draws, but there were not much I could do in these games. But in general, I like fighting chess, and there are lots of interesting variations that I had to calculate, so I try to remain focused for that. Yeah.
The other question by Famin, what do you think you are better at, attacking or defending?
I don't know. In general, I think attacking is always easier because it's more fun, and also psychologically defending is a more difficult task. But I think my strength is more like in technical positions, like you see the game today, and also the game against Shanglan and Kaimer also. Yeah, like in these type of positions, I really like to play, and I feel like I see a lot of things, a lot of interesting lines there. So that's probably my main strength in technical positions.
I mean, there is still one more game tomorrow, but so far, how do you feel? What was your favorite game of this tournament this year?
It's hard to say. So I have 3 wins here so far, on with the black pieces and on very technical games. I would say probably this one is my favorite so far because there are so many subtleties, so many little things strategically in the middle game as well, and I really enjoy playing this game.
How special for you is the Biel Chess Festival, coming here 3rd time and winning for the 3rd time?
Yeah, it's really special. Someone told me that only one player in the history of Biel achieved 3
I think
victories in a row.
4 wins were by Maxim Vachilegrad, but they were also in a different
Right.
in a different
I think
format.
he did, yeah, different formats.
There was no triathlon.
Yes, yes. And I think he achieved 3 wins in a row from 2013
yes.
to 15. And then the last one was like 17 or something. So that would be really nice if I can break that record next year. But I mean, I'm very pleased so far, especially with the win today against the world number 8 and with the black pieces in a very crucial game. So I will just enjoy the game today, have a good dinner, and I'll think about the game tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Liam, for joining us, and we wish you best of luck for tomorrow's final game. Just relax, have a nice dinner, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And once again, we're having the winner, Lim Le from Vietnam, here for the 3rd time at the Biel Chess Festival, winning the Grandmaster Triathlon. Absolutely incredible performance. Huge results. I mean, this is absolutely incredible there. It's the first time in the history of Biel Chess Festival as Grandmaster Triathlon, as we just heard from Liam. He's absolutely, he's pleased every time to be here in Biel playing this tournament and just having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance so far by the Vietnamese top grandmaster, and I hope that he's going to come back for yet another year, because that is the tradition for the tournament winners to be invited once again for the next year, so he can come back and maybe, possibly, break the record of MVL, although it was a slightly different era.
And we have still one more game in the house ongoing for the 2nd day of the final stage. It's Alexander Doichenko with the white pieces trying to make a revenge against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, who beat Alexander Donchenko in the classical stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon earlier, a few days ago.
All right, we looked at, I believe, quite a bit a while ago. Maybe let's walk through the last couple of moves and try to assess how did they get here and what is slowing down the German Grandmaster finally tried to capitalize on this position. So where was this? I believe it was about here. About here. We last looked at this, we were wondering why not king d4, king c5, try to get to the pawn on b5. Makes perfect sense. We kind of agreed that here white is not really interested to trade these pawns, because then 4 pawns against 3 at a king side probably dramatically increases black chances to save the game to a draw. Rook a7, king c3. For some reason, German Grandmaster decided not to go king d4. I'm pretty sure, Angelica, there was something that he did not like. So rook a4 stopped king b4. And there was no rook b4. That's actually pretty interesting.
The rook before looked like a forcing line in that position.
Yeah, so we thought, for example, rook b4, you play wherever you play with the rook a5. Maybe this was the problem. After a4, there's knight e6. We didn't see rook a5. We thought that after rook b4, rook a5, we didn't see rook a5. I think we're looking only at rook a7. With rook b5, knight a3, black eliminates the pawn, and then we thought, okay, this is easily winning. We didn't see rook a5.
96, yeah, rook a5 and 96, very nice idea. So he had to move back, actually.
King d3, h4. But this is a good idea. Also use your pawns to the king side. Try to play at both flanks at the same time. h4, h5, creating weaknesses. Maybe the pawn on h6 in the long run is going to be a problem. G takes, g takes. Normally, the weaker side in those positions has to trade as many pawns as you can. That's why here Vaishali is not even considering moves like g5. Just remove those pawns off the board and hope it's going to be enough. e4, e5, and king d4. And there goes the king.
There goes the king, the one of the most important pieces you have to activate in the endgame. King is going all the way to c5. How do you stop it? How do you protect the pawn on b4? There is no way.
Also, I think one of the things, what I really like about this technique, if you go back here, maybe here, Donchenko thought about his king d4 move. Where was this? About here, I believe. Yeah, he definitely thought about king d4. But I can imagine he was not sure what happens if a black organizes some sort of a counterplay against these pawns. So for example, black will play, let's say, rook a8, king c5, and maybe, I don't know, knight e2. Knight e2, hit the rook, you cannot really take on b5, the pawn on a3 is under attack.
But you can take actually because knight is because the rook c7, rook
Oh,
c8
wait,
there
I'm
is a
blundering.
threat. Rook c8 there is.
No, you're right, I blundered. I thought rook b5 is rook a3, I just noticed the knight is here, but you're
but
right.
there is rook c8. Wow, even stronger.
Yeah, different idea. So let's say rook b2, and then black somehow organizes a counterplay. Yeah, like knight e4, knight f2, knight h3, try to get to those pawns. And now you understand that's why he started to push for those pawns at the king side, so that when he runs after the pawn on b5, black won't have this counterplay against the pawns at the king side. So that's why he played h4, he played h5, because as soon as black is going to have a counterplay against the pawn on h5, now there's only one pawn. And then after e4, e5, now this starts to look a bit different, because these parts are a bit more further advanced.
Yes, and there is already the second, the pawn push, the e5, the pawn can become a passer any moment soon. The b5 pawn is a weakness. There is no real chance to protect it. Also, king is very passive for black, so there are so many bad aspects in the position, so it's very tough to defend.
Angelica, which game does this remind you? One game by Donchenko.
Which he played against Vaishali.
No. There's one game in this tournament which looks very similar. Like this
Very
endgame.
similar.
Exactly, endgame. Rook and knight versus rook and knight, couple of pawns at the queen side. You
I
don't
already
remember.
forgot. Yeah.
Against Maurizzi.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, also
Now I recall, yes.
quite similar idea. Also, he tried to
Yes.
exploit those weak pawns at the queen side. The king is also trying to dominate black rook and knight, and also it involved the white king advancing further, try to capitalize on this pawn on b5, and it's quite similar. Quite similar to that game. Maybe I can try to pull it up if I'm going to find this round. I'm not sure I'm going to do it. Let me find it, I believe.
So it was in classical portion.
Yes. So,
Maybe we can look for Maurizzi.
yeah, so king c3 is played. I just wanted to show this. I believe we have time. We can
Of
compare.
course.
Yeah, there you go. This is a blitz game, just a second.
There are two blitz games and one.
And he was
Classical.
playing with white, just a second. I'm going to find it. There you go.
This one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you. There you go. So this was the endgame that Donchenko was having against Maurizzi. Earlier in the tournament, a classical game, you see it's quite similar. Again, he did exactly the same. At one sport, the king side pawns, g5, h4, so that there's no counterplay. He used to collect those pawns at the queen side, rook a5, king b3, king c4, dominate with the king against the rook and the knight, and then at some point the Frenchman simply resigned.
Yes, so we have the same end game already for Donchenko here, where he squeezed this win against the French Grandmaster, who was been actually eliminated in the Challengers tournament. He was eliminated by Saleh Salim. And
Yeah,
what do we have? King c3 was played again?
Yeah, why not
not
king
king
c5?
c5? Yes.
Yeah, it just begs the question.
Maybe knight
Oh.
d2 and rook c8.
Same idea.
Similar to this position we already had.
Same idea, so that's why this immediately doesn't work. That's why here Donchenko tries to go around. He plays king c3. And now if black is going to play rook a4 to stop king b4, I suppose you go
Then
here.
now you go rook b4 trying. But again, a4 doesn't work because of... now knight d6 is not in the question anymore. Now a4 is working, by the way.
This was the
Super
idea.
smart. Wow.
Oh, this is really smart. So we had this position, exactly this position. Now we understand what the German grandmaster is thinking about. So here, he rejected the idea of rook b4, rook a5, a4, because black had access to knight e6. So what he decided to do, he decided to improve this idea. So he activated the pawns, h5. He activated the e pawn so that in some scenarios there's no knight e6. And now he's going for the same idea after king c3, rook a4. I think rook a4 will follow. Rook a4 with the idea to play a4. So for example, rook a7, a4. We looked at this in a different version. B takes, collects the knight. You cannot do that. And here, maybe after rook a5, a4 works.
Yes, because here there is no knight d6, which would protect the pawn on the b5. What else can you do?
Maybe sackways. Is this, by the way, so clear? Should be.
I think at least there are going to be these h pawns.
But there some problems still. a3, a2. How does white make a progress? Not so easy.
But maybe you had first... but you have to protect the pawn on e5. Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
cannot...
I suppose. But king d4 is so natural. Okay, maybe here.
And king is blow... No, but how do you...
No, this is not easy. Absolutely not easy, because now I don't really see it. There you go, the bar, what do I just says? It's just a draw. Because I also, again, with the knight on a1, I don't see any progress. You're going to play rook e2, rook a2, the pawn on e5 drops. If you lose these two pawns, it's just a theoretical draw. Rook and knight versus rook. This is not winning. You need pawns. They're pretty far advanced.
Yeah, Vaishali has a chance to go for this endgame to try again.
Yeah, Engine says this is a mistake. I am not sure why this would be. Okay, maybe rook c8 was a bit better.
And why not? Why cannot we play king b4 here? What's the problem? King b4 and I'm attacking the pawn.
I was just winning, I think.
No,
So-
I think rook a4 is more tricky.
Yeah, this is just winning. So king b4, white would just proceed, and after knight e5, f takes, rook takes.
Yeah, but this is just an...
Should be. Although now that I'm looking at this, maybe it's not so clear. Rook goes here, very precise. Calculations are
Rook
necessary.
e3.
Maybe, yeah. Rook e3.
Protect. But there is f6 also.
And okay, still tricky. Still very tricky. I'm pretty sure I could already switch on the table base here. We already learned it one day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet, only
8
one.
pieces on the board. Not yet. We learned it one day, the hard way. The producer literally had to come here and show us how it's to be done. So rook a4 was played, rook e4, rook a5. I think we're having a very good chance that here the German grandmaster will choose a4. The question is he sure if this is a win or not?
I would be not so sure, because after that knight sacrifice, I mean, this pawn on a file looks very, very dangerous. How do you protect e5, and how do you, at the same time, stop the pawn? And a4 is on the board. A4 is on the board. We might see
Wait,
it.
I just realized. Yes, so let me just show you the current position. a4, huge development here. I just realized one idea, Angelica. Knight e5, f takes, b takes and a4. I just realized white plays rook e4, and after a3 there's king b4. The only move.
Oh my God.
There's no a2. I thought a2 is a move. No, you just take it on a5. The knight on c2 covers the a1 square.
So what do you have to play here? You're just losing a pawn.
Then you're just losing the pawn on a3. So this is a double attack, very unusual double attack. It's a fork.
It's a fork, and
Yeah, it's a technically
it's a fork by the king. Wow.
by the king. So maybe after rook e4 here, Vaishali can do something else, like what? Some f6 maybe? No, but e6, and this pawn is going to roll forward.
Maybe rook, but if rook a8, then there is knight a3. If you remove the rook,
Maybe activate the king. Okay, you can activate the rook as well. So here, here, here. Might be still some technical problems. King goes here. I go back. Should be winning. Yeah, this should be winning. I mean, I don't see how black can trade those pawns. Let's say f6. Always is going to be e6, king f8. This pawn should seal the deal for white, although some technical difficulties are definitely still there for the German grandmaster.
exactly. That's, I mean, that I think the only question here, because if knight is moving anywhere else than on Then taking the pawn on e5, I guess it's already all clear. After knight b6, the pawn is simply taken. So the only way what Vaishali can try is to go for this endgame we just discussed with knight taking the pawn on e5. Will she do it?
Nothing else. Nothing else really makes any sense. Either this or nothing, because the pawn on b5 is gone. Then white simply has 2 extra pawns with beautiful pieces. So it's got to be knight e5. Only chance. Knight e5, f takes, b takes, and a4. Now rook e4. Maybe Vaishali now sees that after a3 there's king b4. So she's trying to figure out there could be some defense here, being stubborn, maybe rook b5. Stopping the king is still very tricky. I'm not sure this is winning, to be honest. Because if you take this pawn,
Then you're taking 2 pawns. Or
this
okay,
might be not winning. Yeah, and Bart just confirms that it's just not winning. King g7, king f6, king g5, king g4, collect the pawn on h5. Probably a draw. So rook b5 is actually a very nice move. Maybe somehow white, because of the domination, wins this like this. Rook a7, and king b2, and a3, and king a2, and rook a5, and somehow white wins.
Yeah, but it's also very difficult, right? The pawn on a file and the rest of the pawns are on the opposite side of the board. It's very difficult, I think, for the knight of white to jump.
Yeah, maybe just go after the pawn.
But then maybe king is going to e6.
Yeah, exactly. It's not easy. I can tell you that this is not easy. There you go. White has an extra
King
piece.
b2, but
Yeah.
then king e6.
How about f6?
Yeah, f6, e6, and then just take on.
e6, you just take it. Rook e5, maybe just a draw. Yeah, again, it's not easy here, definitely for Donchenko. So he has some time to figure it out. This is move 54. 10 minutes for Donchenko, 10 minutes for Vaishali. They're going to reach move 60. After move 60, the time control of the Biel Chess Festival is that there's going to be extra 15 minutes for the players to figure out all of the technicalities. And also starting move 61, there's going to be extra 30-second increment with every main move.
We have a battle between Donchenko and Vaishali. This is a battle for the potential second place in the tournament. Will Donchenko make it with this game? It's a question.
We'll see. We'll see. It's been a long day for both players. Donchenko is looking for ways to recover for his inflicted loss by Vaishali. Earlier in the triathlon, Vaishali, just to remind you, she scored a very impressive victory over the German Grandmaster a couple of rounds ago. Now he is looking for a way to finally strike back, prove that he is capable to win the game. This is also, of course, the fight for the second place in the triathlon, because the winner of the Challengers tournament is already known, and his name is Salem Saleh. And of course, also in the Masters tournament, because of the victory of Limle over Pragananda with the black color, we also know the winner of the Masters tournament as well.
And speaking about Donchenko, he was one of the players who joined the very nice basketball game a couple of days ago during the rest day on Monday. We can see also Vincent Keimer is there. Jonas Bier was also playing, one of the players of the Challengers who was eliminated. And also some players from the Open Masters tournament. We see also Leon Mendoca there, who is currently, by the way, the leader of the Masters tournament. And here we see the Keimer scores.
Yeah, and actually they played it pretty much every evening, because Salem Select today in interview said that Vincent also played with him basketball yesterday. We were not there. We were here 2 days ago. Now this basketball was played during the rest day. So players were definitely having some fun. Typically, the main attraction, the main sports during a chess tournament is the football, which also was possible to be played here. But they, for some reason, decided to play basketball. As you can see, they try to score some points.
Yes, for sure. A good way to spend the rest day for the players. Here we see actually at some moment the ball got stuck, and out of all participants, Donchenko and Vincent were the ones who were trying to get that ball down.
So the trivia question, did they manage to get the ball?
We are going to find out in a moment.
And Vincent jumped and did it.
Yeah, he did it, and he scored a point.
All right, that was great.
Yeah, so we have some good footage from the rest day there. Another.
Actually, I noticed, Angelica, that Mendonca was pretty good at basketball. Okay,
Yes.
maybe this shot was not really that great, but he had some very impressive ball handling skills.
Yes, also he has a great skills in chess because he's current leader of the Masters tournament. So
And the players
yeah.
were in good spirits, as you can see. So Winston, despite the fact that he was very disappointed, also Biel, who was eliminated in the Challengers tournament, everybody was smiling, enjoyed the time here. And this is the reason, this is one of the main reasons why they keep coming back. I'm not really sure Winston is going to come back again for another year here in Biel, most likely because he wants to win the tournament.
Of course he does, and what is
What is this?
happening?
Our producer is having
Ah,
fun.
your hands are highlighted by the
Oh,
by the
it's
sun.
divine light.
Wow, the holy light on you, or what is
Wow.
happening?
Yeah, I don't know how this is literally even possible.
You're holding the lights, Arthurs. You see, I don't have. What
No,
is
it's just
happening?
me, just me.
It's just you.
Yeah. New
You're
feature.
you're just great. You
If
know?
it's not a bug, it's a feature. All right, I'll be back to the game. There's the development. Knight x on e5 was played by Vaishali, and of course, this is a move that Donchenko expected. The question is, wait, he might actually have a choice, Angelica. I just realized you don't really have to grab the piece just because you can. Maybe you just ignore the knight and take the pawn on b5.
Oh, so you want to just trade the pawns like this. But the question is it enough? Knight going back to d7 maybe? b6?
And just play it, or maybe don't rush with b6 at all. Just take it slowly and
Because
carefully.
if you play b6, then I'm taking the pawn with the knight, yes?
Yeah, b6.
That's actually very instructive.
But even this should be winning. No, this is winning. So king d4, king e4, knight e3. No, this is easily winning.
And because there is no more a pawn,
So what was the line? Okay, there's also rook b5. Rook b5, rook a4, and rook e5. Oh, sorry, not rook e5 because the pawn on e4 is dropping. Maybe f takes on e5. Here. And I go here. King g8. Attach the knight somehow closer.
you take the pawn, you protect.
Should be winning. And we see rook b5
we
is
see
played.
rook b5 is on the board. Alexander Donchenko is saying, I don't need your knight just now. I'm not going to allow that super strong pawn on a4. How to react here? What do you do? I mean, rook a4 feels like the only move you can try here with black.
Yeah, because this should be lost.
This is lost.
This should be lost. Knight e7, king d4, king g7. Somehow I should be
King
able to
d5.
dominate this. Maybe even before, use the knight to dominate the king, like here, knight e5. Look at this powerful knight. Stopping
Wow.
king f6, stopping knight b6, b6, king c4, king b5. Now this is a victory, so that's why Vaishali is not going to save the knight. She tried to eliminate these pawns.
Exactly, and she's trying. The position we discussed is here on the board. Fe has been played. Rook h4 is something what we expect, but unfortunately there will be this pawn on the e5, which is going to decide the game. Of course, if we could somehow with black take both pawns, then it would be a rook against rook and the knight, and that would be a theoretical draw, but here it's very tough.
It's probably safe to say it's impossible. So let's say we
Yeah.
play knight e3, rook goes here, play some sort of a king d4, and the white is slowly advancing, maybe
What
knight
about
e5.
f6? f6,
F6.
rook b7.
Yeah, it's a nice idea.
Oh.
Try to trap the knight, try to trap the rook. You cannot take it, the rook is under attack, you just give a check. Here, maybe one more final trick. After e6, there's some rook e5 ideas and some issues to defend this. But again, rook b6 is good enough, knight e5, e7. Eventually, this pawn for black is going to cost a rook.
And simply it's going to be not enough for Vaishali to stop it. But she is still trying. She's still trying to find some ideas. So rook h4 is on the board right now. She wants to go for the h pawn. but it is not enough. If she could somehow miraculously take both pawns off the board, that would be great. But it's not a question here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the fastest way. Maybe rook b7, threading e6. Do you play king g8? Now something like king d3, stopping rook e4. Rook takes here. Some sort of a king e4. There's never any f6 ideas. Knight e3, knight f5, knight e5, knight f6. No, this is just technically winning. So Doncheko is just making sure he is not misplaying this. And also Vaishali, she knows that this game is lost.
She knows it, but she's still trying. Just her last resources in this position. Of course, it's pretty much clear that it's over, but she's still trying to hang. She's hanging in there and making it.
Yeah, always fight until the end. Never resign, because there's a very common saying, Angelika, nobody has made points by resigning early, and Vaishali is a very fierce defender. Also, in the yesterday's game against Salem Saleh, she was down a piece, she sacrificed the second piece, was going for some tactical tricks, tried to make it work. You resign whenever you feel that there's nothing to fight for, and I think it's also a very good moment for us, the viewers, to make a very short break, because here this game is approaching the final phase. There's one game left here, the Masters on Challengers, round 2 of the final stage. That is the game of Alexander Donchik against Vaishali. The German Grandmaster is close to win. If he's going to achieve it in the next minutes, I don't think so. Probably it's going to require some work. So we're going to see you right after the break. And we're back live from Switzerland in Biel following the action of game 2 of the final stage of the Martirosyan Challengers Triathlon. All the games have been finished except one game, that is Alexander Donchenko, who is playing against Vaishali. They have reached a technical winning position for the German Grandmaster. All the other games need to be decided. Here we see, you're going to see it in a moment, Alexander Donchenko has just gotten back to the chair, sees that Rook F4 was played by Vaishali, technically winning position. In the meantime, the tournament standings in both Masters and Challengers, you can see that there are clear winners in both of the sections. Lim Le, the Vietnamese Grandmaster, just made news by becoming 3-time winner of the Masters Triathlon. Very unique achievement in the modern history of Biel Chess Festival. Now nobody can overtake him. In the meantime, in the Challengers tournament, it's all been one-man show. Salem Saleh has been unstoppable. And essentially this game, Angelika, Donchenko versus Vaishali, is the fight for the second place. And I believe he's going to clinch it.
Yeah, I also believe that Donchenko will be able to take revenge for his game in the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. That beautiful game which Vaishali won in the round number 2 of the classical stage at the Grandmaster Triathlon, once the players have not yet been eliminated for the final stage. So we're seeing maybe most likely the last moves in the game, but maybe it could be actually an perfect moment for us to go and maybe look at that game they played before and look and show the brilliant idea by Vaishali.
Yeah, we could go back here. Now the only question is how does White make progress? I suppose as soon as these knights are going to get to d6, there's all kinds of knight e8, knight f6 ideas, and in the end, checkmate threat will be one of the core ideas. So we could go back indeed.
Yes, it was round number 2 of classical.
Round number 2 of
Yes.
the classical. There you go. So this is the game they played earlier. In case you missed it, potentially this might have been the game of the not only the round but also the entire tournament so far. So it was a Karakan. Vaishali was playing with white. There was very interesting pawn sacrifice. Bishop e2, bishop g6. All of this seemed to be pretty normal. b4, knight e4, bishop e4, knight f5. Very unbalanced game. Black was sacrificing back the extra pawn on c4 to counter the pawn on d4. And here the German Grandmaster made this innocent-looking mistake. He played queen h4. That's the move he would regret later because he was seeking the knight on e4 and also the bishop on e3. Makes perfect sense, no?
Yes, it made perfect sense, but there is simply knight g3, the only move actually which is holding, but actually the only move which also making more advantage for Vaishali, so she's going for it. And after a trade of the pieces, suddenly it's actually white who is so much further in the development with that semi-open f-file, and actually Alexander Donchenko was not afraid, and he's going immediately to the short castle, while Rook is targeting somewhere on f7.
Yeah, and here Vaishali played this devilish move a5, taking care of the b6 square, and German Grandmaster just played c5, clearly not sensing the danger. The idea was to play rook d8, c-takes, c-takes, have some serious pressure against the center, also the queen on h4 does some pressure as well. And this is the moment when Vaishali played one of the most beautiful moves of the round, of the entire tournament, maybe the festival, rook takes on f7.
Rook f7, absolutely brilliant move, incredible find by Vaishali. She's going for it, and the problem is why Donchenko didn't take with the king is because after bishop takes on the king takes, there is a very cute checkmate on the board, no place to go with the king. And if case king goes to the e8, then there is this very important queen a4 resource, because after rook protecting the knight on d7, bishop takes, rook takes, and there is e6, and white is winning.
Yeah, that's why here the best move according to the engines here was to find it difficult move king g6. And after bishop takes on d7, king h6. So the game would have continued with something like knight f5, maybe even d5. White could just dominate the game, probably very close to winning. But the German Grandmaster were so shocked with the turn of events here that he very quickly collapsed. Bishop e6, rook f8, queen a4 was a nice find by Vaishali. So here, bishop g5 was played. queen d7, bishop e3, king h1, queen d4. The German grandmaster attempted to fight back, only to meet rook d1. Rook takes on d7. Now there's rook a spin. And there were a couple of very beautiful ideas which you got to see. For example, if black plays c4, he attempted to organize and counterplay the queen side. And now, finally, the critical moment, bishop f4, e6, rook takes on d7, and the very beautiful finish to the game, e7 check.
Absolutely beautiful here. After rook f7, there is a checkmate, and any, of course, other move is a checkmate on the board. Stunning game by the Indian Grandmaster Vaishali. I mean, won this game in a very beautiful fashion. Yeah, maybe we should show this endgame idea in case of g6 is played.
Yeah, knight e4 also was a very nice idea here to get to the spin. King g7. Only winning ideas, bishop f7, rook f7, and e6. So this was winning. Takes, e takes on d7. This bishop cannot stop the pawn.
And the pawn is being promoted, and that was the game. That what happened.
Yeah, so maybe I didn't show this mate until the very end. Where was this? E6,
E6
here,
or
E7, rook f7, E8, queen. There's no rook f8, and of course, if the king goes away, the right way to promote is to put the rook on the board.
You always under promote. If you can checkmate, you always do it. You don't promote to the queen. Incredible game. I mean, after a couple of rounds of classical portion, I remember Alexander joined us in the studio, and he said, I should have lost this game like 3 times. So bad he played this game, such a beautiful game by Vaishali, so it felt that he should have given 3 times 4 points, so 12 points for that game. And it is true. I mean, it is a remarkable game, and probably best game of the tournament, or best brilliance move of the tournament.
We are about to see the final moves of this game, because I think after the knight gets to f6, this is going to be immediately game over, like knight g4, knight f6, or knight c4, knight e6, knight e8, knight f6. I think this is a bit faster. So the big idea is, let's say black is doing nothing, knight f6, king h8, you can always deliver a mate, which is pretty cute.
So you have to play h5?
I suppose, and then after h5, here, there should be
Rook h1.
a mate.
Checkmate.
I'm sorry?
It's already checkmate here.
Where do you see checkmate?
No, you said that it should be a
I mean, it
checkmate.
feels like a checkmate. I was thinking king d6 and just get a rook on g6.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so h4, king e7, h3, king f7, yet another cute mate. So I don't see any defense. Maybe king d6, try to get the rook here.
Maybe also rook f5 to attack the
Rook
pawn.
f5. But it also doesn't say.
It doesn't change.
I think so.
because
By the way, let me check. King goes here.
you
takes,
take, and
takes.
there, rook g5. There is knight g8.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
You can try to run with the pawn, but you're not going to get very far.
Yes.
And that just wins the game. So, yeah, knight g4 is played, h5 is played. So we are getting exactly there, I believe. So let's get full screen. Indeed, here we have the final moves are being played. I think Donchenko has figured it out, that the mating net will be one of the core ideas here. Because if you look at the current results that we have here, all the games in the second round of the Masters and Challengers Cup be finished. This is the only game in the Challengers, and this is essentially a fight for the second place.
Yes, and maybe let's also remind that we have already the winners of the Challengers and Masters tournament established yesterday after a win against Vaishali. Saleh Salem is the champion of this year Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon, and in Masters we have Limle, who won today against Pragnananda, and with that he is the champion of Biel Festival Grandmaster Triathlon Masters edition.
Right.
Third year in a row.
Stunning. So Najee was played by Alexander. I'm not sure what it really changes. He wants to play rook g5. Does he need that? Yeah, of course. I mean, rook g5 wins as well. Rook g5, h4, knight f6, king h6. Maybe let's put it on the board. I suppose this is why he played knight g8, so that the g5 square is available. And after h4, Yeah, but you don't really get to this pawn, do you? That's not so clean. The thing, just play king d6, go for the mate. So once again, you put the rook here, rook e4. I don't think it matters.
Knight f6.
You can't go there.
King has to go to h6.
And it's just a mate. It's very funny, actually. Without this pawn, maybe this would be a draw. Rook e7 would be a stalemate.
Wow, actually very interesting idea.
Yeah, but you have this pawn. So you can't do that.
You cannot give up the pawn. Sometimes you would love just to use one move to give up the pawn.
Yeah, so maybe one more final attempt, something like rook a4 to stop these checks. But again, I'm not sure what it changes. I think you can just proceed forward. And he plays king d6.
King d6 is on the board. Donchenko is going for it, bringing the king over to the e7 square, creating a checkmate ideas. How to stop it? I mean, if you play rook g4, then the rooks are going to be traded off the board, and it's going to be just a winning endgame because of an extra piece for whites. Very sad result today for Vaishali and also for Pragdananda, but this is chess. This is how it goes. Sometimes you're playing great and amazing chess. We have just witnessed her game in the round number 2 of classical portion, how she scored this impressive victory against Alexander Donchenko. And today, it's a different way, different chess, but
still a great achievement for Vaishali.
course.
She's playing some absolutely fascinating chess here. Maybe she was lucky at some moments, maybe a bit unlucky as well. For example, I recall, Angelika, this crazy game she had against Crazy Time Scramble against Salem Saleh when she missed the victory on the 40th move, when she had to make a couple of moves with only something like 6 seconds on the clock. So she missed the victory, and ever since, maybe she lost slightly the confidence she had at the very beginning, but still a fantastic performance.
actually, if she would have won the game against Saleh Salem, she still had the chance to win the tournament, and also she would have scored 4.5 points out of 5 in the final stage, because she actually won first 3 games, and then she played a draw against Marc-Andrea Maurizi, and the last game she played was against Saleh Salem. So if she managed to score the victory, I mean, it would be really an exciting performance in the classical portion.
All right, so she plays rook a4. She definitely sees the mate threat that is there. Nothing she can do about it. So maybe king e7, king f8 now wins immediately. So for example, you go here. The threat is to win the pawn. You give a check. You can play
King.
maybe king f6, yeah, and knight e7. There's no hope. h4, knight e7. This pawn falls. h3.
You can play, yes.
Rook g4. Wait, I missed something? What did I miss? Actually, I'm curious. What did I miss? Check here and h2.
Oh, and rook h6.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, I missed this from afar. Okay, Doncic, I don't think he's going to miss it. So minor hopes for Indian fans, but with so much time on the clock, I'm pretty sure he's going to figure it out.
And rook a4 is on the board now for sure. Alexander has to make sure that there is nothing there with the checks, and he might go with the king to e7.
So let's check. Let's find the simplest victory. So king e7.
Rook a7 check.
Check.
King f6 or king f8.
Actually, I wanted to go here, so that there's. I mean, it's actually the same. Oh wait, it's the same. No, let's go here.
Because there is no rook h6 at the end.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing on the board. I wanted to give this check and find a mate.
But now you can play rook.
There it is.
Oh, wow. e6, and now king takes. King cannot. No, king
Wait,
can
this
take.
is not easy, actually. Okay, let's follow what's played on the board. King
Let's
e7,
follow
rook
an
a7.
action.
King f8, okay. So what was the line again? h4.
Yes, and here if you play rook g4, then there is no more rook a6 check.
Check. Here there definitely is a mate here.
Yes, but why don't you play rook g4?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, rook g4, king h7.
You can take the pawn if you want. You can also try to checkmate. Knight e7 maybe.
Knight e7. Now again, this is a threat. Yeah, this is the cleanest, I suppose. Yeah. Knight e7, king h6. Just collect it. King h5. Is this the cleanest though, actually?
Okay, but you could have taken the pawn any moment, yeah, before. You could have taken the
yeah.
pawn, so it's like you... Even earlier you could have taken a pawn.
Yeah, but then the king comes out. So I kind of didn't want to do that. Prolongs the game.
Yeah, but the
a
most
bit.
important to win the game, not the checkmate so fast, but...
All right. So we have a suggestion. King f6, h4, check. Here, knight e7. I think this idea is a bit flawed, unfortunately, with knight e7, knight g6, because of...
Rook h6, rook a6 check?
No, I thought rook e7.
Oh,
And this wins?
what?
e7, king g8, check here. Okay, pretty sure this is not going to happen again. Okay, this is not happening. It just makes no sense at all because why would Donchak give up piece and then show his technique in the rocking game? Yeah, it wins. It wins. So, nice idea to the anonymous tipper. h4 is played by Vaishali. So what was the move here we discussed? Just rook g7, king goes here, rook goes here, king goes here,
97?
knight e7, king goes here. Still, by the way, not so clean. Takes. Just try to find the easiest victory. Here, remove the rook, h3, king f6. Yeah, and that's a victory. h2 is just a check. A piece is a piece. King h4, check, here. And how do they say from Germany with love?
For what?
From Germany with love.
From Germany with love, yes.
Right. All right. We kind of figured it out. Not so trivial.
Okay, h4 is on the board, so we expect rook g4 to be played.
Yeah, Donchak's got
he's
this.
going for
Yeah,
check.
he's too good to miss it. Mainly final trick, rook f7. Okay, it's never going to happen, of course. There's always a check. The knight
You
is
have to be
falling.
careful, yes, yes.
Yeah, so always got to be careful. Like even this capture could be possible. H pawn runs forward. So rook g4, probably king h7 to avoid checkmate in one. Alternative is resignation. Might as well happen here as well.
Yes, it might happen here, but looking at how long Vaishali went, it feels like she's going to continue.
Let's go maybe full screen to see if this is going to be end of the game. So she's definitely considering it. Nothing to be ashamed of for Vaishali because she's being putting up quite a show here in Biel, gained a lot of fans, including us, the commentators.
Yes, we are
She
huge
was-
fans of her, for sure.
She was featuring in a couple of games of the day coverages.
Yes, her first 3 games were absolutely stunning. I mean, I guess we wanted to highlight them all as a game of the day, but simply on the 3rd day we couldn't already take the 3rd game in a row by Vaishali. We should have already picked some other game, but it was for sure, I mean, an absolutely incredible performance. Like if comparing the win Lim Le had against Keimer, let's say, in the Endgame, or some other wins were happening in the tournament and how Vaishali won against Donchenko, of course, this is the most creative player I think we have in the field.
And also I think this is going to be one of her finest achievements so far in her career. She's still very young. She won the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss last year with a very powerful result. Then in this year's FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament in Toronto, she started rather not great. Then she had a fantastic finish, several victories in a row, and ended up in the second place, right? That's
5
why
wins out of 5. This
five,
was
5 out of 5 it was, yeah?
This was amazing. She was -4 at some moment, so she struggled big time at the beginning of the tournament. But 5 wins out of 5, like this is absolutely amazing. Huge fighter.
Yeah, still a fine achievement. Third place in the challengers, a very respectable result. Here we see Alexander is just making sure he's got this. He's too experienced to let this go. He knows that sometimes you slip at the most easiest moments. You don't want to let your guard down. You want to make sure you've got this. So 97 to kill the pawn on f7 and create mating net seems to be the fastest way.
Indeed it is, and now Alexander is just double-checking everything, triple-checking that the pawn on h-file is not promoting, because of course it's very important that everything is clean, that he's not losing some knight in some lines. We were looking, so...
So the line again in question was
Yeah,
90. Maybe
97.
there's more. This is not just, there's many lines. Like, I don't want to take an h4. This king escapes. Feels a bit complex. So 97 is a mid threat. It's really that simple. So h3, no, he takes it actually.
He takes it.
Okay. Rook h4, king g6, still probably just fine.
But most likely it's going to transpose because there is knight e7 check, so it's transposing to the same position.
King h5 and just protect the pawn.
Yes, you're protecting the pawn and taking on f7 in the next move, most likely forcing resignation here because there is already no way that black can stop the e-pawn from promoting.
So can I do this? f6, I would love to trade the pawns.
Knight,
Just d6.
just e6.
Just d6, yeah. f5, maybe the final accuracy, knight f5. Oh wait, this is not very accurate again. I'm silly. Yeah, I was thinking to push e7. I forgot my rook is under attack.
Yeah, I mean you can go
But
for
okay, I
this.
can remove
You
the
can you can play queen against rook and show the technique, you know.
Oh yeah,
Okay, you just push e7, right?
yeah, e7, e8 also wins. But to be honest, here after rook e4, f6 or f5, I think he is going to play rook e4. Seems to be the cleanest. He's just double checking. No.
He's playing
Rook h1.
rook h1.
Okay.
So now the question is if there is some king f4 attacking the pawn.
Well, this changes nothing really.
But what happens after king f4? Rook e1?
King f4, rook
Rook
e1,
e1.
rook a5. Oh, king f7.
Oh, there is very nice
That's the idea.
fork idea. Knight g6. Crazy. Wow. It's not possible to take the pawn?
No. So simply rook e1. The pawn on f7 is lost. f6 is always e6. Or actually, maybe here after f6, he's just going to give a check. Just give a check and collect the pawn. That's why he played rook h1. So that he can give this check, so that there is no f6. And I suppose here, you play here. And after f6, of course, you don't trade it. Oh, wait, again, you give a check.
Oh, again you have a check.
That is very
and,
clean. This is a very clean
and
victory.
king cannot defend the pawn on f6, and then you're just...
He's got this, yeah.
Yeah, rook h1 was actually a very clean way, because now there is no way to protect the f7. We'll see resignation any moment now. And yeah.
So the second day of the final stage is approaching the finish line. Who could have thought, you know, Angelica, that we are going to have our winner in the Masters tournament, Limble becoming the three-time winner of the triathlon, officially making it Limble International Chess Festival.
No, but I mean, like, I understand the first year you can win. The second, the 2 years already in a row, it's already difficult. But okay, we can say, okay, maybe some luck, maybe something happened. But 3 years in a row.
That's definitely not luck.
That's absolutely incredible.
It is just pure skill.
And in... Yes, we kind of can name it that he prolonged his title for the next year again. The Limle?
Oh.
That he's prolonging his title each year.
Yeah, he's gonna keep keep coming back to
Yes.
Biel until he's stopped. At the moment, he can't be stopped.
Yes, and next year is going to be a year number 4 in a row where he's participating. And I don't know which field we have to have here at the Biel Chess Festival, because actually every year the field is great. The field is full of action, full of fireworks on the board, but somehow he's keeps winning.
I don't know, maybe the organizers at some point they decide that it's a good idea to add the blindfold chess. We kind of had a discussion about it, I'm not sure.
Then Ike Martirosyan and Salem for sure would have some
They're going to be
great chances.
favorites. I mean, for Salem, it's like,
Let's go.
come on, let's do it, because we saw Salem versus Ike Martirosyan playing some blitz games blindfold while we had the rest day.
Blindfold bullet. That was
It
not
was a bullet?
It was a bullet match.
I thought it was just a blitz game. No, they were
It
playing
was
3 minutes.
bullets.
Oh, maybe they
Bullet,
played
bullet.
after that bullet as well. I saw a blitz game.
No, they played bullet on the phone, so 1 minute each.
Maybe they did it later, because I saw them playing a blitz game. I think it was 3 minutes.
Probably
each.
they played blitz and said, okay, it's too much time. We have to
Right.
play bullet.
And there was this crazy idea, blindfold, chess 960. Their viewers, do you think it's even possible? So chess 960 already is pretty crazy, and that blindfold to it? I would love to commentate that.
Yeah,
Really.
it would be great.
I would.
Would you like to commentate blindfoldly as well? Imagine
No.
that.
No, I'm not that good. Okay, King E4 is played. That's it. This is the final move. The pawn is protected. There it goes. There's the resignation. So congratulations to Alexander Donchenko for securing the second place. Also a huge shout out for the young star Vaishali, being such an amazing player here in the Challengers tournament. She made waves here earlier, in the earlier part of the triathlon, scoring one victory after another in the classical part. She was unstoppable at some point. Then unfortunately, luck turned away from her. Still a great achievement.
Absolutely amazing, becoming one of the top 3 players in the Challengers tournament, being one of the lowest ranked players before the start of the tournament.
And here we see the current results of day 2 of the final stage. We already have the winners in both sections, because Lim Le defeated Pragnanda, and also for Vaishali, it's a loss. So not a great day for the Ramesh Babu family. It sometimes happens. Then Mishra against Ike Martirosyan was a longer game, but it was pretty much always set to be a draw from the very beginning. And now let's check how do look the current standings before the final round in both sections.
And we have Lim Le with 29.5 points. He's 5.5 points in front of Ike Martirosyan. It means that no one can stop it. Even though he's playing Ike tomorrow, there's already no chance. He is the champion of the Masters section of the triathlon. In the Challengers, we have Saleh Salem, who yesterday with a win against Vaishali also clinched the title of the champion of the Challengers triathlon.
So there's still fight for the second place in the Masters, not yet clear. So although the champions are known, the fight for the second place will be on, and essentially that's going to be a fight between Ike Martirosyan against Lim Le. Maybe for Ike, draw would be fine, because Lim Le doesn't really need much from this game. But Mishra and Prague might have a say. As you can see, Ike has 24, so Prague, if Ike makes a draw, he cannot overtake him, and if Ike draws and Mishra wins, he has not secured the second place. So that's why for Martirosyan, I suppose, Angelika, he's going to have to play, and with one eye, look what's happening in the game of Mishra against Pragananda.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. Tomorrow is going to be a very important round for determine who is going to be the second in the Masters tournament. But so far we had an amazing action here in Biel, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see what is happening.
Right, so yeah, by the way, also it's fair to mention that Prague won the Chess 960 tournament. In case he wins and Ike loses, then no, we miscalculated. No, he's 4.5 points behind. Yeah, wrong calculation. So
right.
still, he cannot catch. Yes. All right, so dear viewers, we are approaching the finish line here. One more day here is to be played tomorrow. It was a very, very long, exciting day. We crowned another champion in the Masters tournament. And Angelika, if I would have to ask you, what was your highlight of today?
For sure, the game of Prague against Lim Le. I mean, it was a highlight of today. As actually Lim said himself, it was the most likely his favorite game of this tournament, and of course with this game he's becoming a champion, so of course it's clear.
All right, so now we have the champions. Also, I would like to use the opportunity to thank to all of the tournament organizers who made it possible. We have the best possible producer in the world, Bic. That's him. You just saw him. He's still silently working in the corner, making wonders possible in this broadcast. You wouldn't believe the kind of setup he has there. All kinds of tricks he tried to coach me. I failed. I'm probably not really a great producer anyway. So, and then also I would like to thank all of the team, the arbiters, the tournament director, the president, also Tatiana, who is at the information desk working very hard every day from very early morning, something like 6 a.m. until very, very late evening, making this festival happen. And of course, Angelika, for you being here with me.
And I thank you, Arturs, for being here with me as well, and also being our host, our great host, and I think all chat also.
And the chat as well. Thank you for being so amazing and your positive vibes and questions and everything you're saying in the chat. It really means a lot to us. But we have to say goodbye to you. So once again, come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time to follow the final round of the final stage of the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We're saying goodbye. Have a great evening. Take care.